Yes, greetings. Can you hear me? Well, if you're hearing me, Mr. Rattigan is going to be a bit late, but I'm here. Greetings, all viewers. All right, Melanie, pick up yourself. I was trying to find out if people can hear me. Yes, yes. So everybody's hearing me. So Mr. Rattigan is running a bit late, but I'm sure Kevin told you guys already. So I'm here holding down the fort. So if you have any questions for me, just feel free to ask. You know, I'm here. I would bust a tune, but my voice don't come back yet. So nice, nice, nice. It's a beautiful thing. Oh, you're laughing at me. Teresa laughing at me. I'm serious. If my voice wasn't, I'd bust a tune, but just one of them times. Yes, we are gonna do the year in review, and I must tell you, 2023 was a very exciting year to say the least. I can tell you that. Yeah. No, I haven't. Maybe that's why I'm feeling this way. I'm suffering from withdrawal syndrome. No KFC. Oh dear. Yes, I am enjoying myself. It's a break from so many. It's from high drama. So it was good so far. Yes, Angela, send on mine. My number public, so people just randomly call me and message me. So feel free. Yeah, that's a whole debate. I might have to do a whole show on that for myself. Where do you find the best KFC in the world? Blessings, Serene, Sue, Carnet, I see you. Boy, Ratty, good to on a festive, on the comment section. Wow. Hold them. Bless up Ransford Smith, Marjorie Hastings, blessings. Lear Beckford, Maxwell Williams, Melanie Bowman, Angela Robinson. I wait till I reach back to Jamaica and then I will resume my KFC fixation. Master songwriter JM Masters, Miss B. So you show. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, I sat on the rebel. You tuned in. That's a different show, That's Rattigan late that show. Y'all show up on time though. That's good. The man of the hour. See, I don't have to sing again, Mr. Rattigan.
Check.
I was just about to bust a tune, Mr. Ratti, but you're here now. So next time, guys. Next time. Hush.
Mic check. Mic check. Hey, Isaac, thank you very much for holding down the fort. And hold on, let me just hold on a second.
No, for 2024, I'm reducing it from a 6-piece to just a 3-piece. Your mic off.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. And I apologize for being 10 minutes late. I said I was going to be 5 minutes late, but it's the first time it's ever happened, and I'm sure it will be the last time. It won't happen again. Let me just thank ISAT for being here with us. He's under the weather, as you can tell. As you look at him, ISAT doesn't, he doesn't have that ISAT look, you know what I mean? But he's here with us, and just want to tell him thanks for not only holding down the fort, but also for being here. Let me big up the people. I must say, man in the wilderness, the back, the green room. Big up some people here. Folks, we're gonna have a magnificent show today. I'm telling you, we have lots to talk about, and we're gonna open up the phone lines, or the phone line, for a long time because we want to hear from you. But looks like wait a minute, a lot of you. Oh, whoa. Okay, let me start with Maxwell Williams, Jam Master Songwriter. I am Miss B, ACLB. Yes, 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 yes. Uncle is here. Sonia Foster, Catherine Daly, Corrine Griffiths. OT, big up yourself. Carnett Sterling, Rosa Hemmings, Carol Gordon, Arlene Forrest, Lorraine, Tamara Davis, Jamaican TV, Diana Atkinson, Janet Monday, Diane, Arlene Frome, Nisi One Love, Norman Ferguson, greetings, Gloria Morris, Miss Smith, Big Boys, Oligarchs, and the 116s. Bless up. Leonie Denton, Debbie Jervis, Janet Jones. Yes, all the best for 2024. See who else. Rachella Brown, Cedric 10. Evie, good evening. Lisa C. JP, Jam Master Songwriter, Andre Hamilton, Catherine Daly, Fatima, Anne-Marie, Miss B, Miss Bram, big up yourself. Hope you're having a good time. Vibing with the natural. Season's greetings. Freedom. I think I mentioned Sharon Clark already. Veronica Gale. Herbert. Tuza Lynn. Hope it's not raining in Florida. Elijah B. Donna Whitaker. Sonia Foster. Oh yeah, we are the voice for the voiceless. Debbie Jervis. Angela Robinson. Carla Ebanks. Norde. Stormy. Cynthia B. Wayne Ormsby. Dawn. MC. Nicole Hall. Sunshine. Leonie Denton. Maylene Bowman, ACLB, Megawatt, man with the rat trap, Rosalie Dacres, Rosemary King, Patel, Cruikshank, Diane Folks. Is that it? No, the Stella. Oh, Stella Gray Passmore. Stella. Oh, just a few minutes late, Stella. Just a few minutes late. Don't hold it against me. Carol Banton. Tamara Davis. ISAT. Tamara is asking, are you still in London? Look at 305. See the message there. Lyris Beckford.
Yes, I am. And Queen, I'm not asleep. I just look this way.
Faye White, Michelle Henry, Gypsy Girl, Chavoy Murray, Florette Morrison, Lion,
Roxy, no, my grandfather.
Burley Simpson, Teresa Brown, Nia Bren, Kevin Fairclough. Them say, bless up future Grammy nominee. I think they're referring to you, Isaac. Never Stoddart. Jovan, what's this? I think it's spelled incorrectly. Miss Brown or Mr. Brown. Jovan Brown. Russell, all the way from South Africa. Russell Trower. Big up yourself, Charlotte, and the rest of the family. Big up all of the people in South Africa. All of the people in Double Road crew, the Manisons. Don. Let me see what. Trelawney. Angela Robinson said, no Kentucky chicken today. I guess that's for you. I said, because you're sick. Ingrid Cook. Paula Facey. Maxwell Williams. Angela Robinson said, would you like some chicken soup? I said.
Send it on. Send it on.
And she also said, you need some coconut water with lemon. Maxwell Williams. Serene Sue. Yvonne Johnson. Empress GTV. Carolyn, big up yourself. Loy Roach. Jeanette Letts. Kevin Campbell. V.S. Lop. Ransford Smith. Marjorie Hastings. Lady Jen Royal Fergie. Everybody bless up ISAT. Ronica Hamilton. Somebody said try. Ronica said ISAT. Ronica said at 307. She said you must try Zambia KFC. Winnie Mead.
Zambia. So like I forgot to take a plane. That's like a 24-hour flight.
Probably worth it. It's probably worth it.
It should
Morris,
be.
Kevin Campbell, Paulette Miller. Yes, Carolyn, big up yourself. I don't see Earl on this thing at all, Carolyn. I'm wondering. I haven't heard from him in a while. Joe Blogs. Big J64. Tyreek Antonio. Shane 123. Montague James. Oh, this I should invite Mr. Byron from Mystic Sensation. Yeah, put him number on the thing and I'll reach out to him. Laurie Gordon. Van Johnson. Marjorie Webby. Essie Holder. Wayne Ormsby. I think I mentioned Wayne already. Egla Fletcher. I mentioned Maylene already. Paulette MacArthur. Sonia Ellis. Marie, she says, she love you, ISAT.
I love you too. And I turn me to Michael. I love you. I love you.
Lawrence Howell. Is that it? Let me see. Ray F1. Edley Evans. Claudia Bennett, Janet Monday, Stormy, Janet Kissick. I think I mentioned Kevin Campbell, Joycelyn Williams, Patrice Natty, Colin Roach, Stacey Heath, Loy Roach. I wonder if they're related. Deborah Cohen. Oh, she said, Deborah says, I saw Starling today in Cisco, Wembley. I had to laugh. I think you had to laugh because I.
You know,
Because I
say Elon Musk must pay me now. I feel so, you know, people stop me and tell me that, you know. People stop me and tell me they try Starlink.
they tried Starling, Carol Banton, Lee Lenson, no KFC in England, I said. Dorothy Elliott. ACLB, thanks. Winnie Mead, Tyrone Topping, Tyreek Antonio mentioned. Hi, Tyreek. Leo. Yeah, we're almost finished, folks. Hadassah. Empress GTV. Chosen Claudette. Praying that Isaac will get well soon. Sweet Pea. Soldier 819. Bring it on, Mr. Rebel. Taurus King. CEO Lifestyle. Dorrit. Oh, Dorrit, big up yourself, Dorrit. You and all of the crew in Manchester there. Egla Fletcher. Letitia Elliott. Kenny Marshall. Queen. Maylene, I'm sorry about that. I'll try and get to it today or tomorrow. I apologize. Marjorie Miller, thanks for tuning in. Missy Brom Broms, ever tell you, I ate some Sablamar KFC from me and you.
Yes, save it, save it.
Johnny H. Let's see. Dorette, home away from home. Reggae Medic. I say, my good friend, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares is backstage. We're going to bring him on right about now. Reggae Medic, Senior Sexy, Jeanette Letts, Veronica Williamson, Norma 2009, Carlton Campbell, Miss Rita, Carlos Beeson, Lenos Reed, Wayne Great, Sosa Bone, Trevor, big up yourself. Parchment Fanny Clump, Shirley Slack Brown. I won't go there. Rosalie Ricketts, Maxine Moore. Is that it? Jaquan, Lorna Atkinson, Kayleen. We're doing fine, Kayleen. I'm doing better than Mr. Isat because he's under the weather. But he's a trooper. He's here. Falmouth Girl 2, G Angel, Sandbox, Pamela Jones, Eileen Changu Saunders, Big Bossy, Kashia C. Best is yet to come, indeed. Mike G. Lloyd Roach, or I mentioned Lloyd already. Catherine said it's no rain here, just cool. Daphne Brown, Loxley Gregory. Corinne Atkinson, said big up Isaac, texting from Jamaica. Tisa Taylor, bless up Bratty and Isaac. Juanita Garrick. Get Isaac some KFC and he will be good soon. We can't get him a KFC.
You know, so I believe that, you know, somebody should have sent in some from Jamaican KFC though.
Well, I don't know if we can get it to you though. Because it might be stale by the time you get it, man. No, won't be fresh. Carl Allen, only be 22. Neville Shackleford. Yes, people, this is the man we call Eddie from Firehouse. Big up yourself, Eddie. B- well, me a big up Eddie, me have to big up Tigo, another Firehouse man, and Joan, Cleveland Sylvester. I think that's Michelle Scott, Malivan, Healthy Eats with Carol, Maxine Moore, Wayne Gray, Desmond Myrie, Gilly, Kenneth Newland, Isilda Williams, Loxley Gregory. Lux, oh, you said big up Portia's grandson. Oh, that's Isat. Okay.
It's who know my family business.
Loxley Gregory at 315.
All right, big up yourself, Loxley.
Let me see. Think we're almost. Tisa said, Isat, you look like you missed the sun.
No, this uptown color just not working for me. I serious. I
Oh,
need
yeah.
help.
Jermaine Hines. Dilla Robinson. Catherine Daly. Janet Wizard. Ed Teacher K Speaks. I thought you need to head to the Midlands and meet some of us over here. She's at 316, so you might want to check that out.
All right.
Claude Dawkins, Yvonne Wallace, NutriFit Live 007, Kamisha Reed, Paulette Miller from the Bronx, Reggae, I mentioned Reggae Medic already. Paula Facey, LT Eats, Catherine, The Truth. I just need to drink real coconut water. The body about, oh, he is. He is. But it's a process one that though. That's not fresh, man. That's process.
No, it worked because Melish told me to put lime in it, but my mother did tell me that earlier, so I did do it. So
Lurleen Casnova. Say I certainly need some ginger tea. Ingrid Mardy. Myrtle Francis. Minecraft in Exile. Give me Sharid. Let me see. Where are we? Serena Sue. Asking. I think that's De Lawrence. Maxine Moore. Carlos. Ansava. Crescens. Dorrit Prince. Hope I start feeling better today. Let me see. Awareness Heart. Producer Wayne Global TV. Fabian Ford. Eco. Baron McKenzie. Iona Northover. Dr. Bailey Johnson. ISAT, you reach far. Them have a picture of ISAT. 323. Earl Scabba Allen. Dwayne Dingham. Janet Jones. Al Kebulan HVAC Services. Toronto in the building. Big up Toronto. Big up say Isaac got quite a England go take up coal. Kamisha Reed. ML. Yes, Dorrit. I see you. Andrea Joan Hamilton Wilson. Hamilton Wilson. Cheryl Moulton. L Dog. Grace Campbell. Anne Marie. Simone B. Eugene Brown. Rosemary King, you have been unable to sort out the issue with obtaining the letter to the king. All right, Herb's coming on. We'll sort that out for you. All right. Man, let me see. Nativille Oldacre, Jermaine Da Costa, Chris Bolt. Every time I think I'm at the end, I see more names popping up. Melvin Bryan, Sandra Jones, out of many. The truth. Hold on. The Brenda. Brenda. Okay. Ice at mix fresh lemon, salt, honey, and add a little white rum. You tried that already, Isaac?
If I try one more thing, you see,
Okay, all right.
I try so much things.
Michelle Bowen, big up yourself. Happy New Year's Eve. Yes, indeed. By the way, folks, Michelle is gonna join us next month. She's under the weather right now, but very, very talented, competent attorney. She has a lot to say about a lot of things, interesting things. So we're looking forward to having her. Serene Sue, Catherine Dale, Isaac Astron, all right, I think we're done. George Dobb, Whoopi B. All right. Whoa. All right, let me bring on. There we go.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I was saying that all Isaac needs is a good old Jamaican, you know, what the list of the cane. All it is listed of the cane, Isaac.
Noted. Welcome, sir.
Big up Vulture Squad. Yankee Original. Janet Chicory. All right. I think Lonesome. I don't know if he's here. Man in the Wilderness, show your face, please. Let me see you say you're there. Anyway, folks, listen. Again, good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio.
Hold on, Ratty. You must do that in that voice and here, you know. He's going to have a nighttime program. You talk that way. I can hear.
All right, sir. All right. Dear people, the Rebel, and thanks for tuning in. Let me say thanks to last week's guests. Wayne Lonesome, Maria Edwards, Carlos, Jamaican Carlos, Jeffrey Tavares, Rupert Francis, Philippa Davis, and Xavier Newton Bryant. Last week we had some issues with Xavier, some technical issues. Reach out to him this week. He's a bit under the weather because I hadn't heard from him in a while, and he provided us with some gripping information. So I was just concerned about his safety and security. But he assured me he's fine. He's under the weather, and we wish him a speedy and full recovery. And last but not least, we had our regular distinguished panelist, Isat, KFC Buchanan, and Herb Nelson Jr.
I'm pretty much sure your man. I'm pretty much sure
Objection. This is the first time in history I love my middle name. It's Aquaba. I'm going to love it. I gotta keep it. Thank you.
You know what?
Aquaba. It means welcome. All right.
Yes, I eat KFC. All right. Foundation update. Look, it's important for me to reiterate that the mandate of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation is to hold government accountable via lawsuits, public relations campaign, background investigations, protests. Yeah, that's gonna be coming up soon. As Jeffrey, that's a bangarang. Some people that's a come. And we're also going to have formal engagement with donor agencies and governments regarding resources provided to Jamaica. And we consider it our privilege and our duty to speak and act on behalf of the voiceless and the marginalized. So please continue to support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And I think, Kevin, if you could just just run the banner and put up the what do you call it? Run the banner and just put up the somebody help me out here. Joan, help me out. You give it to me. That little code. The code, and you can just put your thing to it, put your phone up to it, and Cuba one.
Scan code.
Yeah.
QR code.
QR code. Yeah, Kevin, please put up the QR code on the banner for me.
Mr. Rattigan, I get a message to give you.
What that?
My wife said to me, say, how Rattigan face looks so cool. What is going on?
How it looks, what?
Cool.
So your face
Isaac,
look cool.
I'm trying to figure out what is going on.
Your face look cool.
Is it you're clueless to it, or I don't know.
I may have to give a call to Miss Jonah Marie.
Oh, Boy Dodge HD, Dorothy Mason. Please like, share, and subscribe as often and as freely as you want to. Issues. Now, last week and even the week before, I promised to send a letter to the DPP regarding status report on the prosecution or the intended prosecution of the former Minister of State, Leslie Campbell, the former Speaker, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, and Mark Barnett, President of the National Water Commission. And Stacey Good Gal Barnaby said that I cake soap me.
Which one? What is the blue mama one?
As cake soap.
What is the blue mama one?
You know, I was wondering, because before the show started, he was doing this. It was cool, like to watch him face it. Now we know.
I was wondering if it's the blue mama one or the the red one, Isaac, what they call it again?
Carbolic soap.
Yes, carbolic.
Life boy too. Don't have life boy too, man. If you get life boy. Yeah, not not evil. Then somebody look at me, wash my face with cakes. No, just that. The temperature turned on now the fan inside that too. So yeah. Now regarding the letter, right? Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do it because of developments this week that you are all aware of. And we will get to those Castile soap. Yes, we will get to those developments in short order. No, the murder homicide statistics, we're almost the end of the year. We're at the end of the year. And the question, it pops up every year, are whether or not the statistics are accurate. Well, next week I'll have a presentation on this issue. So stay tuned, because it's, when you say the murder statistics or you say homicide rate, it involves a lot more than what you think. And I was just made aware of this by certain people. Let's just leave it at that. So stay tuned. Next week I'll promise you the letter will go out to the DPP, and the homicide murder statistics, they'll be revealed, and then we will go through them and explain to you, what certain things mean and if they're accurate, so on and so forth. Now, Jeffrey, don't stop me. Tonight, please tune in and join me and thousands of listeners on Reggae Global Radio and relax with the Rebel from midnight until 2 a.m. Well, tonight I'm going to play reggae that I've dubbed government blues, because the message will be about the state of our country and the role and responsibility of the government. Now, you may dance or sit still if you want to, but please pay attention to the message as we strive to awaken the sleeping giant, and that is our people in the diaspora and at home. So make plans to join me midnight tonight on Reggae Global Radio and relax with the Rebel. Shout out time. Blessings to Mama Eileen and Papa Trevor, all the people in my double road. Ma P, big up yourself. I know you're vexed with me, but you can't stay vexed with the sun for too long. Michelle, you say me no big you up, me big you up now. Desmond, Paul, Margene, Francis, Mrs. Nelson, and of course, my brethren, Mr. Baxter. I hope you get your cow foot soup today, sir. And Anja, take care of you. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, the Rollington crew, my general. Me know why you feel like me I ignore you, but you see how the thing set. So, yeah, well, we have to have a talk. We have to go set aside some time because we have to go have a long talk because it's a long time now we're not catch up, right? So, big up yourself and everybody on your street, mother, father, everybody. And big up to all the crews watching at home in the bars, markets, and other public venues. Rasclem out of New York, big up yourself, my brother. And I want to big up all of the supporters, the well-wishers, and the advisors. Lions, stay so. Future presentations, we talk about that. We have a whole heap of things we'll talk about over the next coming weeks and months. Just as a reminder, Waterhouse Vibes is on a break. I spoke to the host today. Didn't ask him when he's coming back online, but I think should be before the middle of the month. Today's show will be looking at the year in review, but please note it will be part 1 because part 2 will be on Wayne Lonesome's town hall meeting tomorrow at 7 p.m. on YouTube. A reminder, part 1 of the year in review is today. Part 2 tomorrow on Wayne Lonesome's town hall meeting at 7 on YouTube. And don't forget to check out Mr. KFC himself, Isaac Buchanan's radio show, Context Matters. And that's on Thursdays on Reggae Global and on Facebook from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. every Thursday. Make it a date and don't be late. Today's presentation. I see we have. Okay. Dr. Francis is here with us. Anyway, the opinions you hear today regarding the presentations will be that of the individual presenters only and is not endorsed by or known to or vetted by Reggae Global Radio or the host, yours truly. Today's program, ladies and gentlemen, family, is going to be extra special. Every program we do special, but today's program, it's the last program for the year. And as we look at the year in review and examine, well, let me back up and just say, we are going today to examine the reaction to a letter sent to the Jamaican ambassador to the U.S., Her Excellency Audrey Marks, and CC to more than 140 people globally. We're going to examine the reaction to that letter. We'll also look at the person responsible for all that ruckus, Dr. Rupert Francis. He's here with us. I just saw him, trying to get him on. And our the other panelists, they'll join us shortly. Like we have Wayne Lonesome, we have Jamaican Carlos, we have Dr. John Lennon. Not sure if he's going to be able to join us. He was invited last week but couldn't make it. We have Maria Edwards. You want me to kick? Do you want me to do it? All right. There you go. All right. So that's where we are. But before we bring them in, if you look at the promo, it says a couple of things. The promo, it says one is we're going to talk about the illegitimacy of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And we're also going to be looking at the year in review and finding out a bit more about the person responsible for the government's reaction. Now, people, I want you to notice something. The Jamaican government, them not really react to people unless you get under them skin. Them don't react to people. And so you notice a 9-day wonder, like you'll say something and, it will linger for a while and then it will just go away. But, the government as a whole, they're pretty steady when it comes to scandals because they figure it'll go away. And sometimes they won't even say a word. But this letter sent out this week is causing a lot of problems. Dr. Francis, if you're listening to me, because I see you've signed on, let me see your face, sir, so I can bring you on so we can talk about it. But listen, I have a special thing for all of you, right? And I'm going to play it before we start. And we have to start out in a, the program can't be all serious. Can't be all serious. Oh, there he is. All right, Doc, you're on. Let me just remove this one here. Hold on. Okay. Yes. Now, folks, we're joined by Dr. Rupert Francis, captain, or retired, or former. No, you're never a former. I promise. Once you're a captain, it's like an FBI agent. Once you're an FBI agent, or once you're a Marine, you're always a Marine, right? So he's here with us. We're going to talk about who this person is, because a lot of people, they don't know who he is. They've heard his name, and they've probably heard some things in passing. But before we do all of that, I have something I want to show you. I have to show you, and I'm going to show it a few times during the program today. And who knows, maybe it will show up on ISAT's program. Maybe it will show up on, I don't know, Lonesome's program, somebody's program. But I was challenged to do this last week by Maria. And so I did it actually this morning, early this morning. So here we go. Sit back, listen, and enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jamaica's dancing sensation, Minister Johnson Smith, doing The Drift. Let's go. Drift from the UNESCO vote. Drift from the UK prison deal. Drift from the Ukraine vote. Drift for the Moroccan fertilizer deal. Drift from the UN no vote. Drift from the Venezuela-Guyana issue. Drift from the Commonwealth election. Drift from Senator Floyd Morris. Drift from Senator A.J. Nicholson. Drift from the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Drift from working for the Jamaican people. And drift into oblivion.
Hold on there. You had sent this to me?
I beg your pardon?
You had sent this to me?
If I sent it to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw something. I thought it was the old one.
Why?
No, I thought it was the old things that she was doing. I didn't know that you make it back over.
Hold on a second. Man.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jamaica's dancing sensation, Minister Johnson Smith, doing The Drift. Let's go. Drift from the UNESCO vote. Drift from the UK prison deal. Drift from the Ukraine vote. Drift for the Moroccan fertilizer deal. Drift from the UN no vote. Drift from the Venezuela-Guyana issue. Drift from the Commonwealth election. Drift from Senator Floyd Morris. Drift from Senator A.J. Nicholson. Drift from the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Drift from working for the Jamaican people. And drift into oblivion.
You need to remix this drift song with TJ. That was so good. I'm serious. That was so good.
No, right.
Oblivion. All right. So, folks, that was my contribution to.
Hold on here. Yeah, lady say you got a sexy voice.
So what?
You got a what?
You're muted. You mute.
Yeah, Stacey's saying that Rattigan have a sexy voice. Hold on there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Here you know. Oh, Jesus have mercy, they're gone. No, sir.
Wow.
Well,
good evening, everyone.
Dr. Francis.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
348.
That's right. Frankie Crocker, WBLS, New York.
Well, it's good we're having fun because they're having so much fun out there poking fun. But they're not a lot of people not having fun anymore based upon what is happening in nowadays on the social media. And
Well,
so thank you guys, thank you the audience for having me. I do understand that you love that, but I know you know where you are, and I know that chicken there is not good, so just be careful. And they're
I know
poking.
you feel my pain because I've been
Yes,
doing without it.
I know because I went to Kentucky and I won't go back. It's too expensive. In here in the United States. So believe me, I know, I understand.
Joe Max said, Camino must love when Ratty whisper in our ears.
I, I,
Hold on there. Hold on there.
Minister
the
comedian.
guys. I'm not. I actually like the dance. To be quite honest, I ain't lying to you. I did like the dance. Because I didn't know she could dance actually.
Yeah, she danced away from all of the problems affecting
Well,
Jamaica.
yes, we know, but apart from that, the dance. Don't you think the dance is okay? I mean, at least, come on, give me
No,
a guy.
the dance is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I'll give her credit.
I get to understand that she was dancing with Mr. Rattigan.
Well, I don't listen to me, man. I'm telling you, I'm staying out of politics because remember, this is not a political platform, and that's politics. All right.
All right. Well, here we now, folks. Here's what we're going to know. I'm waiting for the other folks to join us before we start talking about the year in review. But something happened this week, and it has caused a lot of consternation within government circle, and even outside the government circle. And the person who's responsible for that, I guess it's a group, but there's the person who's primarily responsible is Dr. Rupert Francis. Now let me tell you. Oh, folks, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. We're not going to be distracted today, except where we want to be distracted. Like, we'll play the video, but we're not going to tolerate people coming on the platform and, just being a pest, being a nuisance. We're not going to have that. Not today. So I'm going to ask you, family, I'm going to ask you as well, panelists, that if you see somebody in the chat room making certain comments and they should be removed, just please notify me immediately so I can remove the person. We don't need any distractions today because the game has changed this week. The game changed this week. And so we have a singular focus. We don't have any side mirrors or any rear view mirrors. No, we have a windshield. We're going straight. We're not going to be distracted by what's going on behind us, beside. No. So just let me know what as soon as somebody comes on. And again, this is called reason with Rattigan, not argue with Rattigan, not cuss out Rattigan, none of that. So that's not going to happen today. Now, Dr. Francis, let me just give you a sense of who he is, and then I'll have him talk about himself so that people can understand. Let me say that Dr. Francis and I, we disagree on a whole bunch of things. We also agree on a whole bunch of things. The one thing that we do have in common is that we have a healthy dose of respect for each other. So when we disagree, we do so without being disagreeable. There have been times when he's corrected me and I've apologized. There have been times when I've corrected him and he's apologized. So let me be absolutely clear. There are no issues there simmering or brewing between us. I'll also let you know, and this is because there are people who are making this into a political event. And the event I'm speaking about is the letter that that Dr. Francis sent to the ambassador. Dr. Francis is a card-carrying member of the JLP. Let me make that absolutely clear. And he makes no apologies, and he shouldn't. That's his right. And so he sent this letter in the spirit of being a Jamaican. His party's color is green. But on this issue, Dr. Francis has wrapped himself in the green, gold, and black flag of Jamaica. This is not a political issue. So I just need to make that absolutely clear, because some people are saying that, yes, it is, and that Dr. Francis is a PNP and this and that. No. And that's one of the reasons why it's getting under their skin, because if it had been a PNP member, it would have been a political issue, right? Even if it wasn't, they would have made it a political issue. But Dr. Francis had made it abundantly clear that first and foremost, he is Jamaican. And he disagrees with the direction or some of the decisions made by the government. And here we are today. And we are in full support of that letter. We're in full support of Dr. Francis, because at the end of the day, he's our brother. Put partisan and put that aside. He's a Jamaican. We're all Jamaicans. And so we won't agree on everything. But on this, we should agree that the government of Jamaica is failing in its promises, plural, made to the people of Jamaica and to the diaspora, because they've made promises to the people of the diaspora. So having set that stage, I would like Dr. Francis to come on. He's going to be with us. And we're going to open the phone lines there, and you can ask him any question you want. He's not afraid of answering. And for those of you who would give the impression that Dr. Francis is being used, it's a terrible thing to say. Terrible. You're besmirching this man's reputation, a reputation that he's earned, not given to him. He's earned it by his many years of service to the country of Jamaica. He has a PhD. He never buy it. He worked hard for it. The man is a thinker. He's a visionary. And it's absolutely insulting. If that's the best argument you can make, because Dr. Francis has seen it fit to stand up for the people of Jamaica, then you have no argument. And certainly, you have no business on this platform. Dr. Francis, welcome, sir. The floor is yours.
Unmute your mic, Doc.
Thank you very much, my friends on the panel. Thank you very much, the technical persons that brought me on this to this event properly. I thank the listeners and those persons, the good words that have been mentioned before, especially from my good friend Wilfred Rattigan, former FBI and attorney at law. Let me make it quite clear. I am an ordinary Jamaican boy. I never grew up with no gold spoon in my mouth. Although I speak in a certain way, a lot of people think I don't know patois, but just try me one day. Don't let me have to. You get in a cussing match. You were going to lose, because I studied Louise Bennett, and she taught me well. But that in itself is not my background. I'm from Otra, St. Anne, and I grew up as a poor boy. Walk barefoot, that sort of thing. Go to the beach down there. Luckily, it was available at the time. And I sometimes, I had very little to eat. I was from a fairly poor family. But, my mother provided. And eventually, I won a scholarship to York Castle High School, and here I am, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more. But yes, yesterday I got a couple of texts and from some members of the York Castle and calls, and 9 of them were very positive, very and a lot more, and one, and I wrote, but the person I have a lot of respect for, and I said, something, we can go differ with, but we're still schoolmates and what have you, but we're going to have a different opinion on this one. But I hope that you will take the time out to understand my position. As I said before, I had a struggle. I had to struggle to go to school, but hard to get there. Eventually, my mother had one little piece of land, and that's how I did sixth form. And when I got accepted by Lincoln's in London School of Economics and Wiltshire Hall at Oxford, I could not go. I had no money. And so as a result of that, I went to work at Reynolds Jamaica Mines, and then at Reynolds Jamaica Mines, I was introduced to Captain Jobson, and he introduced me to some other people, and then I ended up going for the officer's role in the military, and I did win that position, so to speak. Went to England, was trained as a second lieutenant, and then became a lieutenant, and then I went back as the military officer, and I went back to war school and all that sort of thing, the SAS and all that training. So there you have it, a young boy from Ocherius, right? Or anywhere in Jamaica. We would like you to understand that. I could be anywhere in Jamaica. I had an opportunity, and I ended up becoming a captain in the army, and one of the senior one when I left. And then after that, I went to insurance, and I was a top salesman in insurance, Mutual Life. Still there, I still get a little pension from them. And then I went into politics while I was there, and I did not win, but I had a portfolio of spokesman on local government for the Jamaica Labour Party under Edward Seaga. And Edward Seaga, a lot of people may not like him, but he's a man who wouldn't pick a fool. When he picked you, he had a reason to do that, and he picked the prime minister. And so, I could challenge anyone, and on that score. And I did that until 1999 when I lost the last election. And I could not get a job in Jamaica. And I had a family to feed, so I decided to go to the United States, and I did, where my family was, my mother and so on. And eventually, I went to work there, and I was held up at gunpoint while I was there, near the airport in Ontario, California. And that point after that incident, I decided that, I don't think I really want to work in a store. I want to go back to school. And I was planning to go to law school like my good friend, Mr. Rattigan. But instead, my daughter had passed due to a drunk driver killing her. And I decided I would go and do what she wanted to do, which was psychology and education. And I ended up going to teach for the same college that I went to first. And then after that, I became the head of the crime department at another college in California. And I taught at that level within a 20-year period. So now, what did I do while I was there? I started to help the Jamaica diaspora. I want to go to the first conference, could not go. But I decided that I'd go after that. And I started to mobilize for Jamaica and Jamaica's children in particular. And when the crime rates grew, I then got very, very interested, and I became the representative for the West Midwest. So in a sense, I was doing my thing while I was even though I had to leave Jamaica. Under those circumstances, I have never forgotten Jamaica. So when somebody says that, first of all, people are influencing me behind, they are working with me, I'm sure. But at the same time, my influence is my own. My influence is my own and not anyone else's. Okay? And I hope I'm guided by the man upstairs, because I have a firm belief. But I want to tell you this. I didn't have a father when I was growing up, but he says, one thing when I met him, maybe 20 or 30 times I may have met him in my life, he said to me, he gave me a verse. He says, you shall pass through this world but once. Therefore, any kindness you can show to any human being, do it now. Do not defer nor neglect, because you will not pass through this world again. Okay? So, that's the only thing he gave me, but he gave me good words, and I kept it, and I listened to it. And while I was growing up also, I became a Boy Scout, and the first time I got there, the British man said, what ill wind blew you here, Francis? And I said, the same one that blew you from England, sir. He said, come here. And I became the first Queen Scout in the history of York Castle High School in Brownstown. What is the motto? Trusty, loyal, helpful, brotherly, courteous, kind, obedient, smiling, thrifty, clean in thought, word, and mind. Now, have I kept all of those? Absolutely not. I am not perfect. But there's one thing I am telling you. I know the ethical constructs that anyone would need to go forward. Let me tell you about my military career then. I mean, one of the things that I was taught was to love my country. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to love. Yes, I didn't get what I wanted to go to school and all that. But there's one thing I know. When I went to military police training school, for example, they said to me, one of the mottos was, exemplo ducimus. By example shall you lead. And I've kept that, and I've worked it. I want to lead by example or work by, and I've done it. I got a call yesterday from many of the men that I served with throughout the years. And I'm telling you, it was bone chilling. The messages and the well done and the thank yous. And they say, we got your back. And they're in Canada, they're in the United States, they are in England, and they are in Jamaica, hundreds of them. So I want people to understand that when I say something, they will tell you, I'll do it. I'm not on a back off. I'm a rugby player, not a football player, not a I play rugby, and rugby is not an easy game. Right? So I'm just saying, why am I telling you this? Because I believe that Jamaica needs people to get up like these people that is on this platform, like a Isaac, like a Tavares, like a Rattigan, and myself, in order to move the way. Because let me tell you this, we are losing it. When you look at the crime rate, when you look at the behavior of children in the schools, when you look at the circumstances under they live, yet we are making some progress. Yes, we have made good progress, but they are being left behind. The people are being left, the resources are left behind. And these are the people that you want, unless you're going to import labor. These are the people that are supposed to be in your labor pool. But they're meeting it a lot. Listen, let me make it quite clear. Stop telling the lies, I say, to anybody. Stop trying to make excuses. We have a duty as Jamaicans who love Jamaica. If you really love Jamaica, you have to emancipate yourself from mental slavery, and we have to emancipate ourselves from both parties and think about Jamaica first. The children need it. The children unborn need it, or we're going to lose the things that make us Jamaican. That is the key. We cannot afford that, right? A lot of people go away and buy this and buy American and so on. Let me tell you something. I am not no communist, no this, no what. But I now understand that we have to grow our own food. We have to import less and export more. We have to stop taking away our land and giving it away for free. We have to stop digging it up, all the red gold, and giving it away for free. right? We have to be more, we have to work with the diaspora, because it's within the diaspora that came from the bellies of Jamaica, right? And work hard up here, right? And I've still never ever forgot. Go around and look in every car that I know that a Jamaican owns, or every house, there is an emblem of Jamaica. Why do we do that? Because we love Jamaica. And I dare you. You always say that there are people out there who, because of their own, who you could never love Jamaica. You don't love Jamaica more than me. You don't. And I can prove it. When you are in the military, you join and you can die for your country. Would you do that? Would you do that? You can take the embarrassment to your country. So when people are pointing their fingers, I forgive them, because they know not what they do. You understand me? I am just saying to you that we have an opportunity. I wrote a letter, and I'm going to tell you something. Believe me, I've thought of the idea of, I have never seen a letter cause so much. But you know, when I was growing up, I heard this saying, the pen is mightier than the sword. And I kept on saying, what pen can be mightier than a sword? With the internet and that letter, I now can confirm to you that the pen is mightier than the sword. I am telling you, you can't erase it, right? It is there. So
sorry to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt. But you know what? You mentioned the letter. You mentioned that you penned a letter. What I'd like to do at this point is to put the letter up for those who haven't seen the letter.
Yes.
Because there's a lot being said that the letter is just laced with lies.
Okay.
And I'd like to put it up so that people can see the letter for themselves. Here we go. Yeah. All right. Can you see it? By the way, let me start with one of the criticisms leveled at you. One of the criticisms leveled at you was that you're using a logo that belongs to the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, which is, they're saying that this logo is not yours. It belongs to them and you should stop using it. Tell us, how did you come by this logo, sir?
You know, this is interesting. When, as a member of the, what do you call us now? We're advisors to the minister and so on. But when we decided, we began to formulate task forces like the agricultural, my grade 2005 and that, the agricultural task force, the education task force, the health task force that is run by Claudette, and so on. Everybody was formulating, trying to see what they could do to assist Jamaica. And my forte was crime. So I put it out there that I'm forming the crime task force, and somebody introduced me to Herb, and then Herb and I worked together, and we wrote to Ambassador Marks, and we said, this is what we have, Ambassador Marks, and she was elated, and she agreed. Her assistant, I can't remember, but it was sent to her, and they endorsed it. I got a letter of endorsement. Okay, and everyone was using the logo at the time. Because
what year was this?
This is about 2005.
2005.
Yeah.
And I say that to say this: the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council was established in 2020.
Absolutely.
So you've been using this logo since 2005.
Yes. Yes. And one of the things that inspired, I must tell you, starting the crime task force at the time, the minister Montague came and made an appeal. If you remember, it was in big print, bold print on front page, to all diaspora, everybody, to see how they could help to reduce crime and violence in Jamaica.
Okay.
And the response that we gave at the time. And so that's how I have come to use the logo. I've always been using it now from 2005 until now.
Try and put it back up.
So I cannot understand how anyone could say that we have done the logo and used it improperly.
Hold on a second. Kevin, can you put the letter back up for me, please?
Yeah.
I just wanna. I'm not gonna spend too much time on it, but there are a few things I'd like to explain to folks. Hold on one second. I didn't see that we have. Oh, Herb. Sorry, Herb. Herb is here. There you go. Welcome, welcome, sir. You look
Thank
like you wash
you.
your face with cake soap, too, man. The people say, they look like wash my face with cake soap. So you look the same. You
Yeah.
look,
Look fresh.
yeah.
Well, all I did was wash my face. That's it.
Mhm.
Can you get the?
Maybe
Can you
maybe
get
I'm
the
a
list,
lot browner
please?
than you think.
While we're waiting for Kevin to put the letter back up, let me just say big up to Bonnie Drum, original Firehouse man. Big up yourself, sir. Chairman Ron James, the real police commissioner. Take it to them, my brother. Don't stop because you do God's work. You protect the people of Jamaica. You're serving the people of Jamaica. You're not just talking and just acting the fool. You're doing what you took pledge to do, and that is to serve, protect, and reassure the people of Jamaica. And we just want to big you up for that. And no matter what them try to, them can't keep you down. They can never keep a good man down. Look my eyes at. All right. So, and True Love Revolution. She said she got school with me at Balma G, but I don't remember anybody in class named True Love Revolution. So you have to forgive me. But you really know me because you mentioned Miss Johnson and at Balma G primary. So you said you were in Canada for 30 years and now you're back in Jamaica. Well, wish you all the best and let's link up some point in time. All right, listen, we can't hold on, let me see something. But Kevin there. Kevin, where you there? All right. Anyway, folks, he raised 5 issues in the letter. And a lot of you have seen it. But for those of you who haven't seen it or read it or anything, let me just say that he meaning Dr. Francis, he said the purpose of the letter is to express the community's grave concerns about issues in Jamaica, including but not limited to. And it's important that we pay attention to that phrase. When you hear somebody say including but not limited to, what it means is that whatever we're telling you is not the only thing we have. More, but we're just giving you this. Right? So he raised 5 issues. But by using the phrase including but not limited to, he's saying there are more. So I'm just raising 5. First one, the increasing state of public corruption. Who would take issue with that to say that's not true? I don't know who. There it is. The increasing state of public corruption. Second, the high level of violent crime. Right? The third one, failure to provide promised service delivery. Service delivery is when you say, "Oh, we're going remove your garbage. We're going to, do the infrastructure stuff." It's that social contract between you, the voter, and government. That you give them your vote. They said we will provide you with all of these services. The next one is unfulfilled promises to the diaspora regarding its involvement in the political process. Now, to the best of my recollection, this Jamaican government promised the diaspora that they would come up with a mechanism so that people could vote. And they also said they would come up with a mechanism so that people could represent the diaspora in the Senate. Unfulfilled. It's going on 8 years, and so far, nothing. And the last one is near and dear to me, very near and dear to me, the legal defense that diaspora members do not have standing. And even though it's near and dear to me, this affects every single one of you out there. Because if you ever thought about or ever have the inkling to sue a government official for failing to abide by the rules and regulations, or corruption, or malfeasance in office, or whatever, they're saying that you don't have standing, meaning you don't have sufficient interest to bring this lawsuit against that government official. So those are the 5 issues he raised among the many that he could have, based on including but not limited to. But then He went on to say, there is a call to action. And here is where I think he got the government really enraged. Therefore, and it's right here, it's see where the paragraph beginning noteworthy, the second sentence, which says, therefore, I wish to inform you, and by extension the Jamaican government, because the letter is drafted to the ambassador, that the diaspora will engage Jamaica's international partners to seek redress of our grievances. These international partners will include donor countries and organizations and congressional parliamentary committees. Additionally, the community has endeavored to legally and peacefully conduct protests at Jamaican government official establishments in the US, UK, and Canada and garner international media attention. No, if there was a cardinal sin committed, it's this. If you took away the part about the protest and the part about talking to congressional and parliamentary committees, donor countries and organizations. In fact, if you just stop the letter right where it says legal defense, the last bullet point, if you stop right there and just add one more sentence to say, I wish to meet with you to discuss these issues, I can tell you that my good friend, the good doctor, would be waiting until thy kingdom come, because he would not hear from them. The only reason why they're upset, in my estimation, is because he said, look, we are going to protest and we are going to talk to donor agencies and governments and so on and so forth. And they don't want that. Right? Where did he go? Me not see him. Oh, let me see. Maybe. Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
All right.
Apologies.
All right, no worries. So I think that's the reason why. So that letter was sent, and all of a sudden they want to crucify this man. You know, they want to crucify him. And every single person you see here on the panel has a view about this letter. And I'd like to hear that view, those views expressed as a show of support for Dr. Francis. And I'll start with the man in the wilderness. He look upset, but I want to hear from him. In the wilderness, tell me your views about this letter and the reaction that you've seen to it.
Yes, man. Evelyn, the renegade and afraid, man, in the wilderness. Time I run all day, I know. All right, so here about now. Me just get something before me even talk about the letter, pertaining to the letter too. Say, the Minister of Disinformation and Misinformation calling my name and your name, say we are caused this.
Your meaning, you mean Dr. Francis?
You declare it right now, you just declare war. I mean, I declare it right now in a part 1, part 2, tomorrow, our worries. Because you don't know who name man in the wilderness yet. Yeah? So we are come full force at you. Because tell me why, you can't have a government with the world of empty promises and all kind of things and crush the people them. And you just come. Number one, they want to talk to you for true, Ratty. Because them not even talk to the people. Them just get up and do what they want to do. Them keep on strike 5. Them don't even talk to the opposition. Them just keep her and just finger back. Anybody what them want to keep, them just keep. Them tell them most lie, them mash up the place. Enjoy the lightest thing ever. You understand? The letter now say nothing but for the hold them accountable. And by the way, let me tell you something now. You, Bug Life, Minister of Misinformation. I'm going to show you, I'm going to wheel some power and show you. Remember, you have people in the diaspora. You have, wait, you have 30 people. Trade them in a UK alone and get 126 support.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that later.
So them get 17. Let me tell you this. You see, when me talk, me can draw thousands of people in the diaspora. Anyway, in this state, in Canada, if we want call up some people now, go down there, say hundreds of people, So we make sure people are going to march and the donor funds on the want to rub up, we are going to stop it. Okay, we're going to expose, And by the way, Dr. Rupert Francis or anybody in the diaspora, them have the right, doctor, them a talk to you about a logo, the world, right? With a blue, with a yellow, with a green and a yellow thing on it. Anybody can go use the world, but put a purple and something else on it. So we're not busy about logo. We are talking about the country running. Yeah? And we're not going to stop with, as I say, move full speed ahead because we have a lot of people down in Florida there, so I will come out to the march. I will do one over here too, you know. Just because them talk, we not take talk. Them too out harder. You understand? And the 30 of them, by the way, we in the diaspora not recognize none of them. Because we not recognize nobody in a, number one, we're watch lion. And you can't recognize these people where government can fire. Are they on board and tell us me I can fire you? Are them answer to Jamaican government? No way. No way. You understand? Me, we no sign to that. So none of them, me not know them. Me don't know who know them. Because when the government come, them keep things with them. You know, them look to 30 and 15 and 20 group. Me not know that with them, you know. Yeah? Me I got to show them some weight, some giant weight. Show my music. And we're going to draw people in the car. Remember, we have enough people in the diaspora who listen to I, you know. Me I got to show them something. Them too harder. Don't give me a chat round here. Me no chat with you know. For you call me name, I call Rattigan, me make it worse. Me declare war pound now. Me no chatting. Dr. Rupert Francis, me case that we know when because some people are wait for them come out for protest. And I may get all mad maybe on Tuesday, you know, me just call up some people, you know, and deal with one over here, you know, and call out the media houses and tell them what going on in Jamaica. So them just don't make me get cheap. You understand? Them two out order. Bug life, don't call me name in your mouth neither. Yes, Ratty.
All right, cool. And that's opening salvo, right?
Yeah.
I said.
You know, I'll say briefly on this, and this is in reference to the captain. Even last week when we were having our discussion and we speak about how people are attacked and the importance of freedom of expression. The letter is a freedom of expression. It doesn't matter the contents of the letter. It appears that whenever people speak, there's this the attack and the victimization that comes behind it for expressing your thoughts and your ideas is once again offends the Constitution. I won't make any further criticisms outside of the fact that I want people to recognize that today it will be the Rasta, tomorrow it will be the captain, next week it just might be you. And if we don't try to protect free speech, freedom of expression, if we don't try to protect, and I tell you, Jamaica is one of the freest places that you can be in life. That I'm wondering, where did we go in the last 8 years or so? It is disheartening. But people must understand more than anything that the diaspora, I'm not even going to make reference to the council and the junior council and all of that. The diaspora is anybody, any Jamaican that is outside of Jamaica. If you and your family have a problem, you are the diaspora. You can speak for people who have the same thoughts and ideas and mind as you, and you're representing and protecting your country. It is something that we have to look at collectively, and a discussion has to be open that government must be open to criticism. It must be open to criticism, and the minute that is not happening or that is not allowed, then the concept of democracy is being robbed from the people, and we're going into a totalitarian regime that it cannot exist in reality, because we're a developing country and where our government is put in place to go and beg for us. So the people are begging and the government is begging. So it's almost like we're competing. Evidence of that is the government is a part of the Diaspora Council. and saying that and putting out press release saying that the Diaspora Council is not Mr. Captain is not a part of it, and that can be very confusing to the simple-minded man, the man who just want to understand what is going on, and we use the media is weaponized in the wrong way, and we have to protect each other, defend each other, because as I said, always keep in mind today for Captain, I don't know if it was last week or the week before it was for me, but the week after, the day after that was Ratty, and it just comes like that. And then the labels, and I've been talking about this all the time. I'm gonna be short, but ad hominem, it seems like no matter how much, it's a Latin phrase where you say you attack the person instead of the issues. No matter how you feel about the captain, when you read that letter, it's hot fire. It's from a Mexican restaurant. Jalapeno peppers. So that's something that you can't get around. So even after the formalities and whose logo and who says what about the content of the document? How important it is to the advancement of Jamaica when we as the people are going to address that. When will the government address the contents of the letter rather than the constant attacking of the messengers, the Rowan James and the ISATs, and it builds up. And see the captain name is there, Ratty's there. We hear Wayne Lonesome user and Mr. Tavares, who is social entrepreneur media people, magnifico, something fantastico. I don't know. They make it up as we go. Violence contributors on the internet, terrorists even. Um, because of you guys, they're gonna call a state of emergency on the internet. And yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen then, but we just need to understand that. Always watch it, especially the comments. Watch out the attack on freedom of expression. It's very dangerous. That's my comment.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr.
Thank you.
Tavares.
You know, after listening to the well-known counsel gave his presentation, maybe I should just shut up because counsel said it all. But you know, when you sit down and you look at what is going on, I get to know Dr. Francis through a mutual friend of mine. And when Dr. Francis sent out that letter, I got a call. And the call that I got was, did you see what Dr. Francis wrote? And I said, yes, I saw it. And the person said to me, well, Rupert could have called and have a sit-down talk. So I turned and I said to the person, how many times Dr. Francis has reached out pertaining to the crime situation in our country and other issues? And the person turned and said to me, it's written many times. I said to them, have you all sit down and talk to him? I don't get an answer. The conversation was switched to something else. Dr. Francis,
Yes.
what you did, as you heard last night on my program, the amount of Jamaicans, both home and abroad, calling to endorse what you did. And we must understand that when we sit down and we speak about issues facing our country, or should I say, they must understand, we're not tearing down Jamaica. We're not tearing down the country that we love. And for some reason, people may think that a Jeffrey Tavares is tearing down a Jamaica because I'm being dubbed as a member of the People's National Party. I'm being dubbed as a comrade. And I make it known to everyone. My gearbox smash up. You can't go neither forward, second, third, nor fourth, you're just neutral. So if we stand up and speak out about what is going on in the country. I personally think that everybody should take the criticism, should come to us and sit down and say, hey, these guys have been saying these things, but people are saying that the facts are out there, but we are drifting from the facts. We're creating mayhem. The facts about crime rate gone down. The facts about low unemployment. That's what they're saying, and they're saying that we are drifting from that, and that we are the one who is creating the mayhem. And for us to be saying that we're going to have a mass demonstration around the globe because of what is going on, then the question must be asked, are we Jamaicans? Are we going to sit down and accept that the country is going down a slippery path and a slippery slope? I know when I come up with this program, I'm going to get another call, but so be it. The time has come for all of us to put away the PNP, put away the JLP, put away the UIC, put away the Up Jamaica, and stick with one thing. Rally around a single cause and a single purpose. That we are Jamaicans. We came here by labor plane, not by aeroplane. And we must stand up for what we believe in. And I believe in a better Jamaica. I don't believe in a political party. I believe in a Jamaica where all of us, every single one of us, can go back home to. When I listened to the calls last night on the program, people from Jamaica calling us. Sir Wilfred Rattigan there. Sir Herb Nelson, Sir Rupert Francis there. Calling us. We didn't tell nobody to call us. All I did was give out the number. I don't know who called us. I don't know the name or nothing. So I want to ask this question tonight. As I lift my hat to Rupert Francis, those people who are calling us from Jamaica, are they lying? Are you going to dub them a member of the People's National Party? Or are you going to say they're Jamaican citizens who need a better way of living, a better way of life, a secure Jamaica? Not a Jamaica where people are saying that in a SOE area, people gunned down, yet you haven't state of emergency in that area. I think we all need to come together and speak with one voice. Whether the political elite may like it, yes or no, but speak with one voice. And the one voice we spoke with, let Dr. Francis send up. So I'm going to yield to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm just, again, family, if you see anybody come in a chat room and start any nonsense, just notify me immediately. And I'm asking the panelists as well. Today is one day. Any other day, but not today. Not today. Today we're not tolerating. In fact, going forward, we're not tolerating any nonsense. Soon as you step out of line, you're gone. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Before going further, Mr. Rattigan, let me make something clear. A lot of people will be thinking that it's somebody in my family called me. Nobody in my family called me about this. You'll be surprised the person who called me. He's not a member of my family. Has nothing to do with anybody in my family. You'll be surprised at the person who called me. Mr. Rattigan, go ahead.
All right. Look, we're joined by the beautiful, the talented, the intelligent. Just love us, man. Maria, welcome to the panel. Welcome to the discussion.
Thank you, Rattigan. I see my favorite brothers.
I'm gonna have to talk 2 minutes, but let me just bring on Herb, because we just put up the letter and we just talked a little bit about the letter, and I'm asking everyone to just give their opinion about the letter and the reaction. So let me hear from Herb, and then I'll come to you, sis. Herb, you're up next, sir.
Okay, thanks. Welcome, Maria, and welcome to my fellow panelists. welcome to those people in the chat. I like your comments as usual. We all think as one. Folks, I look back at some of the letters that we did. Dr. Francis and I. And we were talking to the entire Ministry of Foreign Affairs, including Ambassador Sanders, who was the diaspora ambassador at the time. We're talking to the Ministry of National Security, especially to Colonel Charles Jr., who was the Minister of State at the time. And it was remarkable how we were acting as one. And when we brought the idea of intelligence-driven investigations and brought additional ideas of leadership training, anti-gang, and other modern-day police tactics that could be utilized, there was a meeting at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that included both them and national security people. And we were welcomed with open arms. There was no, doubt about who we were. There was this vibrant atmosphere that we came to the table and we brought things of interest that could help them, that could resolve a lot of the issues they were having. And it took the briefings we gave into the first ZOSO in the St. James Parish. And it was clear that they were going to go in, clear the area, hold, and build. And they were going to use our Safer Cities program to build up the neighborhood, to introduce sports as coming together, and that they were going to ask entities like the Caribbean Maritime Union and others to come in and do some job training for these students that they're going to have available. And I believe the training they did with the Caribbean Maritime Union, they had almost 200 kids. So we're off on the good foot and we're doing quite well. Now, the only things that have interrupted that flow has been the clear, the hole, and there's no bill. The monies that could have gone into building seems to have been diverted elsewhere. And as diasporans, we have a duty and responsibility to the diaspora and to the country of Jamaica to raise that red flag, to say to them, hey, you're not doing what we recommended. And if you have a better plan, tell us what it is. We've been asking for this crime plan forever. It's just not happening. It doesn't show up. There's nothing to hold them accountable. Everything that began to happen was happening and there was no transparency. Now, our long-haired member of parliament, who is also the chair of the Diaspora Council, had the audacity to come on and say, hey, we have reduced crime in 4 areas. We have done funding for a lot and lots of things. People are more happy, they're more successful. He never said the Vumba Va, Vumba B, as Jeff likes to say, are the ones who are happy and successful. He did not say the majority of the population, the underserved communities, are going to bed hungry, have no jobs, that if they go out and they clean windshields for 2 or 3 times a week, then we're going to count that as a full-time job. They're not saying all these things. They are now in denial, I should say, about what's really happening on the ground in Jamaica. And that the people who are telling us otherwise are not being truthful. Well, we have people ourselves that are on the ground that are visiting, and they take stock, they survey, they ask questions, and they're intelligent enough to draw conclusions. I wish Long Hair had come on and tell us exactly what happened that night in Patrick Bailey's house. I wish he would come on and say, hey, I want to, out the man. I want to tell you all exactly what happened with the Prime Minister's lawyer and that murder in his house, and why there's no transparency and why there's no accountability. The diaspora is concerned with these things. Diaspora was concerned enough to raise the same alarm about the recent killing of Miss Silvera. We couldn't understand how she went to bed, died in her sleep, peacefully. We now find out it's something else. Now, if indeed on that night that this gentleman who had returned home from Pennsylvania, and only to find out he had been disenfranchised from his property and other things that he entrusted to Mr. Bailey, how did he end up with a gunshot wound to his head and umpteen stab wounds all over his body? Why is Deputy Commissioner of Police Bailey not being more transparent with that investigation? SSL, why is SSL have no transparency? The owner of SSL, the CEO who ran SSL, they all seem to have gone into business elsewhere, like here in the US. They're doing something else with their money. Why is their money intact and they don't have to pay back anything because of the SSL scandal? The Prime Minister has $192 million in assets. He pulled out ahead of everybody sinking in SSL, and there's nothing being said or done with the fact that he had to have had inside information from the KPMG report to be able to make a decision. And should he keep his money there, or should he pull his money out? These are all the things that Dr. Francis and myself have been observing, and we don't like what we see. So when this letter was being composed, and we all had to take a look at what he had written, we all had to agree. The diaspora on a whole, when you start going back through the year's events, go back further. Go back from when we took 10-man team down, man and woman team rather, down to Jamaica in 2016 and spoke to them about safer cities, smarter communities, and having a crime plan. The many suggested crime plan that Lieutenant Colonel Barkley gave to them. The fact that they've blown all of them off. The fact that it was the Minister of National Security who was the first person to reject out of hand adopting all the principles were brought to him in 2016, and only now in 2023 is adopting this Project Star as an offshoot of what we had advised him and the PSOJ to do. This is a man who is very prominent in WikiLeaks and whose interest in the 1980s was mixed up with organized crime, as reflected by the U.S. Embassy in Kingston, Jamaica. Now, he's a medical doctor dabbling in affairs of state that has to do with security. I know of him not attending any official security programs at UWI or with the British military university at Sanders or with any of the U.S. schools that has to do with the armed forces. So I don't know where his skill and expertise come from when he had to relieve the minister at the time, Montague, who was running the national security program and who was accused at the time of rape and other issues that the government has managed to cover up. So we have had cover-ups, we have had a lack of transparency, we have had a lack of accountability, and that translates, as Michelle Tuller-Neal can tell you, who is our Northeast Diaspora rep, and we support her because we don't show malice to none. Governance is the system by which entities are directed and controlled. It's concerned with structure and processes for decision making, accountability, control, and behavior at the top of an entity. And governance influences how an organization objectives are set and achieved. And this government, only in the last year, have been trumpeting their achievements, reduction in GDP, and telling us how successful they are. Well, we got a situation where the bauxite was authorized restart by the courts, a wonderful court system in Jamaica. And the bauxite restart has failed to address those pools of contaminated chemicals that are sitting right next to our homes, sitting right next to our schools where kids attend, and has no money set aside that we know of to take care of the sickness that's been in the community over 40, 50 years. So when you restart bauxite mining and you don't have a plan to take care of people's health and to a reclamation of the land, then you're just going to make a problem that was bad worse. So when we speak out on these things, we're not trying to criticize the JLC. We're talking about good governance, policies that we put in place to address health, address poverty, address the sad affairs with education and our basic infrastructure, create job opportunities, and not this squeegee rubbing and windshield wipers. Right? It's totally unholy mess that they have created to count jobs. And then Long here has the audacity to come on with all his self-praise. him as head of that diaspora group that is trying to criticize us. And the only one person I can single out who's making an effort at talking about good governance and helping with the change in our constitution has been Michelle Tolonier. What I'm to all the others, I think it's 28 people on the panel. Correct me if I'm wrong, folks. So 1 out of 28 is making an effort. And you expect that we're going to accept that. You have 28 people representing 3 million. And they don't have any input from the 3 million. Well, if you look at the thousands that we get to come on these programs and that respond to us, yes, we have a greater representation of the diaspora than this diaspora council headed by Longyear. So if you want to do something useful, come back and tell us what happened in Attorney Bailey's house that night when the young man from the diaspora got killed in the house. Please. Then your usefulness to the diaspora would be enhanced. Right now, you guys are not saying nothing. You're not doing anything. Say nothing, do nothing. Council who choose to come and criticize us when in fact you are as illegal as a $3 bill, and the U.S. government, Treasury, DOJ, State Department has no authorization that you can function legally in this country. They have not granted any because you have not all applied for any. You have not registered. I leave that for Mr. Rattigan to cover. So, folks, that's my input, because we cannot take the lawlessness in Jamaica, and sure as hell we're not going to put up with lawlessness here in the U.S. by any diaspora council. Thank you.
Yes, Herb. Thank you so much. We'll just go to Maria now, and then I'll just jump into some things here and start revealing some things to the people. Go ahead, Maria.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Rattigan, and good evening to the members in the chat and to the other members of the panel, Wayne, Ratty, Herb, Jeffrey. Isaac, you're still there firing. Good.
Still there firing.
Dr. Francis. Dr. Francis, the man of the moment. Dr. Francis, it is said that to whom much is given, much is required. And you have taken on a project which you have the full support, big up Jamaican colors, which you have the full support of the members in the diaspora of substance and who are serious about bringing forth a change in Jamaica. Now, it's Abraham Lincoln that said that democracy is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
I think there's a big feedback.
My mic is, I don't have a feedback because there's nothing around me. Okay. So let me pull this up and see. Is that better?
Yes, but there wouldn't have been that much light going on the gym.
Are you hearing me better now? Because I don't have anything around. Okay, yes. So yes, I was saying that Abraham Lincoln said that democracy is the government of the people, by the people, for the people. Now, the Andrew Holness administration was elected by the people. They are supposed to work for the people. They're not there to suit themselves. And when you have the situations happening in Jamaica as it is right now, somebody has to speak up and speak out. And letters have been sent.
Sister Maria.
Yes,
Something
yes.
playing in the background, like a TV, something playing in the
Oh,
background.
hold on. Okay. Let me try and find and sort that out, and I'll check. I'll come back in after I sorted that out.
Yes. Good.
Okay.
Turn on your mic, Ratty.
Yeah, it may just be that what's happening to her. She may have had
another
the
app
earlier
open.
broadcast dormant in the background.
Okay.
You know.
All right, Carlos, this is where we are right now. We just put up the letter, and what we're doing is just kind of like examining the contents and then providing a response to the response that Dr. Francis and by extension all of us have received. So give us your take on it, sir.
Well, so me just do the live and the response that the minister, sorry, I can't do Wayne misinformation. Gave. Big up Wayne, big up everybody on the platform. Good evening, everybody. Freedom fighters, love the whole of you. People in the comment section, I watch and I listen, enough love, stay away. Now, me hear the man, me do a video a while ago because me hear the interview. The interview really don't address anything that we are concerned about. Them 5 points that were made and pointed out in the letter, we didn't hear that come up. All me hear from some schoolboy and some bullying and some low blow and I blame you Rattigan and I call Wayne name and it's like this whole letter is about Rattigan, man. You mean the Minister of Information is attacking citizens who speak out against the government. I want people to understand right here. The Minister of Information is attacking citizens personally, personal attack, who stand up for one with Dr. Rupert. And remember, Wayne didn't write the letter, Will Rattigan didn't write the letter. It's just the fact that we support the letter. This man who is a minister coming out, just like I did not say anything because on my platform I really asked questions. And when I went to the comment section, people asking, what kind of schoolboy is this? So, I stand with Mr. Rupert on this letter. It's a long time coming. That letter should have been here a long time. Me and we not talk and I beat up a gum till the mouth sod frat, and I know we are do it. People say,
Carlos, I feel the water sod frat, fan them go call my name. You see the renegade and the rebel? Me declare war upon them now, And Anjo, I better take a boat, make Isaac sell you one of them pirate ship and try to sail out because I know it turn up, You can't, you tell the minister for me, attack me personally. You know, say, from 0 to 100. Now make you can't rat me and you. Me, I'm gonna show you something about life. I am gonna show you something. Yeah, man. Thank you, sir.
I stand with Dr. Rupert like all the way I saw. And when we look at the comment section, I mean, ask the people, what do you think about the letter? Come in and squeeze it down them throat. And I mean, ask them, what do you think about this? Do you stand with? And trust me, everybody stand with Dr. Rupert and stand with the movement because it's a call for action. Change must come. No. Ratty.
All right, sir. Listen, here's what I'm going to do. I have a video that, not a video, I have a picture I want to put up. It's some kind of advertisement put out by Keisha Mark, and I want to put it up and say, let me see something. Might have to call Kevin to deal with this now. Well, I'll call Kevin. Kevin.
Mr. the one owners, PMP activists. Because Keisha Mack, me sure she, when me play, you have the video there, when them say Keisha Mack, what them call him, the one where them just call, the one where come for the program the other day, him, and them call the other one, the whale tongue, sperm whale tongue, oral, the sperm whale tongue. Them call them out, so them are the warrior, and 85% of them make them win. So now we attack them things, so we and them are the same thing. Them get paid for do what them do. Low people make people hold them accountable. We no business about them. Chopper John from the chopping block. Keisha Mark, Selena. Me hear them name. But bug life, I go straighten you out. For you call me name, remember me different, you know. When I put up Jeffrey, me see up on it too, you know. Me see the one I want up on it, you know. Eh?
I saw everything.
Yes,
As a matter of fact, it was sent to me by Mr. Rattigan.
See there? Open it little bigger than Rattigan. Let them can read it. Because we are look fun. Full-blown political activists. They are not independent. Yeah, you know. Eh? That not deter nobody by the way, you know. This not deter nobody. Because she has an activist. Who is she? She the Big Mama radio station now. She have, listen, a fear name them call out in the parliament, you know. So she have more full-blown anything, and them I get paid for do what them I do. So she alone can be activist. So nobody, so not shine on nobody else yard. And she go put, me I go done the whole of them. Me I done the whole of them. See them there? Push it up, make people can read it. Yeah, man. Carlos, me see you too, you know. Watch Jeffrey face. And Dr. Francis.
Let me say something here, Mr. Lonesome and Mr. Rattigan. Mr. Rattigan, can I?
Turn on your mic.
Here.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Let me say something here. The person who put up that, is it? If they know what I know about them, they won't put it up. That's all I'm going to say about Ms. Keisha Mack.
You see what them do put you up, and as I see their political member, them get paid. Remember them tell me too, you know. Remember me have them send me voice note, you know. So when I'm ready for go up them out, I will deal with it. Them two out order. It's a personal attack now in a ratty. And bug life for you call me name, you know, so me I come out for you, you know. Listen me. Me at the ranks for the bug life. The whole I want to line up right now. You say tomorrow, when we go to this step in on the neck or something different, yeah? All right. Renegade. Then call me name. Rebel. Then call the name too, you know. And the whole activist crew. You saw them out order. Eh? If you stand up and speak to the people them for the rights. And you not tell them, so no do this, you know. Don't do it, them have a rights. Them have the right to speak out.
How you think them out? Oh, how you think them out, man? They're pressing button, you know. Them people come out.
But them can't help him.
All right. Let me put this up. Hold on. Let me put this up here. I'll show you something. All right. All right. You see the headline? It says UK says Jamaica's success in tackling corruption depends on whom?
It's people.
Okay.
People, right? And the gentleman, that's a US ambassador to Jamaica, Jamaican born, and of course the lady is the British High Commissioner, right? Now, they said that, and I'll just read just excerpts of it. It says the U.S. Embassy and British High Commission say the long-term success of the Jamaican government's anti-corruption efforts ultimately depends on the Jamaican people. They said, it says both entities say they encourage and support Jamaican leaders across the political spectrum in their fight against corruption, but that the sustained success of their efforts depends on the nation's people. They stress that citizens across, hold on, we must not say this right. They stress that citizens across the world must continue to demand progress from their governments on an anti-corruption agenda in support of democracy, rule of law, and a bright, sustainable, and prosperous future. And the last thing they say is, the statement further emphasizes that advancing transparency, consolidating the rule of law, and holding public officials accountable will help ensure that everyone has an equal opportunity to prosper. No. In that spirit, you have the US and the UK toward the biggest supporter of Jamaica in terms of providing resources. And yep, yes. And yeah, that's Perry from New York. And so they're saying that, listen, Jamaican people, the long-term fight against corruption, that's your business, right? We will help, but that's your business. So not to deal with it on yourself. So in that spirit, Dr. Francis, you have to say in that spirit, what he did was exactly what not only the UK High Commissioner, US ambassador, but also the Prime Minister of Jamaica. He has said it on several occasions that we're here to fight corruption and corruption is everyone's business. He's been saying that. So the letter got to them and it riled them up. Now, here is what happened, and it is quite interesting, and Herb mentioned it. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Youth Council, they came out with a statement, right? 28 or 30 of them, they came out with a statement saying they're denouncing Dr. Francis, denouncing him. They don't agree with him. They're rubbishing him because of the letter, because they're saying that, and listen, they don't take objection to the contents of the letter, to the issues he raised, but they're saying essentially, and even the gentleman from England is saying that, there are diplomatic ways of doing this. And like I said to you before, folks, they've tried so many times. We as a community, we have tried so many times to talk to them about various issues. And they've basically said, we have no interest. Now, let me share some things with you. And you are going to be surprised. Now, here we go. Now, that election, the election for first of all, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Youth Council, they're creatures of the Jamaican government. They were established in 2020. Keep that in mind. Now, they had elections this year. And the elections they had this year, there are approximately 800,000 Jamaicans in the place where I sat there right now. About 800,000. Out of the 800,000, and what happened is that when they started down this road, the government started down this road with the Global Jamaica Diaspora nonsense, a lot of people got turned off and said that they don't support the government and they don't support this initiative. In fact, I remember up in New York, it was a huge argument up in New York. And they got rid of the lady, I believe her name is Akeelia, who was the rep, the Northeast rep at the time. And there's a big problem. So a lot of people got turned off. Now, 800,000 people approximately in the UK. You know how many people voted in that bogus election that they had? I won't make you guess, because you're going to get it wrong. 800,000 people, 165 people voted in that election. 800,000, 165 voted. They said they have three reps. One rep got 17 votes, as Lonesome pointed out. 17. Another one got 89, another one got 59.
Ratty. And them want represent 800,000 people. 17 votes.
17 votes represent.
If me make 2 phone calls now, you get hundreds of people in this. I can just call and make more than 1,000 people. Easy. And them can represent who?
Hold on. We have more people from the UK right now on the platform than
more than them 17 and them thing. 100, more than them 100 and add. And them are this them are this powerhouse.
Here's another one. High Rep Michelle Tolonil. And Michelle is watching. And Michelle, no disrespect to you, but Michelle covers from Maine way up north, like you go to Canada, come all the way down to Virginia where Herb there, right? And Michelle told me that she represents about 500,000 Jamaicans. I've been told by somebody who knows this area and the organization quite well, none other than Ambassador Curtis Ward, that region, the Northeast region, has as many as 2 million Jamaicans living in that region. Because then you talk about New York, talk about New Jersey, talk about Maryland, DC, and Virginia. It's about 2 million. You know how many people voted in that election? Less than 100.
Eh? Less than 100, Ratty.
100 and then 2 million. Yeah. This is worse than the one in Jamaica, because Jamaica 32% turned out to vote.
Yeah, so
right?
we have, yes, out of 2 million people, them have around how much now? 400, 300, 700,000 turn up. So out of 2 million people register for vote, them have 700,000 turn out for vote. But this now have how much?
Them have almost 2,100,000.
And of them, who them can represent Ratty? None of them, yeah, but the government have push out can represent nobody, boy. Yeah. None.
And
we
these
don't
numbers
recognize them.
Let me just give attribution. These numbers are coming from Ambassador Curtis Ward. He did an article called let me tell you a second. The article is called Jamaica Diaspora Dissed the Government's Council. Right? And it was about 10 months ago. Then here is something else that you're going to find quite interesting. Quite interesting. No, I'll read it because people, you won't believe this. You will not believe this. He says, yet the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, in denial or deliberate obfuscation, issued a press release declaring the election as keenly contested, quote unquote, and applauded the fact that a total of over 3,000 voters participated in the process across 6 electoral regions, Canada, UK, and the US. That is out of a diaspora comprising approximately 5 million. 5 million people. 3,000 vote. And them said it was keen contested.
You're a liar too and everything. So let me ask you something. And Isa. So that name null and void. 3,000. That null and void. You recognize any one of them? I would say them not council government put in. Me not recognize them, brother. When I keep a show, me have more people on both right on shows and all kind of things. Me not recognize them, yeah?
No.
Them can't represent me or you or anyone with fire, so.
No, the question is whether or not this organization formed in 2020, whether or not it's legitimate.
Yes.
And I'm going to have Herb do a piece on the Farah, law. But before I bring in Herb to do that piece and expose the whole illegitimacy of this organization. And Michelle, like you a lot. You're a talented person, but at the end of the day, we're talking about our people. We're not talking about an organization. So don't be offended with what I'm going to do right now. Right, Michelle? All right. I'm going to pull up something. No, I know this is their document, people. This is not me. Me and Rattigan write this. And I'm going to show you. How, as we used to say, them trickify. Or them trick with. You know, this not well, them never really trick with them, force it down with throat, because in 2020, a lot of people complained about it, right? And yet still it happened. All right, here we go. All right, there it is. Terms of reference for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Now, people, I want to know, watch me like you never watched me before. Right? You can pull up this document, but watch me. I'm going to show you something. There it is. Talk about, engaging, connecting, and realizing the power of the collective Jamaica, meaning those at home and those abroad. Now, let me skip the content and just go straight to it. First thing, says right here, the Jamaica Global Diaspora Council hereinafter referred to blah, 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 blah. Second sentence, its conception arose out of the recognition that Jamaica needs to strengthen its diaspora engagement. Right? Jamaica, not the diaspora. Jamaica need that. Now, let's go down some more. Look right here. Look at how members are selected. The remaining 13 members will be appointed from the diaspora. By who? The minister. You see how that part of our membership, it go right here. It start telling about, from the United Kingdom, Canada, the US, blah, blah, blah. And then right here it says the remaining 13 members will be appointed from the diaspora. From the diaspora, I know. 13 members will be appointed from the diaspora, not from Jamaica, from the diaspora. And who will do that? not diasporan members, but the minister with responsibility for the diaspora affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
That can work.
Right? No, see right here, there would be 3 categories of appointments. Appointments according to regions, appointments according to sectors, and a discretionary. And you know who have that discretionary appointment? The said minister.
Them this sick.
Oh.
Null and void, Ratty. Null and void.
Here it is right here. In an effort to promote greater inclusiveness globally, the minister may rotate appointments, not the diaspora. Here's another one. The minister may appoint more than 1 member from a region, not the diaspora. Wait, people. Here it is. The minister may appoint 1 individual who is not selected on the basis, blah, 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 blah. Discretionary appointment. Who has it? The minister. Not us. Not us.
So, but Ratty. So the diaspora supposed to be, we were independent from Jamaica and them Jamaican land, them thing. Oh, you make a minister now. I'll find some people over you. Them will them think this a little China. Me no that with them, you know. No. We're supposed to be the watchline and watch over them.
No, look where it says now. It says all members of the commission, right? It must be persons in good standing, blah, blah, blah. And here is where they need help. Look, socio-economic engagement, human exchange, transfers, and philanthropic. Philanthropic means we are beg, right? Begging initiatives. Integration and reintegration, meaning you come back home. Safety and security. This is what I'm saying from the diaspora.
That's why they need Rupert Francis and we, you know, and Herb and you and things.
No, them don't want to talk to her about no safety and security, and so on and so forth. Here it is now. People want to get ready for the shock on the life now. Get ready for the shock on the life. And remember, this is not Rattigan's document. This is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. At them run this program. Look here. See what title there? Governance structure.
Yes.
Look what it said. The GJDC will be led and supported by 4 people. Right? The chair, look who are the chair.
Will be the minister. That's a very long tongue now. I'm the minister, right?
Then look at this. A vice chair appointed from among the diaspora members of the council. They don't say who appoint that person there, but somebody from the diaspora will be the vice chair. Look on the next 2 positions. The undersecretary of affairs, who will be the director in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
That can't work neither. We don't recognize this. In the same Ratty, in the ministry.
Out of the 4 people who run the organization, out of the 4 people who are going to run the organization, who are going to run it, 3 of them are Jamaican officials.
Yes. And then the minister have the discretion now for move and do what he want to do. So it's like this Ratty, this is the extension of the government then.
Atio.
Them full of it. Them would listen to them with this. Them are idiots.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me show you something else. Let me show you something. It says, them are something up here, so them say it is not an arm of the government where them put that, but them are run it. Right? Of
course.
Let me see. Oh, see it right there, so 3. Look where it says. It is important to note that the GJDC is not. Look at 3 now. Not an arm of the government of Jamaica.
You see it?
You see it?
But yes, still that him be chairman and him can move and do what him do. Him no need for the on it. It no make no sense. It's an arm.
Oh, hold on, man.
We not call it an arm, we call it a leg.
Then look here right now. The diaspora, look at 2 right there. So the Diaspora Affairs Department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade will be the secretariat for the organization.
Oh.
Right?
Wow.
All right. No, look at now, people. The 4 individuals will perform the following functions. Now look at what the chair, the minister, will do. He will provide leadership by facilitating discussion.
Oh.
Right? To the proposals. He will lead the process. Look at this. He will establish rules of procedure for decision making.
So what them telling us?
Look at C. Look at C.
Yes. Establish rules and procedure for decision making. So Ratty.
Yeah.
This is a extension of the government. That them want, you know. That not, we don't recognize this, you know. Outside, this not recognize, you know. No, sir.
No,
Them can't speak for we.
Then then the promote effect use of the role of a GDC member. So him gonna tell, him gonna promote, and him gonna tell you what you have to do as a member. Him in charge, all right?
Yes.
Now, hold on a second. Them say the GDC members will pursue this role and function by exploring, relaying, and facilitating, blah, 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 the improvement of Jamaicans residing in Jamaica and the host countries. Now, tell me how them improve anybody's lives living in the diaspora. What them do?
Them a beg. Them by begging you make you poorer. Them not improve your life. Them a beg you.
What? Hold on a second. You mentioned begging. Hold on. You remember me see something up there, so what them said? What me that tell the people and the 10 things what them supposed to do? You remember the 10 things?
Tell me about it. Come in, ask for my page if I beg them come up and beg, you know. Me don't know, you know, come in and say them not represent us, you know. Me I want if I beg them come and beg or collect money for labor and not supporting.
Carlos, look Pambi, human exchanges, transfers, and philanthropic initiatives. Beg them or beg. It right there, right?
So why they hired 22 more? It was 8, so it's 30 now. So they add 22 more beggars to, we don't know, me just ask.
No, here's where we're going now. Here it say right here, code of conduct. Members must display the following personal and professional characteristics. First thing you have to do is be honest. Now, I want to ask all of those illegals. And when I say illegals, because this is an illegitimate organization. And I'll tell you folks why in a few. But I want to ask them, were they honest when they criticized Dr. Francis to talk about the issues, the 5 issues he raised? Were they honest? Were they honest?
No. No,
they weren't honest.
Ratty. Ask yourself if I them write the letter, if I bug life write it. Because the third, no, but on a serious note, you know, time difference and everything, but this man just get the 30 of them just, and when you look upon one letter head, and the one of them agree, a bug life write that. A bug life do that, and them don't they do it. Me even ask. And them do it.
No, the other thing we need to point out, when this organization started in 2020, they had 28 members. Of the 28 members, 20 of them were appointed by the government of Jamaica.
Ooh.
Minister Kamina Johnson appointed all of the youth members. Nobody not talk about that. And then you say it's not an arm of the government?
Well, Ratty, what I always teach my people on my platform, and I might teach somebody at this platform, is when politician is gonna lie, they say, listen me careful. Listen me careful, you know. Hear this. Then put the emphasize and the emphasis on what I must say. Just like when I said a while ago, please note. It's not say, please note, it's not an arm of the government. So yeah, listen to them type of word. Please note, it's not the arm of the government, but based on what you're reading right now, what we're reading, I mean, it's questionable. You know?
No. Look at this. The chair may terminate the appointment of a GJDC member.
Oh. No, the government, no, the minister can terminate that.
Yeah, but there's they're not an arm of the government, but them can terminate a diaspora member. You see? And then, look at this. The chair may terminate the appointment of a member if he or she breaches the standard of conduct outlined, blah, blah, blah. And look at this one now. Look at the catch-all phrase. Look at the catch-all phrase now. If them really want to kick you out, look at them so. Or in any way brings the GJDC or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade into disrepute.
The Ministry of Foreign Trade and Foreign Affairs involved in this now. If them wasn't a part to run it. Eh? So them are the 8 feet. You saw them stupid. Them write something. Boy, I mean, I know. Who draft this? They don't understand party. Them have to come to you, man. I come to ISAT, man. I'm going to draft something better than this to them. Thank you. It's a joke.
That the group over here saying the diaspora will support this, you know, we claim they represent us. Them okay with this, you know, brother. Them okay with all of this what I'm going to say, you know? That's the sad thing about it. The group who have seen this, who claim they represent us, they are totally okay with all of this and claim say they represent us in the diaspora. I don't know what amount of us they represent, but not I and I.
No, they don't represent us. They represent themselves. Maybe them husband or them wife. But
here
them
is something.
Yes.
Here is something else. Lonesome and the rest of the crew. This organization, we've checked, we've done some background check on this organization, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council, right? We've done some searching and we found out that they're not registered. We can't find a registration for them. So if they have one, they need to tell us where it is and who is the registrant. We don't have a registration for them. No, I have been telling them, I have been warning them for over a year that there is such a thing called the Foreign Agents Registration Act. I've been warning them about it. And I want Herb, in fact, I have something here, Herb. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can write this. No, write this. Okay. All right. See this thing here? I forgot to make Kevin get it bigger so that way. This is here it is, Foreign Agents Registration Act, right? And I don't, you know what? I'm not gonna steal Herb's thunder. I'm gonna let Herb, let me take it off of the stage. I'm gonna let Herb walk us through the Foreign Agents Registration Act and its application to the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Youth Council.
Let me ask you one thing before Herb take it over though. If so like how the government appoint them and thing and them raise money and be have to send in a Jamaica something illegal about or something. How them raise money better? Eh? No,
Herb,
but you attack them, you know. Herb need to come.
Yours, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, folks. You know, my wife retired after 35 years of government. The last 30 she spent at the Library of Congress in the American Law Division. So it was easy when she heard what was happening that she said, look, just go and look at the reviews we have done on Farah and see what is the necessary action that all people operating under the guise of a foreign government. What I put in our chat, I also put what is being covered. They have copied Farah in the UK, and they've also copied Farah in Canada. So, folks, if you live in Canada and the UK and you are in this Diaspora Council, you do have a requirement for registration in those countries as well. So I suggest you check that out. But in the interim here, let me take a look. You'll hear the terms Foreign Agents Registration Act, right? Enacted in 1938 by the United States. And it's been amended many, many times since then. You know, now when they talk about a foreign principal are governments of foreign countries, foreign political parties, entities organized under the laws of a foreign country or having their principal place of business in a foreign country. And that's what, when you have 3 out of 4 people running the Diaspora Council from Jamaica, the principal place of business appears to be the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And then the other thing are persons outside the United States who are not U.S. citizens domiciled in the United States, right? And those are the 3 out of 4 we're talking about. Who is a foreign agent? Farah's definition of an agent of foreign principle has three necessary components that focus on the type of influence exerted over the agent, who is wielding the influence over the agent, and the activities the agent is performing as part of this relationship. First, an agent must act at the order, request, or under the direction or control of another. The Second Circuit, that's the Second Circuit Court here in the U.S., recognized that the exact parameters of a request under the Act are difficult to locate, falling somewhere between a command and a plea. In other words, plea for fundraising or plea for support after hurricane or whatever. Holding that no single factor is determinative, the court determined that once a foreign principle establishes a particular course of conduct to be followed, those who respond to it requests for compliant action may properly be found to be agents under the Act. And you see, they set forth the rules of conduct under the appointments given to the Global Diaspora Council. All right. Second, an agent must act at the behest of either one, a foreign principal, or two, a person whose activities are directly or indirectly supervised, directed, controlled, financed, or subsidized in whole or in major part by a foreign principal. Some lower courts have held that an entity that receives foreign funding and acts to the benefit of foreign interests is not required to register under Farah, unless the foreign founder subject the recipients to his direction or control. And you don't have to guess at whose direction or control the Global Diaspora Council is acting. The third thing, an agent must act within the United States in one of the following ways: engage in political activities in the interest of a foreign principal. So when you come back and you talk about support to the government and support, you're engaging in political activities in their interests, which Farah defines to include any activities believed or intended to influence U.S. government or the public about U.S. policy or other foreign interests, acting as a publicity agent or political consultant in the interest of the foreign principal, soliciting, collecting, or dispersing money or other things of value in the interests of a foreign principal, requesting the interests of the foreign principal before any agency or official of the U.S. government. Of course, there are exemptions, right? And that's for the news or the press services engaged in bona fide news or journalistic activities that are organized under the laws of U.S. jurisdiction. At least 80% beneficially owned by U.S. citizens, run by officers and directors who are U.S. citizens, and not owned, directed, supervised, controlled, subsidized, or financed by any foreign principal or agent. Those are the exceptions. Of course, foreign diplomats and consular officers are also exempt. Persons engaging in private and non-political activities in furtherance of a foreign principal's bona fide trade or commerce. Okay. Now, reporting, something that is very, I don't know if Mr. Rattigan had covered the fact that they can make secret records of transactions between them. That's secret between members of the council and the chairman, who is the, if you make those records secret, now here's where it clashes with Farah. Reporting and record keeping requirements. Agents of foreign principals that are not otherwise exempt must comply with fire registration requirements, disclosure requirements, and record-keeping requirements. So you can't go to somebody and they say, well, I can't find that, or I don't know where it is. Covered entities must file a registration statement with the DOJ, Department of Justice, within 10 days of becoming an agent of a foreign principal. The registration statement must include, among other information, the name and address of every foreign principal for whom the agent is acting, a comprehensive statement of the activities to be performed by the agent on behalf of the foreign principal, and the nature and amount of compensation the agent is to receive for these efforts. And by the way, it's not a one-time thing. Agents must update their filing every 6 months. An agent of a foreign principal must also file public copies of any informational materials that the agent disseminates among 2 or more persons in the interest of the foreign principal. These materials must include a conspicuous statement that the materials are distributed by an agent on behalf of a foreign principal. And I'm not sure if that letter that criticized us contained that statement, Mr. Rattigan, or panel members, right? That it was distributed on behalf of the foreign principal. Agents must also maintain all written records with respect to their activities for inspection by U.S. law enforcement. All right? So I just want to get to another good part, that, in fact, where are you at? This is...
What does it mean then, in layman's terms? What does it mean for those members of the council who haven't filed as agents of a foreign power?
If they're operating, it means that they're outside the law. They're outside the framework created by DOJ. And when DOJ comes calling, let's say they put something out that supports Jamaica's position on the diplomat who was being assigned to Jamaica, right? And the diplomat is bringing his or her spouse to Jamaica, and they're same-sex couple. And they put something out that's critical of Jamaican law and critical of the U.S., and the U.S. for having that law on the books that allow these people to get married. They're going to come looking for you because they want to know on whose behalf were you acting, because there's nobody signing off on any documents in the diaspora saying that you're doing it on behalf of the Jamaican government. But if you're a member of that Global Diaspora Council, that's who you're doing it on behalf of.
Now, let me just kind of like explain to people that if you're a member of this organization, you need, I'm not saying you should, I'm saying you must seek legal counsel immediately, because you're in violation or possibly in violation of U.S. law. Now, to make this even worse, some of the conversations that are going on between the diaspora and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, some of those conversations are transmitted to the headquarters of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, located at Little Port Royal Street in Kingston. Now, who built that building? That building was built by the Chinese. That building, you have to assume it's compromised. And you have information going, because don't believe that all of the information that they have here, the diaspora, it just stays here. There's an element within that headquarters, within headquarters. And that information is going straight there. That building is compromised. So you can see where the American government would have an interest in what the hell is going on here. Who are these people talking to? Where's this information going? Also, if you're a member, the 8 or the 10 or whatever the number is in the US, if you have a top secret clearance and you have not reported to your employer, if you work for a state agency or a federal agency, if you haven't reported to them your contacts with the Jamaican government, you're at risk of not only losing your clearances, but possibly going to prison. So, and I mentioned this a long time ago, and I said, look, people, you need to get legal counsel from the embassy. If you're going to be working with the embassy, with this bogus organization that they've set up, you need to get legal counsel so you're on good legal footing. Mentioned that several times, and they haven't listened. No, let me just. You want to say something, Jeffrey?
Yes. Let me ask this question, Mr. Rattigan. So, is it that the Jamaican Foreign Affairs Ministry and the Jamaican embassy in Washington didn't know all of this?
Look, they should be part of the diplomatic training. They should. I've mentioned it, and I've mentioned it to my reps, not one. I've mentioned it to several. I've mentioned it to my reps, so they know. And let me just say this, June, big up yourself. I'm going to use the quote you sent me. I used it last night on Jeffrey's program, and I have to use it now on my program. You know, it's the government, and you see they're coming to crush us, and they're coming with full force, and their people, and you know the whole works. They're coming, and you can see the things that they're putting out already. But them don't know who they might deal with, and them deal with me, because me no recognize them kind of forces, because you look upon a man who's battle hardened. You look upon a man who's been to court with government 1,000,000 times bigger than Jamaica. And so me still there. So Jamaica, for me, deal with Jamaica government, that's not a problem for me. But keep in mind, I'm not the only one here. We have a large and growing and disaffected population of diasporians who would like to see change in the country for the benefit of all Jamaicans. We don't care about the color you wear or your party affiliation. We care about one thing: Jamaica land we love. Now, Joan, I'm going to use your comment, because when people say them come after us, and people look and say, but it's like a David and Goliath fight, because you know the government powerful. Big up yourself, man in the wilderness, and they might come after it. Government. But here's something that my good friend Joan Borland gave me. She said, if you think you are too small to make a difference, if you think you are too small to make a difference, you haven't spent the night with a mosquito. If you think you're too small to make a difference, you haven't spent the night with a mosquito. All I know come from Jamaica, which part, like where me and Lonesome and Carlos and all I will come from, Herb too. I know Herb with a mosquito in a film place, and hear the mosquito bzz, bzz, at night time, you know. I'm biting.
Man, I'm sleep on the mesh.
Yeah.
So hold on there. So I said to have mosquito.
We understand
I never have it, but you have mosquito, right?
That's it.
But, I mean, think about that.
Mosquito afraid for Tavares.
Crocodile with him done, man. Dog a country, man, is that there, is that. So, I sat there, country, a crocodile around them, dog, man. So
By the way, the people, remember, donate to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, because this is the group that is going to that has started and will continue to hold them accountable. This is the group that says, look, Jamaica first and foremost, and we are going to hold the government, this government and subsequent governments,
accountable. And also, Mr. Rattigan, they must like, share, and subscribe your YouTube channel.
Like, share, and subscribe to YouTube channel, and please make your donation.
Very important.
If 1,920, almost 2,000 people, and if each of you should put $10 today, we're well on our way. Well on our way. And I know some of you are going to put more than that, but we're well on our way. And by the way, so the QR code to the top right of the screen, right? And this is the group that is holding government accountable. Lawsuits, public relations campaign, protests, meeting with donor agencies and organizations and countries. And the last one is it just slipped me. There's one, it's 5. Oh, background investigations of corrupt politicians. I'm wanting to know, say, the background investigation started already. See, herb up this up. See my keeping peace. All right.
That's it. You make them a tremble, man. Me see them put up, but them a personal attack. Let me just tell them, because we love that. Remember, let me tell you something. When you check out your CV, we love that. Remember, in a dance, we love clash, you know. I remember say, we spread more than one thing. So when I put up Ratty and I call him name and then I put up the panel and I make personal attack, it good. Me love that. The one I want to have a name, you know. I want to know the background. So you remember say I'm me this, you know. I'm not pet on you know. So me I gonna move on for one on a different level. Wanna step it up where I step it up. So I have to tell me something though. So we in the diaspora where I send my money. Uncle Sama my government over here, so we can't do that. But them now we're in the diaspora talk to the government of Jamaica and I raise funds so not tell the US government. Something now going illegally, Desirati.
Look, even something is illegal, even without raising funds, the fact that they have a relationship, a
government, a foreign government.
Yeah, and they have been determined to be agents of a foreign power, they must report. Herb, what the penalty if you don't report?
I hadn't finished that. That's the last thing I was going to talk about. Criminal penalties.
Go ahead.
Any person who willfully violates any provisions of Farah or any regulation thereunder, or in any registration statement or supplement thereto, or in any other document filed with or furnished to the Attorney General under the provisions of Farah, willfully makes a false statement of a material fact or omits any material fact required to be stated therein, or willfully omits a material fact or copy of a material document necessary to make the statement therein, and the copies of documents furnished therewith not misleading, shall upon conviction thereof be punished by a fine of not more than $250,000 or by imprisonment for not more than 5 years.
So tell me something now. So anyone of the 30 with them put out, plus Kamina, when she come over, them can hold her and charge she too. And Terry. And Terry Langton. Him can get charged, right?
Yeah, because listen.
Do one of the 30. Anyone out of the 30, them what? Them go on.
The report.
Them a breach.
The report that we have.
Yes.
During COVID, when they collected all those funds here in the US, is over $400,000 went out to Jamaica. Now, why would DOJ be interested in that? Because the money was over $10,000. Number one. Number two, they want to see how well the Diaspora Council sourced those funds. Do you have a record of who made the contributions? And did an accountant certify that the money came from sources that are not in violation of the money laundering regulations. Because it's easy if somebody puts illicit funds in there and you collect that and you send it to Jamaica, then you just did money laundering. So they would have an interest in large amounts of funds, over $10,000, 10,000 or more, going down to Jamaica.
No, see, Loxley Gregory raised an issue. He's saying immigration could get involved. That's true. But here's another one. The FBI could get involved, International Corruption Unit. And here's another charge, in addition to the failure to file. If they're interviewed by a federal officer and them lie, that's what we call a 1001 violation.
Oh, good.
That's a separate charge. So all of you people, member this council, you know, we're in a serious jeopardy. And when them come knock on the door like this, when you hear the knock on your door and you see a federal agent, try no lie. Because the first thing is that we have been trained that you don't ask a question unless you know the answer. You don't ask a question unless you know the answer. So when them come and ask you a question, them just a wait on you for lie. You know many people in a prison right now, not for the underlying crime, you know, but for lying. Right? They lie about something that them ask, something material that them ask them about. Right? So all of you people, especially the ones in America, take heed.
Canada and UK too. And Jamaica them there. But Ratty, let me ask you. The letter where them put out with the 30 of them now, that can use as evidence, don't it? When them are denounced that
of course.
Said them have this and them are the original and them are council. So we can use a letter against them, right? And the one them what you have. So okay, make them put out the evidence. Okay, good.
Also people, what we want, we talked about it on Jeffrey's program last night. There's something called, and I want to bring in Jamaican callers to talk a little bit about some of this stuff. There's something called a poison pen letter. And we see it a lot with immigration cases, you know, where, a man filed for his wife and you know, them have problems and whatever, and just send a letter off and say, boy, I shall sell drugs or something like that. And them just say, poop, them clamp down upon the application. It's gone, right? A poison pen letter, if you send that, basically you're saying, look, U.S. government, we believe that there's been a criminal violation of some sort over here. We're not sure, but we think it's worth for you to investigate. And they will investigate. And some of you who have things in your background, when them start investigate, them things that might come up, you know. What a combo, them things that might come up. And when them come up, it will be an additional problem for you. So what we're asking people to write to the Farah unit in Washington, D.C. Write the poison pen letters, because this organization is a bogus organization. You cannot have an organization representing the diaspora that's run by the government of Jamaica. Cannot.
We're supposed to be the watch lion. We are the watch lion. So we're not run by the government or run by the government, and we're not take the talk from them. Anything we see, but we are the human rights activists, by the way. And yet you're born Jamaican, no care you live in the next country, you see something go wrong, we can't make it turn in the next 80. Right? So we hold them accountable, we do a lot of investment down there, we do all kind of things. We're not busy about the government to come and deny Dr. Rupert Francis or anyone else. Say, you are not part of the diaspora. You're part of the diaspora, what happened to him? Them pick who them want, pick who they know them. But them put out the letter, so we're going to use it against them. That same letter. Them not easy, Ratty.
No, for all of the people in Jamaica wonder, well, yeah, it's all good and well that you guys are trying to do something about this organization. And we may or may not agree that the organization is not really, you know, an organization that's beneficial to you because you don't have leadership over it. And yes, the Jamaican government is running it, but that's your thing. You know, so, you know, how do we get involved? Well, there's something called the Magnitsky Act, an American law. And all of the politicians, them in Jamaica, and I've seen it used. My last assignment in the FBI, I saw it used. saw it used successfully, and it's used against kleptocracy, people who thief money from them treasury, from them own treasury. We never talk about donor funds now. People involved in corruption and people involved in human rights abuse. And again, I don't want to take over Herb thing because this a Herb thing, because Herb at the Washington inside, I'm the man who run jostle with all of the people, the big wigs them down in Washington. And every year I'm calling for come down for chair a subcommittee thing we have with all of the politicians, them, the lawmakers, them, for sure them, what his organization is doing. So Herb, I'm going to leave the Magnitsky. Are you ready to discuss the Magnitsky?
Yeah, you can go straight into it now if you wish.
And Jamaican people, listen, because this now has to do with the politicians in Jamaica. This has to do with the politicians in Jamaica now. How the diaspora, we look like a mosquito, but we are gnawing as hell. And we are going to show you what we are going to do now. Go ahead, Herb.
Now, I can tell you folks, if you want to go to treasury.gov, and you can take a look at targeting corruption at the highest levels of the Paraguayan government. And this will give you a mirror effect when you're looking at Jamaica. Because the president and the vice president in Paraguay believe that they could operate above the law, right? And I'll read you the Treasury statement. U.S. Treasury is committed to addressing systemic corruption around the world, even in its most entrenched forms and at the highest levels of public office, right? And there's my namesake, Brian E. Nelson. He's a Undersecretary for Treasury for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence. What does that tell you? It tells you they track and trace. I'm telling you, people, okay, I used to do this. You track and trace all government officials everywhere, even your friends. The U.S. has no friends. The U.S. has interests, right? And they'll tell you that themselves. We have interests because when the Israeli government stepped out of line, another Israeli spy operating in Washington, he's still in jail now. They made sure they sent him away for about 30 or 40 years. And this was your friend. So they don't monkey around when it comes to taking action against another country that been in violation, clear violation of these rules. Now, the president of Paraguay, Horacio Cortez, engaged in corruption before, during, and after his term as president of Paraguay, right? His career was founded on, and his existence continued to rely on corrupt means for success. This started with him joining the Colorado Party in 2009, and he provided financial investments and incentives to induce the party to eliminate its 10-year length of affiliation requirement to enable him to run as the party's presidential nominee, right? So when you have inducements going out, let's say you want the DPP and her career to go beyond the allotted time in the Constitution. If you put any inducements out there to any party member, it could even be proven that you got everybody $20 million a year in salary. They could even use that, right? But I'm not saying they're going to do that. But I'm saying any inducements to judges, again, with that big salary increase. Inducements to the governor general, right? Like Jeffrey says, all he does is eat at different parties. And he has a rubber stamp.
No, so don't say eat, Sir Herb. Don't say eat. Do not say eat, Sir Herb. It goes around the name.
All right, Jeff. Nobody says it like you, right? So this guy maintained his grip on policy making with monthly cash payment bribes paid out to loyal legislators, right? Payments ranging from 5 to 50,000 US dollars per member, right? And he terminated payments to legislators who failed to carry out his orders. So what you're looking at is a man who completely and totally corrupted his party and his party members. He bribed his way to the top, and he kept being at the top with monthly bribes. 50,000 monthly is a lot of money. Now, this executive order 13818, and that's the designation, executive order. Being a foreign person who is a current or former government official or person acting for on behalf of such an official, that means you're acting to aid this person, right? Who is responsible for or complicit in or as directly or indirectly engaged in corruption, including the misappropriation of state assets, the expropriation of private assets for personal gain, corruption related to government contracts. Does that ring a bell, folks? I thought Integrity Commission found that one minister of government in education fed government contracts to his buddy of over 20 years. Just handed him contracts, made him lots and lots of money, right? The other part here, for the extraction of natural resources. Why did the court change its mind and reopen all bauxite mining without fixing what was initially wrong, which is a cleanup of the bauxite dumping sites, the contaminated sites? And of course, bribery comes into play. All right? Now, the vice president of Paraguay also engaged in corrupt practices to interfere with legal processes. Right? That sounds like if the DPP, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Isaac, if anybody corrupt practices interfere with any legal processes and protect themselves and criminal associates from criminal investigation by bribing or threatening those who expose their criminal activity, all we would need is somebody to come forward and talk about that. I figure that a good candidate to come out and speak about that might be Rhoda. Because, of course, you all know, reportedly, Rhoda got her ass whipped by the Speaker of the House. Reportedly. And it was because, allegedly, she had a baby for the Prime Minister. Now, I'm not spreading rumors, folks. This is coming from one of the highest known people we know, right? A lot of you belong to his group. But if Rhoda wants to come and speak to us here in the diaspora, we will listen to Rhoda and we will comfort Rhoda, knowing that she's been beaten up. She has been an abused woman, right? So, Rhoda, welcome. Now, this politician held private events in Paraguay where people were making agreements for favors, sell state contracts, discuss law enforcement efforts in exchange for bribes. In other words, you made the police develop ED, right? They could not do their jobs. They couldn't get it up. They were just stupid. And so everybody got a bribe. Everybody could do what they wanted. Police officers couldn't issue no tickets. And the fact of the matter is, nobody did anything about it. Well, the Magnitsky Act is there, folks. Executive Order 13818. If you are a foreign person who is a current or former government official, and you believe after your time is over in office that you can just walk away and enjoy life on the money, right? So let's see where those funds in St. Lucia that helped to provide $14 billion reportedly for the elections back in 2020. Let's see if they come up with another $14 billion for the next elections next year. Let them identify the source of their funding for these elections. Let them tell us where the 400,000 or more US dollars went that was sent home, along with the other 2.9 billion US that was provided during the time of COVID and after. And there's no transparency and there's no accountability. There's no accounting of the money, of the funds. And I understand from good sources in the Northeast that they've requested 3 or 4 times an accountability of those funds, and it has not been forthcoming. The Magnitsky Act is here to assist you. Now, implications are big because they can, as a result of this act, all property interests in property of people described above, that means you were in office or you were assisting a person in office and you are in the United States or in possession or control of U.S. persons, that's green card holders and visa holders, they will block your banking, they will freeze your assets, and you have to report everything to the OFAC, which is the office that facilitates enforcement in Treasury. In addition, any entities that are owned directly or indirectly, individually, or in aggregate 50% or more by one or more blocked persons, those are also blocked. And you will have to get authorization by general or specific license issued by OFAC to spend any money or move any money. So that means your whole life is frozen. Prohibitions ensures any contribution or provision of funds, goods, or services to or for the benefit of any designated person under that law, or the receipt of any contribution or provision of funds, goods, or services from any such person. All that is frozen. In other words, you can't move anything. Your whole life is going to change. You're going to have to go get a job, right? So this act was issued December 20th, 2017. So we know the act is now 6 years old. In recognition that the prevalence of human rights abuse and corruption, creates that abuse that have been their source in whole or in substantial part outside of the United States has reached such scope and gravity as to threaten the stability of international political and economic systems. Human rights abuse and corruption undermines the values that form an essential foundation of stable, secure, and functioning societies. And it has a devastating impact on individuals, weaken democratic institutions, degrade the rule of law, perpetuate violent conflicts. So when you say what causes the violence in Jamaica, is that trickle-down effect. There's no trickle down going on. So people are not getting services, they're not getting any job training, they can't function. Facilitate the activities of dangerous persons and undermine economic markets. The United States seek to impose tangible and significant consequences that those who commit serious human rights abuse or engage in corruption, as well as to protect the financial system of the United States from abuse by these same persons. So again, U.S. persons, U.S. citizens, green card holders, visa holders, right? And if you think by canceling your visa, you're no longer a target, think again. So they know that intelligence office in Treasury, their sole purpose in life is track and tracing everything these governments are doing. And if they see there's so much corruption that it has impacted their own home countries and caused the U.S. to keep giving more and more to keep the countries from going bankrupt, to keep the countries from the violence exploding, the U.S. is going to exact some kind of punishment.
All right. Well, let me just thank you, Herb. Let me bring this back here. Let me just let people know that I'm going to put up the Farah contact information, and we need you to write to the Department of Justice to let them know about this is it Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Youth Council as well, so that they can look into it and figure out what's going on. Since they won't look into it themselves, meaning the Jamaican government and the members of that council, then we're going to have to do something about that. And people, we say we want to do something about corruption. Here is something that we can all do. We can all write to the Department of Justice and say to them, and it doesn't take a lot, just say to them, look, there's this Jamaica Global Diaspora Council and Youth Council. We don't think it's registered here. And in addition to it not being registered, we don't think the people involved in this, the U.S. persons, that they have filed as per the regulations on the Farah. And you do that, the U.S. government will certainly look into it. The other one, Magnitsky Act, Herb and a group of us, we are in contact with some people already, and we're going to bring it to the attention of U.S. lawmakers. We're going to start here, and then by extension, we'll move it to the UK and Canada, because we believe that there are people in Parliament who should be guests of the American government. We believe that they should be in a cell here, and that act will certainly go a long way in terms of getting them here. And we don't even have to worry about extradition, because they love come to America, love come to America. So we can just wait for them to come, and then we just whack them with the Magnitsky Act, and that's it. That's the plan. We don't have to send no wait 10 years for people, and it go through Parliament and this all kind of nonsense. We do exactly what they did to the Premier, the President, or Prime Minister, the BVI. Them said, no man, come and have a good time in Miami. And he came. And he started to have a good time. Now he's having a very bad time. So That's what we plan to do, Jamaican people. The idea that we're a talk shop is over. Now, all of the trolls and the other people putting out stuff about me and others on the platform, people who are not on the platform, I can tell you personally, it doesn't bother me one bit. It doesn't bother me one bit. So you can put out up, because my life is an open book. You can Google me, do whatever you want to do, and you can put whatever you want to put out there, because believe me, I've been through the fire. But you know who haven't been through the fire? The politicians who are robbing the people of Jamaica blind. They haven't been through the fire. And that's what we're doing. We're starting the fire. And we are going to burn them up. We're going to burn them up. Because a lot of them have investments here, you know. And the other thing about it is that technology has gotten to the point now where people don't walk around with, although Herb knows of a particular situation, but people don't really walk around with bags of money anymore. It's all wire transfers. And those are permanent records, especially when they touch the US banking system, the SWIFT banking system. And so we have them right where we want them. So you see, our prime minister, whose statutory declarations have not been verified for 2 years, going on 3, there's a red flag right there. There is a red flag. When you claim to establish a major or the anti-corruption agency in Jamaica, and you go to this anti-corruption agency and you say, listen, I need training in anti-corruption. First of all, you shouldn't need any training. If you're honest, you shouldn't need any training, right? But they went, give them credit, and they asked for this training. And what did Christie, executive director, what did Christie do? Christie provided the training to them. And he went one beyond that. He said, not only am I going to give you the training, I'm going to give it to the opposition as well. And he gave them the training. And when the training was over, he said, no, I want you to sign this code of conduct. 7 principles. 7 principles. Selflessness, leadership, accountability, transparency. Things that we all talk about. Things that as leaders we aspire to. And what did the government say? No, we're not signing it. 23 members of the opposition signed. 23 or 24, I can't remember. 23 or 24 signed. 0 of the government signed. They established the anti-corruption agency. They asked for the training. They received the training, but they said, we're not going to sign this thing. We're not going to sign it. And then we have Minister Robert Morgan. People shouldn't call him Nesta because that's an association with Bob Marley. Do not call him Nesta, call him Bob Morgan or Robert Morgan.
Bug right? Life. I do a stinker. Bug life. Minister of Misinformation. Now
he came out and he said, oh, nobody consulted with me regarding this thing, and you need to come to me because you're trying to force things down my throat. That's what he said. And that's so false, because you know why? Christie documented the fact that he sent the form over to the prime minister and said, look, your cabinet, they need to, all the people who receive the training, they need to sign this. He documented it. So when you come up and say, oh, nobody consulted me and blah, 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 it's nonsense. So people, you know, this has been a slow brew. And you hear what them say? Them said, if you want boil a bullfrog, you know, if you want to kill a bullfrog in hot water, you know, you don't make the water boil and throw the bullfrog in it. Come and jump out. You put him in a, body temperature water, and you do a slow boil and make it boil. And it boil and it boil. You get comfortable and then you get waterlogged. And that's exactly what's going on in Jamaica. Them get waterlogged with corruption. Them get comfortable with corruption because them feel like nothing can happen to us. Think about it, people. How many people you see from up on the hill in a prison? And so what you're telling me, so the people who live on the hill, the people who have money, them not commit no crime? Uncle people who look like me and you, uncle them alone commit crime? Uncle poor people commit crime? Rich people not commit crime? No, rich people commit crime too. But they don't get prosecuted. They don't get investigated in Jamaica. So what we are going to do is keep in mind, you see everybody right here, except ISAT. And that's why I want to keep ISAT right where he is. Everybody here except ISAT live overseas. Everybody here except ISAT. Well, can't put ISAT in this. We're not looking for a job in Jamaica. We're not looking for position in Jamaica. We're not looking for power in Jamaica. We're looking for justice for the people of Jamaica. Justice. And that's why Dr. Francis wrote that letter, because he's not looking for position or power. He's looking for justice for the people of Jamaica. And this is how the government decided to treat this attempt to get justice. This is how they did. Right, sir.
Ratty, you know what though? We could just ignore what the government at. You see what like how them eat up themselves like this and a puff up like them papa, what them papa fish? What we do, we just line up the march same way and demonstrate and right to where right to not pay them no mind. Cause them transparent but them dirty, we not see them. So we just do what we are do, brother. And not like you can deter nobody. And not, you see when them come with a might and a chat of foolishness, then you go through with full force now. Tell them to ramp with you. So you know, notice them what we are do. Dr. Rupert Francis, we're gonna set the date for the march and deal with what we are deal with. Yes, and then we talk to the people on the hill. I remember we talked to Fantastic Five already, you know.
Yeah, we know. Yeah.
You know, we keep a meeting already right here. We are doing things. So
yeah. Them wonder who.
And then the 30 of them, Ratty. The 30 of them where if them illegal and I'm not standing this affair, but them represent this and talk to Jamaica, them have a report to the government. Yeah? Them have a report to the government. Yeah, we have to report them to the government too.
Well, here what? When would I like to do it? Because what happens is that there are certain things that we hold on a second. There's certain things that we keep as secret around here, because keep in mind, people, and we know the government watching, and we'll talk to them too. Anything we reveal around here, just keep in mind that it's just a fraction, a tiny fraction of what we know. There will come a time when the floodgates are going to open and we won't be able to control the flow of the water. Trust me, we won't be able to do it. Well, we are gay, and some of our passionate supporters, them said, no, Rattigan and Lonesome, and think, don't, I heard, not tell them too much. No, man, we tell them because you know what happened? We tell them and then we do it. Yes. And you know what happened? Them can't sleep. Them can't sleep. Because them sit down and say, them, because them know what them doing now. A guilty conscience needs no evidence. Them know what them do. And them can't sleep at night time because them, you know what happened? That slow boil. That slow boil that catch up to them. Why I want to at this point, I want to turn it over to Jamaican Carlos if he would be so inclined to talk to us about what we plan to do regarding a protest, because I want to see if them all come with a counter protest. I want to see that. I want to see who are going to come out.
17 people, Ratty. Them have a friend.
Come in, Carlos. Come in.
Protest there, I can't wait. Because that's one of the big show of solidarity for people in Jamaica who can't come out, come do it. And even if the Jamaican people even do get a permit, they must send long face police out in a combat gear, like a rat gear with shield and helmet and big gun, come out to come bend up them face pan and look down. Up here so it's a different thing. If police come out here, so you get friendly police come out. Unless it's a riot, then you'll see police in a riot gear. You're allowed to do it up here. So this is a call for action. And like we tell you guys before, no bus load, no politician now send no bus. Let me tell you guys straight up. No politician now send no bus for we to happen to go at the protest. We're gonna take our own car, your train, your plane, your Uber, your Lyft, your taxi, your bus. We're gonna find our own parking space. That's what we're gonna do. You're gonna bring the politician now, bring the lunch, come give it people and now feed with. Remember, you bring your own water, your own juice, bring extra just in case. If you have a little cooler, bring come too. Just in case somebody come and have the water, you give them some. You write your own sign in your yard. Anything about the yard Jamaica, put it up on your sign. Get a cartridge paper, whatever paper, or cardboard you can use. Remember in Jamaica we're there, you know. So we now come out in a brown cardboard box. They're gonna write it nice and decent. So we are come out there, people. You know, we are Jamaican people in the diaspora. We're very decent and foreign people. Jamaican people, let me tell you something. You say Jamaican are foreign, because some of you are Jamaican and know. It's only the function of foreign, we're decent, you know. You're going to come to Jamaica and say some good thing, but we know if we conduct ourselves here, so when it comes to certain things, we don't have to worry about people that get out of hand. Not these Jamaicans who live foreign. We don't conduct ourselves like that. So I want everybody in the world to watch this video. When that date they come, if at 3 o'clock, if it's at 3 o'clock at England, more at 3 o'clock at England, that day they only go do phone a little. If at Canada and a different time zone, they go do phone a little. Few time they go do phone a little. It's at the all over the world. We are doing it for Jamaica people. We are doing it for Jamaica. The Jamaican did it so we have no voice. And ourselves also, because we want to go back a yard and all it seems we seem to become is just a money mule to send money to Jamaica and we can't go back. Ratty.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And to hear that, people, we are in the process of getting whatever is necessary to do the protest. And once that starts, I mean, the train has left the station. Train has left. There's no turning back right now. And I want to say, who are going to stop we from doing our legal protests? Who are going to come out there come stop we? Because no government going to say, you know, hey, you know, bash them boy, they don't give them no permit. Or no, and I say it work over here, so. No, say it work over here, so. We are doing our things in a legal and in a...
Nobody gonna say, see the one at the front in here, Rattigan, that one in here, Carlos, go lock him up for me. Remember the UIC?
Ratty.
Hold on there. Finish up, Carlos. Finish up there.
That's what I say.
In a Jamaica, the Wagwana vessel is different from Wagwana Jamaica. In Jamaica, they can point, kind of like someone to the UIC president when he go to go protest. Don't believe for a minute somebody will get a call and say, go lock him up. Imagine the lack of UIC president, you understand, that day with my protest. Nobody believe it's at a car. In a half person people. Nobody don't know you. Nobody no PNP, no point, nobody no job of person. Nobody don't know you. Can't go call somebody and tell them suppress this. And I say go people. Over to you.
Lonesome.
Yeah, man. So remember when I have no boss where what's the name? Carissa. I was the one name I tell you say, this a labor right and no labor right from the next labor right. And then jump on bus and you forget and they could chicken back on $2 grand and then thing. It not works, so this a United States. So they good. But Carissa, you know, next labor right and you have to pay them to go up on a bus and go. It not works, so we're good. We're good. When my head chip, you know, me just call up my friend them and me go down there. What they want me to go? Down at the consulate, down there. So me go down there. Me drive, go down there, call my people, them and be a SUV and all kind of thing, drive in and thing, and we just go down there, go deal with something. Write up something and deal with something. Video it and me call the media too, you know. And make you see it. So me not a long thing, you know. So me chip like 2 or 3 days time. Me not even wait for over the Sarati. Me just go down there, go do what me I do. Me just make 2 phone calls and show them say me have more people than the 17. But vote them in. You understand what I mean? Not a joke. See? So me soon go write up some placard, man, and do what me I do. Cause some of my right now, because some brethren right now are baiting a rolling, you know. That's why when your brethren say, him want come and see me in a ratty, him not understand some rolling a convoy when me are rolling up. You understand my convoy thick. You understand like a president. So me no when him boy that a agging time me attack, you know, Ratty, a agging time me attack, you know. Yeah, when people want to come see me, you know, my convoy thick, man. So me will just roll out in my convoy and just go in at the thing and just call up my people, them and go demonstrate, go deal with my thing. Me call the media house and me show you. Just me made chip a couple of days from now for the New Year's and so fast me do my thing. Me never now wait. You understand? And then, all right, Ratty, so you come out for this, me call you. When you finish off for this, Ratty, me call you, see? And then we go deal with what we are dealing with. Go after deal with what we are dealing with. Yeah? Me call you when we finish, yeah? Yeah, man.
All right. Jeffrey.
Yes, Ratty, go ahead. You asked the question?
Yeah, any comments? Any comments? I'll go around the horn here.
Oh, well, my comment is this, that, you know, I, as you said before, people who are doing stuff on social media with my name and whatever, they can go ahead and do it. But be careful what you're doing, because I've warned you. I've warned the young lady, and be careful what you're doing, because you may get yourself in some serious trouble. Desist, cease and desist. What we're doing here is something that was a long time coming. And the change that we seek as a people, as I always said, will never come from the two political parties in our country. The change that we seek as a people will come from we as Jamaicans. We are the fundamental change that we seek in the land of wood and water. The change that we so seek is on the horizon. And what that song said, change must come. And the change is coming. Mr. Rattigan.
All right. Before I go to, we haven't heard from Dr. Francis in a long time, but ISAT, you know, we're concerned, and a couple of people, they've reached out to me, I'm kind of concerned about your health. And I mean, if you're not feeling well, then, I mean, I know you're a trooper, but if you have to go, we fully understand. We're here to see you go. But
yeah, man, I depart at 7. I was gonna let you know in any case.
Oh, you depart at 7. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna depart at 7. So
Right,
I stick around, and then if I disappear, everybody, you know, 7 o'clock game.
And 7 o'clock, the KFC will deliver at 7 o'clock. Why?
No, that means it's 12 o'clock my time. So it's not a Cinderella thing, but when the clock strike 12.
No problem. All right, and well, we're looking for Mr. Kevin Beale in the chat, because we're going to deal with him properly. Dr. Francis, give us a sense of what you think about the things you've heard so far.
Please. Dr. Francis.
Well, good evening again, everybody. I think we're on the right trajectory, and we must continue and build the momentum. A lot of people, when they consider the principles of war, they think it's fight, shoot. But the first principle of war is maintaining the momentum. Maintaining the momentum. And the second one is good communications. And the third and most important one is flexibility. And I've heard all three principles here this evening. We are maintaining the momentum in spite of the who says what, who says doesn't, and do what. The people have begun to realize that if they're being tricked, they're not being given the right information. I am told that we have 74%. No, sorry, we are 4th in the world on the corruption index. First of all, I want to know if the person who wrote that index could actually write or count. And secondly, how have they managed to evade the right number? You see, some people believe that if you do something to somebody and it hurts them and what have you, and it's illegal, it's not corruption. It's just, you know, quid pro quo. Well, it's not. It is absolute. When you do something underhand, when you do something that somebody else expects you not to do, it is corruption. It is not good. It is not good for the community. So the community of Jamaica, let me just explain something to you. Everyone here, especially those that have spoken, knows what we have to do next. And we are focused on that. We are maintaining the momentum, and we are not going to stop regardless. If the government is serious about having dialogue, I'm sure they could request dialogue. And I'm sure that we would have some dialogue. But if they are not willing to do and to change the things that they're doing, some of them, and most of them, then we're going to be in trouble. And we're not going to stop. And so that is my message. And you better, I'm not the only one speaking. There are people out there speaking louder than me. I'm getting phone calls every now and then. You might see the phone cut off. Unfortunately, I'm having some issues here. But the thing is this, that, we need to understand that it is important. If you want good, your nose have to run. That is what I'm saying in Jamaica. Don't believe it's gonna happen overnight. Don't believe that it does. Your time doesn't matter. It does matter. It does matter. And so everyone who is a responsible Jamaican, a Jamaican who loves Jamaica, should make sure that they come out. Make sure you support the One Jamaica Legal Fund. Make sure you like and subscribe everybody on this platform, because it's important in the long run. And that gives us notoriety. And I just want to let you know that we are planning to do something on the task force as well, too, because it's important. A lot of people are saying, oh, they didn't know that it was, oh, yes, it's there. And yes, there are people joining on a day-to-day basis, but we were not scrutinizing it. Now is the time to do that. So I'm saying to you, I'm drawing on every friend I know, every connection I have, whether through the radio station, through my schooling, York Castle High School. Yes, big up York Castle. Big up every school in Jamaica. And I know you have decent people all over Jamaica. And I'm imploring you, send a message to our government that no other government will do what they have done and doing what they, and pretend not to recognize it. You cannot come and tell me that a man who has been implicated in a way, shape, or form has been rewarded with a ministry post. I mean, how dare him? And then he comes to talk to me about, what about I'm should not be supported. Come on, give me a break, ladies and gentlemen. I ask you to continue what you're doing, and especially my colleagues on the platform. Thank you for the endorsement. Thank you for the support. Man, I'm telling you something. I went to my bed 3:30 last night, and I know that ISAT is dropping out. I don't know if you don't hear from me. And I know somebody who will sleep right in the middle of it too, but I'm not calling no name. And if that ever happens, please forgive me, because bigger than me, bolder than me, will fall asleep sometimes. And not carrying on wait till out of the woods, All right, that's troubling now. No, sir. Don't point at nobody. Don't point at him, man. Mister, don't point at him. Leave him alone. I'm a friend. All right. One love, one heart, one destiny, gentlemen. Brother Ritty, boy, you're something else, man. You are really, you see that zinc fence here, and I must see that attract the people, them. I said to you, continue with it. Lend me one,
No,
brethren.
man, it is not that. It's the Japanese thing in where.
No, that is, I thought he was a priest, The other day when we see the white shop and the black, him gone to Catholicism now. Anyway, take care. Anyway, I'm here, gentlemen. I'm here. Trust me. I will stay as long as I can. And certainly, I'm willing to ask questions.
Here's why I'm suggesting you don't leave. Here's why I'm suggesting you don't leave. We're going to open the phone lines in a few minutes.
No, man. I know that. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not.
Megawatt, big up yourself. The Terps are going with things. Yes, sir. Thanks for keeping me informed.
I will. Remember, and the One Jamaica Legal Fund.
Yeah.
You need the funds, man. We're going to be out there on the streets. You're going to the embassies. We need it. All right.
And let me just say that the letter written by Dr. Francis, let me just say that letter, it could have been written by any one of us. And that letter represents all of us. So when them start picking on Dr. Francis, by extension, they're picking on us because we agree with that letter, because that letter represents all of us in the diaspora, except maybe the 30 people on the council, maybe 29. Because I don't believe that my representative, Michelle Tolonil, I don't believe that she's in with that group. Although, Michelle, I still wait to hear from you. May I call you out? We need to hear from you because you represent all of us from Maine to Virginia. You don't represent the government of Jamaica. You don't represent the embassy, the Jamaican embassy to the United States, and you don't represent the consulate. I want you to know that. You represent us, right? So just keep that in mind. And like I said to you the other day, Michelle, you may represent, you said it's 500,000. Ambassador Ward said it's 2 million. 500, 2 million. I'll go with your 500. Less than 100 people voted, Michelle. Less than 100 people voted. Keep that in mind.
And my rep is Peter Gracie, the Honorable Peter Gracie. And he's a very, very an energetic human being.
No, all right. But somebody just mentioned Rupert just mentioned about didn't mention him by name, but he was referring to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of National Security, Dr. Horace Chan. He was referring to it. And that's a square peg in a round hole. I don't know what this Prime Minister was thinking, because the WikiLeaks cable and Lonesome played it the other day, and I'm sure he's going to play it tomorrow.
Of course.
It clearly showed that 3 agencies outside of Jamaica had information that he was involved with criminals, that there was some connection between him and criminals and criminal activity. Department of Defense, British Intelligence, and the Drug Enforcement Agency. If you don't believe me, go back and look at the cable that went from U.S. Embassy Kingston. I think it went to the State Department in Washington, D.C. Just go take a look at it. Don't take my word for it, and you'll see. And knowing this, and you know what's interesting? Welcome back, Maria. What's interesting is that the man never defended himself. Not that I'm aware of. He never came out and said, U.S. government and British intelligence, you guys are wrong. You guys have besmirched my character. I'm going to sue my reputation. He never said any of that. And then on top of that, the Prime Minister made him Minister of National Security. So Meko said that the US and the UK, that they're right. And now they come to Jamaica and say, listen, here's information. We have to do an investigation. Now, who's going to investigate him? Let me see. Who's in charge of Ministry of National Security? Oh, him. So you're going to ask him to investigate himself. And now somebody with a tainted reputation as this man, you think that, and the Prime Minister put him there. What is the possible connection? Because if you claim that you want to run a clean government, why would you put that person over there? Why? Just think, people. And you don't have to think long, and you don't have to think hard. The answer is staring you in the face. Maria, welcome. Why look like you wash your face with soap and into
blue bomber.
I know, Yeah. Yes. Thanks for the. I'm sorry for the earlier issues that I was having, but yes, I'm back, and I've been listening to the program, and I have to say good evening again to everybody in the chat: Wayne, Isaac, Jeffrey, Herb, Jamaican Carlos, and Dr. Francis. And if you really, I've been listening to the various commentary on this letter, and nobody seems to be addressing the bullet points in the letter. Everybody's skirting around the issues that the letter is talking about. So what really is the purpose of their criticism? And you cannot talk about what they call it again, the Jamaica Global Diaspora Council, and not have people like Sir Herb, Dr. Francis be a part of it. That makes no sense. And as a matter of fact, this is the first I'm hearing about this particular council. So if it is, if other people are aware of it, then this is the first I'm hearing about it. But I am aware of the work of the diaspora, because it was something that was started under the PJ Patterson administration, and the first liaison I know was the late Delanda Franklin. So I would like to, I'm going to have to do some research and go back to look at what were the terms of reference for the first one that came when it was started in 2004. And because I know that there were changes made, and this particular council was started in 2020. So there seems to be some deviation. And Silburn was on the show a few days ago, and Wayne showed there a few days ago, and he gave some background into all of this, and he said he left because of the deviations from what it was in the beginning. But it is rather unfortunate that they're attacking Dr. Francis for what? This is not a personal matter. So to be attacking Dr. Francis for something that is in front of everybody's eyes, which is corruption, the crime, and everything else. And then now they're adding to it Rattigan and Wayne, tells me that they're missing the point. They're missing the point altogether. And I'm like, I text Wayne and Rattigan, I'm like, we're not gonna done them.
You know, it just started.
We're gonna done.
Sister, me not cut you. Them just start World War III. I already get
Yes, because
yeah, man.
The issues are still there. So it doesn't matter if they attack Wayne and they add Wayne and Rattigan to the list. The issues are still there. And like ISAT said in the beginning, a few weeks ago it was ISAT. A few days ago it was Dr. Francis. Now they've added Wayne and Rattigan to the list. Who else is going to be on the list? So it's like nobody can speak out against the government. And can anybody recall a time when we have a government where your freedom of speech was threatened? Because I remember Michael Manley faced so much criticism. Nobody's freedom of speech was threatened. PJ Patterson faced a lot of criticism. Even Edward Seaga, freedom of speech wasn't threatened. Portia Simpson, ridiculed, mocked, jeered, called every name in the book except a child of God. Freedom of speech wasn't threatened. Here you have a prime minister, and they like to brag that he's the youngest prime minister in Jamaica, and their freedom of speech is being threatened. So it says something about the person and the people around him, because they have no respect for the Constitution. And that is something that we all have to pay attention to, because today for me and tomorrow for you, and nobody must sit down and point a finger, including those who are criticizing the letter and including those who are criticizing Dr. Francis. Don't think that it won't happen to you. It's only a matter of time. But great program, and like I said before, to Bug Life, we are going to done you. Big mistake. You don't come for Ratty, you don't come for Wayne. We don't play that. And you come for you came for Dr. Francis. We're not having it. And try your best. Don't add don't add Sir Herb to the list, because it's more fire. Okay?
Hold on a second. Let me just put this up on the people. Don't forget that the Farah, the Foreign Agent Registration Act information that you want to write to the US government, and you can do it anonymously, right? Here is information. I hope you can see it. There it is right there, the Farah contact information. It's Department of Justice /NSD, I guess that's National Security Division, Farah Unit, 175 North Street, Northeast, or sorry, 175 N Street, Northeast, Constitution Square, Building 3-room 1.204, Washington, D.C., 20002. And then you have the email right here. What I'd suggest is that if it's too much information to write off of the screen, just take your phone and just take a picture of it. It's right there. But we need to get this Farah complaint going, because we're working on the magnitsky. We're working on that one as well. And we have some other things we're working on. We're working on the protest as well. And I'm sure they're cringing it. People are saying that they don't sleep at night and whatnot. I'm telling you, no, they say that they sleep well at night because they're ignoring us. They cannot ignore us this time, because this is the first time something like this has ever happened to them. And they see it coming and they can't do anything about it. And again, keep in mind, what we're telling them is only a fraction of what we know and what we're going to do. You have a bunch of strategies. Them think them are the only strategists. So them send out people, and people put out all kinds of things, and we just ignore them, because here is one thing I want you to do. I hope all I'm gonna take the picture already of this thing. Kevin, them say if you pin it, we can do a screenshot. Or just all right, Kevin, let me take it up. Kevin, if you could just make it bigger, please. And hold on there. Kevin, let me come out of this. Let me bring back everybody. Hold on a second. All right, take over now, Kevin. Yeah, what we need to do is we need to let them know. Oh, Petra E, put it in the chat. It's right there. It's DEP. Petro, you that type too fast. Department of Justice. For the Zelle, we use the email address, by the way. Just go to the ojldf.org and you'll find all the information there in terms of making a donation. So what them have to understand is that we and people, the 2,169 devices, it may be 3,000 people listening. What I'm asking all of you to do is stay focused with us. Don't worry about the distraction and the shiny objects, right? Just stay focused, because we know they're gonna come at us with all kinds of things. They're gonna come at us with half truths. They're gonna come at us with lies, innuendos. But the whole of we run us up. We have crocodile skin, thick skin, and we're not really focused on them. We are focused on the issue. And here are some of the issues raised by Dr. Francis. Corruption, number one, right? Then we have crime. Then we have failure to deliver, to provide service delivery, right? Then we have standing. And we have a whole heap more. And we cannot be diverted by some idiots coming at us and throwing all kinds of things and, like red meat, and just throw things and then we follow it. And no. We're too intelligent for that. And we're too focused for that, because people, 2024 is right around the corner. 2024 is year of political destiny. What does that mean? We're not advocating the violent overthrow of any government in Jamaica. We're far away from that. We're not asking people to start, although 300 pipe bombs are found the other day. We don't know where, if we suspect there's more, but we don't know what I'm going to do with that. But we're not
forget the guns.
And the guns, yeah. We're not advocating violent overthrow of government at all. Let me make that absolutely clear. What we're asking people to do is to execute their constitutional right to vote. That's all we're asking people to do. And in order to do that, we're giving people the information that they need to become an informed voter, not a legacy voter, an informed voter. So you vote the issues, you hear the issues, and you notice all of the hullabaloo and all of this stuff, them don't go to the issues all now, Them don't come out and say, what Dr. Francis said about corruption is a lie. They don't come out and say that. They don't come out and say what Dr. Francis said about crime is a lie. What he said about staff is a lie. What he said about service delivery is a lie. They don't say that. We wish he should have done it through diplomatic means and measures. He should have come and he should have talked to us. He should have genuflected and kissed the ring and talked to us. Those days are over. This is a different diaspora, not the one with not the play diaspora, the one where them convert and one of them have one of them armpits and hug up and love up. No, this is a different diaspora. Go ahead, sir.
Ratty, but if him should have got through the diaspora, got through the government, that didn't make him do something illegal, because you just read it outside illegal. Them they register, them they do not talk. So the right thing we do, we identify them, say them a patakat and them a chopper, and them have some people, hackers with the government aiding and betting them to do illegal stuff. So we have stopped that. And we now pay them the mind, because we're going to come out and we're going to demonstrate and we're going to talk to them on Capitol Hill and all over the place. We are going to deal with for them case. We're not busy about them.
Look,
by the way, you see the little bugs them we attack. We just do a quick check. We make, somebody do a quick check. One of the little bugs, the one where Jeffrey talk about, a tree like it have. So we're not going to get no time of the year, but we're going to talk bug life. The Minister of Misinformation, because him send out the little bug them, So him, we're going to straighten your bug life. Yeah? But the rest, them not going to get no. I'm going to deal with for them thing, but I'm not going to pipe nothing for them, because them look some clicker likes. Because them are pan shoes healing. You know that thing that we have to wipe off, Like when the Prime Minister wipe off him shoes in the grass the other day. Like mud, them they are mud. Them they wear tata mud. So me not see them. But me going to straighten them and big mama around them, man. Wait, man. Yes, Ratty.
Right. Yeah, and so, the plan is that we're going to present facts to the people, as we've been doing. And they must come. Here's how you measure them, people. Here's how you measure them. You see, like how we put up documents. You see, and we have interviews and we have newspaper clippings and we have videos. They must come and say these things are all lies. That's what they must come and say. Especially when we use their own documents. Their own documents.
Their own words.
And their own words. Come and say. In fact, this same Minister of Information said, you shouldn't trust the word of a politician.
Play it. Get it.
Himself said, Kevin, if you can't find that, Kevin, if you can't find that one where the Minister of Information said that you should never trust the word of a politician, right? If we can't find that, I'll play it. But they must come, and what I want you to, people, is I want you to look at what we're presenting and what they're presenting. And what you'll see they're presenting, personal attacks. And we're doing what? Facts. Personal attacks, facts. Personal attacks, facts. In the scheme of things, here is where you keep the facts, and you keep the personal attacks way down there. That's what you do when you don't have the facts. You know, they have a saying in law that, and I'm sure, oh, you just stepped off. I'm sure Isaac knows about it. Them say, if the law is on your side, then you argue the law. If you can't argue the law, then you argue the facts. And then if you don't have the law and you don't have the facts, then you jump on the table and you just start to attack people personal. Attack them in a personal way. And that's what's going on.
Facts.
Oh, there you go. Context matters and facts matter, right? Look, my brethren, thank you for being with us. I know you have to go now. Take care of yourself. We want to see a speedy and a full recovery. We're going to be checking in on you. I hope you don't mind, because it might be a nuisance to you, because, you know.
No, man, all is well, man.
You sure?
Right. Isaac, go have a drink some chicken soup, man.
Isaac, you need to stay foreign, you hear?
Yeah?
Let me tell you, Isaac, you need to stay foreign, okay?
All right, take it easy.
I turn the topic, that's how I tell you, say, I turn up some stuff. I don't know why you're in the way. Come on.
All right, bless you, everyone.
I said KFC have no soup, so don't bother go there.
All right, take it easy, everybody. Happy New Year when it comes.
Yeah, man. Bless up, brother. Yeah, man.
All right, let me move.
Yeah, but Rattigan, a minute there. Do you realize that the letter is having the desired effect that we wanted it to have? Because if it was sent privately, we would not be having this discussion, and they would not be pushing back. So the letter, they think that they're offending us. No, they're not offending us. They have magnified the issue. So the fact that they have pushed back and they're carrying on really serves the purpose that it is that the letter was sent out originally. So everybody is talking now, and people who you wouldn't be able to reach before, they are now out there speaking. So the letter has done what it's supposed to do, and it's only going to continue like this. So if they think it's a 9-day talk, it's not a 9-day talk. And now they're aware of the power of social media. Now they're aware of the power that one person has. One person can make a difference, because one person started the ball rolling, got other people involved, and here we are. So we would not be talking about it had the letter not been published, if the Gleaner picked it up, and it has been making the rounds. It's only a matter of time before it becomes Reuters, CNN, MSNBC, BBC, and and CBC in Canada, and all the major news outlets that we need to have audience with, for them to understand that corruption cannot continue like this. And Dr. Francis said, somebody said that Jamaica is 4th on the corruption indices. That's not true. 70th. I just did the research a few hours ago. 70th, and that was last year's report, 2022. Jamaica ranked 70th. And as a matter of fact, the World Bank did a report that talked about the corruption in Jamaica and how it makes it difficult for people to do business in Jamaica. So they need to stop the nonsense, and the letter is having the desired effect. So I say more power to all of us and to all the people who care about wanting a better Jamaica, because there's no turning back from here. There's no turning back from here. So it's full speed ahead.
Let me just add something. I don't know, Lonesome, if you get to see if you watch the no, the video I sent you. But here's something that the Minister of Information said, and I just had to laugh because I said this guy's a jackass. I mean, he's a jackass of the highest order. And I usually don't describe people in these terms, but when you're a Minister of Information, you're supposed to have information, right? And you're supposed to be a critical thinker. You just don't mouth words like that. You're supposed to be thinking about what you're saying, and you're supposed to be able, right, to choose your words carefully, choose your ideas carefully. And he came from the media, if I'm not mistaken, from the media industry. He came from the media industry. Now, here is something he said today.
Yes, he did.
Here is something I heard today that he said. He said that the diaspora should be helping with they send remittances, but they also send guns home. And the diaspora, the diaspora should be helping to stop this and stop that. So then in my mind, I'm watching it and I pose a question to him. I said, hold on a second. What about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council? Why aren't they going to them? Their own construct, their own organization. Why don't they go to them and say, hey, you guys need to tell us who's sending the guns? Why is it they're blaming the diaspora? And I said, but wait a minute, you have the organization.
But they are the government, Ratty. Which government? All right, so which government blame diaspora for us sending gun and all kind of things? Me notice America, where them do them fly, go them put them money where them out is. Colombia, for try to stop the thing, them go Mexico, them deal with this, and them do everything for try to stop the drugs and it's still coming. Don't it, Ratty? Them put them money where them out is. Them patrol the water, them do everything. Jamaica do. The big man, the government down there, you have members of the government selling cocaine. Them turn it in a transshipment port. $12 billion worth of cocaine and nobody not get arrested. That can't be a little man in the ghetto, Ratty. Can't be for him. 80 million US don't a wharf nearly a year ago. And nearly 4 billion up a coke port. And not even one person get arrested, Ratty.
Right.
Eh? Don't make no sense.
No.
Ratty,
one second, Herb. Let me say something to Valerie Walton. She's asking, please repeat the name of the organization in Jamaica that we should write about to Farah. It's not in Jamaica, Valerie. It's the Department of Justice. And if you look in the chat, you'll see, I think it's OT or Petro. One of them, look for Petro. Yeah. The address is there, but it's not a Jamaican organization. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Herb, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was referring to when Maria was speaking is that they actually were trying to use the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council to say that the diaspora opinion is split based on the statement that the council released.
Okay.
And here it is. We have thousands of people versus their 20-something that will clearly demonstrate to them we're not split. That their little band of consorts are by themselves and being isolated from the very diaspora that they wish to be the communicators for. They can't communicate for us. We haven't heard them say a single thing on anything that we talk about. None of these things have been a subject matter for them. And if indeed they have the names of those dons here in the US, that council, if they know, they need to pass it on to us. Because we can do a more effective job to monitor and to disclose information to government than they could ever do. So we are still open to them for help. But I don't know what the council is doing. It's a complete waste of time.
Well, let me just repeat for those of you joining us at this stage that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the global one. I'm not talking about just the one in the US, globally. That it's estimated that you have about 6 million Jamaicans living in the diaspora, living outside of Jamaica. About 6 million, right? But let's say it's just 3 million. Right? Let's say we have 3 million living on the island, 3 million living off the island. It's about 3,000 people who voted in their election that they held this year. 3,000. And so they want to give you the idea that 3,000, that the people that the 30 that they elected, they represent the 3 million. They don't. We represent the majority of the people in the diaspora. Because if you truly want a diaspora organization, you cannot have the kind of connections that you have right now between the diaspora and the government. You cannot have a diaspora the organization being led by the government of Jamaica and direct. You cannot. That's madness.
True.
It's madness. You know what? I'm going to open up the phone lines. Let me go around. Let me go around the horn first and see if we have anything else before I open up the phone lines. Let me start with the man in the middle, Carlos. You have something you want? I'm going to open up the phone line, so I just want to know if you have something to a comment about everything that you've heard since the last time you spoke.
Mike, Carlos. Mike.
Yes. We've been telling before, like, some people go like them buy Jamaica, you know, and they own with it, you know, as a property, you know. Some people acting like them buy Jamaica. There's no respect. And the more them turn up, the more we talk, and the more the corruption turn up. The more we talk, is the more the corruption turn up in our face. I don't care what we have to say. Even one of the last wickedest acts, let me see, when the Prime Minister step all over the Constitution just to keep Paula Llewellyn in her job. Yeah. Stuff like you just do whatever you want to do with our country. Then your evil wife, you're doing something where your wife in the office with you. The only time you see that happen based on my checking around is Robert Mugabe in Africa, he and his wife. It's not happening nowhere here. No shame, no respect, no care for nobody. And no matter what we talk, nothing now go on. So this love letter, it is a, that's what we call it. It's a letter of love coming from the heart of the diaspora. This love letter should be written long time ago, because you see, when they write a love letter, when they take the 300% raise, they're going to have to put it back. If we didn't ever come up and they touch that 300% raise, they would have to put it back. But anyway, not beat time.
Okay. All right, hold on a second there. I think I just said Lonesome asking for. Hold on a second there. All right, I have a video here. You know what? Let me just go around the horn.
Play the video, man. Play the video. I need you to play it and then you go around. Play it, man.
The fact is that this is a tool that works.
Proximity policing has proven to be a success more than the SOEs. And I make no apology. I will say again, Sanjay, proximity policing has reaped more results than SOEs.
So you're not in support of the SOE. I want to be very clear. I don't want to misinterpret.
Proximity policing has reaped more success than SOEs.
So again, your rank and file members, they are
we
not
support proximity policing, Andre.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think
it affords us the knowledge to engage the citizenry of this country and to know what is happening in the species. The SOE does not provide for that to happen, and I see it without any fear of contradiction.
The other critical point to note about the SOEs is the expansion of the force that it creates.
When you have police static and then gunmen down the other corner, you can't move from where you are. That spells sense to you? Does that spell sense?
Get that. Repeat that.
When you're at point A and gunman is just at point B, committing atrocities, and you cannot move to go and to respond to the citizen needs. Does that spell sense when you are lacking in the amount of resources in the first instance?
The point of fact is that this is a tool that works.
That's a lie, Sandre. That's a lie.
Right, Ratty, you must have made the lightest man we ever walk the face of the earth and Jonas.
First of all, want big up Police Commissioner Ron James. Want big him up. Want big him up because the man have intestinal fortitude.
Ratty.
The man have cojones. Because him not afraid to talk when think. Go ahead.
Let me whisper something to you. I don't want too much people here. I don't know if my listener will listen. My name is Bigfoot, you know. You remember they love the Wobia too, you know. That's how government to love Wobia too, you know. My name is Bigfoot.
No, but
as a commissioner, my name is Bigfoot.
here's a man who, I mean, this man know policing inside out. If you and anybody, I mean, the things that we're talking about, remember we put up our documents, them, you know, and we tell you where you can listen to the video, watch the speeches, read the report. We not just set things just to set things. We set things because we can prove the things that we're saying, right? And this man, Ron, I want to big him up in the chat, people. This man not talk from them because you know why? This man is dedicated to serving the people of Jamaica, not the politicians of Jamaica. And that's why them don't like him, because he is not playing footsie with them. Him said, no, me not in that. Me they have to serve the people of Jamaica. Now, me just reading something where Police Commissioner Ron James's boss said. Him said, Jamaica, and he said this in response to Dr. Rupert Francis. He said it in response to Dr. He said, Jamaica has some of the best crime fighting expertise in the world. That's worth repeating. Jamaica, quote, by the way, not a paraphrase, quote, Jamaica has some of the best crime fighting expertise in the world, and I cannot see any possible avenue to engage the diaspora expertise to help fight crime in Jamaica. That was said as a response to something that Dr. Francis said to him in the Let's Connect town hall meeting, right? I know we shift a little bit now, we're going to crime, but you know, I was told that Jamaica is content rich. You go anywhere, just pick any ministry, any issue, and you're going to have content there. Carlos, go ahead, sir.
While we're talking about this SOEs and stuff like that, I was reading something that is the JDF out of the office, run out of the office of the OPM? Even if, no?
Who is it, the Prime Minister?
Yes. The JDF run out of the office of the OPM.
No. The Prime Minister is the Minister of Defense. But the JDF is run for camp.
Them do them thing, man. Not like that.
Hold on. Is the Prime Minister the chairman for the Defense Board?
He is the Minister of Defense.
He's the chairman, but I'm not search run, you know.
Remember what Carlos said, right?
Is the Prime Minister the chairman of the Defense Board?
He's the Minister of Defense.
And the Minister of Defense.
Okay. So what we want to say now, why is it Zozo? What is this love affair with this SOE and nothing else?
Because them can't fight crime and then you send feet and then knock some money on them things. I don't know. It not work. Just not work.
When the money is hold on now. Because when the money is spent in the SOE, who question it?
Nobody.
Nobody question it.
So you wonder why?
So they can't pay for the toilet, Carlos, and they can't pay for the thing with them do, and you don't have to question it, because some money does move. So you don't have to nothing about it. So I can't come and spend 100 million. I'm not spend that. So yeah.
So if you want to right this up, I tell it over and over, SOE now work. SOE now work. This man we told us that there's a lot more we can do about crime in Jamaica. There's a lot more. Only thing we see is so far, Zozo. So you see why me ask the question though? Because there's no question asked and spending this type of money because it's under Ministry of for National Security. So you can't question this stuff. So
no, Carlos, you can't question the money from Minister of National Security. Not that way. When you use a state of emergency, like you have a budget, just come with me with this, Ratty. So you have a budget and you say you spend 200 million a night. Nobody no question if it done or why you want some more money. But the National Security Ministry have to give a think about the money there, and you have the police to get some money. When I use, then give back, right, Ratty? Them have certain money when I use them, return it back.
Yeah. That way. But these zones of special operation and the state of emergency give this whole thing a different meaning, man. So we see why, everybody can see why clearly we have this SOE. See that? Can't question them.
All right, so let me tell you why them do it still. Now come there, Jeff, 1 minute. When they put all right, so if you say you can't make us sleep with the window and door open and it not work, you have to put on a front to make it look like you do something. But after you put it on 2018, 2019, 2021, 22, 23, and then it now, what you gonna do? Matter of fact, them carry go to court and it's unconstitutional because it turned on to where you want to do it. You understand? So it not you want to say it's a fighting, you know, crime fighting too. Cause you have a Google gaga and a commissioner, you know, I said. So I don't know where I do. At the first in the history me ever see SOE are using any country like this. No country at all use SOE like Jamaica. Never yet in the history. You understand? It start back. Like me I tell Ratty Maria Herb. You know in the history of a country that's used SOE straight like this.
No, but another point, Wayne. Retired Rear Admiral Hardly Lewin, I think his name is Lewin, wrote an article the other day where it was scathing against the government and what they're doing. But he pointed out about the money that they used to buy 8 helicopters. He said the money from 2 helicopters could be put into the JCF. And then he talked about the amount of barracks that they're building. Those barracks could be converted and be used as remand centers instead of barracks. So my question is Andrew Holness militarizing the country?
Yes.
Because what is the purpose of having the JDF intertwined with policing? Because the defense was not trained for the purpose of policing, which is to keep the citizens safe. Therefore, a different purpose altogether. So I understand what Jamaican Carlos is saying, that in him being the defense minister, using ZOZOs and SOEs, there's no accounting for that money that is being put into ZOZOs and SOEs. So he's responsible for that. Right. So who says what he say he, for example, because he likes to call big figures, he says, oh, I'm spending $1 billion on defense. Where is the proof of that? Or we bought 8 helicopters.
Use the SOE
we put all these boats.
The SOE
right, exactly. And it is refreshing to hear. It was refreshing to hear Chairman James, who is commissioner material, talk about policing the way it should be talked about. And you just picture him just speaking off the cuff because he's so verse with the what it means to run a police organization, to be a police officer, because he came up through the ranks. So he understands the JCF inside and out. And for them to interdict him for speaking the truth tells you why. Google, you are not a police, you need to lift up. I don't know what you're doing there. Because when Chairman James is there, out there, wasting away because of people like you, that's why crime cannot be managed, because he has the answers. So Google needs to step aside.
Hold on a second. Hold on, Carlos. Mailing the bar. You said to put the bar up when you finish the program because you can't scan it, but it's up now. So try and see if you can scan it, please. All right, go ahead, Carlos.
Here's a letter to the editor. I just do a video on this at October 2022. And let me read a part of it. Let me skip. Many people have commented on this, but what I found most interesting is that General Meade's statement was written using the office of the Prime Minister OPM letterhead rather than that of his personal desk. This led to me to visit the OPM's website to see how and why this would have been appropriate. What I discovered was starting a list among the agencies of the OPM is the Jamaica Defense Force, neatly nested between the alphabetical order between Heart, Trust, and the Jamaica Information Service. And support. Huh?
All right. So let me tell you again. The JDF, them run, and it no run from the office of the Prime Minister. Remember, some me retire when you write a letter there. Remember when him retire and then the Prime Minister take him to him office, you know, about something another penitentiary, and then him give him an next some position and give him how much million now because that the Prime Minister do. Just make some space and put him. So anything when I use I come from the office from there. When that was?
October 2022.
Yeah, but him gone from them time, don't it? When him gone, look when him gone.
Well, let me ask Rupert. Rupert, this is a question having to do with the military in Jamaica. You have any? What do you have to say about this? Where is it located?
The military?
Yes.
Upper camp is
no, that's even have to ask upper camp, man.
Organizationally, where is it under the? Is it under OPM? Is it under the?
The Prime Minister is the Chief of Defense. Defense Minister, the Prime Minister, all Prime Ministers.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm trying to figure. We're trying to figure out: is it under OPM or is it under different agency?
I would imagine he would have put it under OPM. I'm not sure it is now.
You can just Google it and look it up. Don't look it.
I look at it myself.
The Prime Minister, surely from the time I was there, and I interacted with a lot of it. He really, the Prime Minister, is the person who is the go-to person when it comes to anything happening in the defense force, right? So these SOEs, for example, that you're talking about, they were not intended to be out there that long.
No.
It's unprecedented. I mean, so we don't know what is happening. I've always felt that they're militarizing certain things, but I can tell you this, that the Jamaica Defense Force, personnel, they have a mind of their own. And the people of Jamaica are not in the mind to do things that are not regular and normal. I can tell you, because I speak to a lot of them, and they come to muster every 2 years, I think. And you can speak to them. The ex-soldiers are very, very influential, and the current there. So let me make it quite clear, my friend. I don't know what they're planning. I've always felt that they're trying to militarize the entire country, but I don't think it's going to work. Not Jamaica. Jamaica is one of the planning democracies.
No, hold on one second.
Posted.
No,
what?
Yeah, hold on one second. Let me just tell everybody that the phone line is open. So you have 7 people here that you can call, and any question you have under the sun, not under the moon, just under the sun, we can answer. We have 7 bright, intelligent, beautiful people here representing all of Jamaica, the 6 or 9 million at home and abroad. The real diaspora representatives, they're sitting here in front of you tonight. Because we come with answers, and we're not afraid to take questions. If you notice, we don't have to wait and have people shield us and then and vet the questions before we get them. No, we take questions without preparing for them because we represent your interests. And if we don't know the answer, we just say we don't know. We're not gonna make up anything. All right. So the number is out there. Herb, go ahead, please, sir.
Yeah, I just posted in our private chat agencies of OPM. And the second to last one is Jamaica Defense Force.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute.
So they are under.
But let me tell you again, them print that, but me have people work up the man. The soldier, all right. So if a war going or something, even if we call the state of emergency, them talk to them, it's a giant, them come together, the soldier and then them that talk to the Prime Minister or the cabinet, and them say, okay, the country under this kind of threat. And then them carry it to the Governor General and then declare it. So I understand the whole of this. So now watch it. They run independently, all what you demand. Because even this can work.
Well, hold on a second.
Hold
on a second. Yes. OPM is the office of the Prime Minister, right. And if we see that the Prime Minister is Chief of Defense, you're right. So it run on a FEMA office then. And that's what. That's where
the Chief of Defense stop. I think up at them in FEMA office up our camp.
No, hold on a minute. Look, I think you're misunderstanding. The Prime Minister is the Minister of Defense.
I know.
And this is saying if he's a Minister of Defense, it comes under his portfolio.
Yeah, he's gonna run it. All right. So when that say him run like it run from upper FEMA place, but me I say no. Them run. You are a soldier. You run independently. Like the president run alone, them are give Biden what them are give. You understand? But him I run it Because them man they them a brief him. Because you are the chief. So them a brief you and say this, wherever they could track that and that. And they may say, hey, you have to press the button. But really them do what them are do. I wonder if well, Herb, you're a soldier, you understand what me I say?
Yeah, but let me give you an example.
Herb, yeah, example.
You have the defense secretary here in the U.S. He sits at the Pentagon, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the leader of the combat forces sits in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, Forces Command.
Okay, Forces Command. That me
right.
Yes.
The Naval office, and then under the Pentagon, you're going to have Office of Naval Operations.
Yes.
You're going to have the Air Force Chief of Staff.
Yes.
Army Chief of Staff. Right.
Yes.
So
if Biden want to fix something, I want to know and them know them. I forgot say, hey, like how them want to cut a bin like that for strike. Them tell them say, hey, listen, and them I forgot to talk to the commander in chief now because he tell them say, I forgot strike or not. You understand? So you know, our soldier things set up in a setup like them just run go and say that and that. Them gather them information too, you know.
Yeah.
And them run it there.
But in this case, the Prime Minister being the Minister of Defense.
Defense, yes. Minister of Defense.
Yeah. So he's the civilian head.
Civilian, that boy have real soldier.
But
and he's a civilian head. And he will change every 5 years. So they must be careful what they do. And a matter of fact, him can't know every secret neither. Not even in Europe, not even in America. I don't think the president know every secret what go on in a Pentagon neither.
There is what is called need to know.
Right? Okay. So them to give us scrub thing and them thing there. Where him need to know. But them have some things where him don't know. Watch documentary with it. So them keep it and you don't know. Because they might change every 5 years, you know.
An example of that is during the hearing on the Tivoli Commission.
Mm-hmm.
It came up that they actually had secrets at Up Park Camp under the control of JDF.
Thank you. That me I talk about. So I like you tell the Prime Minister, you can't tell him.
Can I say something? It's a total different thing now, man. Look at the people around the man. Look at who him take a police commissioner, man. Then look at the position of the Rattigan he did that day.
I said him take as a commissioner.
Give me the mic, Wayne. Give me the mic. Take the mic. The DJ too, you know.
Yeah, man. Go on, man.
So, look at the position where he put Rocky Mead in. Do you know the type of power when you give that man? Look at the country. Look what the country that got weak.
Dictator, man. We know that already. But we're going to just state it to the people. Them alone, we know him a dictator. Because we know him a dictator and him lie and everything, you know. We know what him a do, you know. Him a protect himself. But all the wrongs and then thing. But you know,
but also Wayne,
yes.
Listen, in when Jamaica was an effective, healthy, functioning democracy.
Yes.
PJ, Portia, Michael, all of them, Siaga, Bruce, they were the ministers of defense. That they were responsible for the protection of the country, but the defense ministry, they were the head of that.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a different ball game with Andrew Holness altogether. So he's the minister of everything. So he is directly involved in every little thing. So when you look at the Zozos and the SOEs,
mm-hmm.
his handprint, his thumbprint is all over it. So it's not, I don't see where he is.
But
I don't see where he's consulting. He's not. He's not in any consultation. Because remember now, you know, Wayne, that he is supposed to consult the opposition on anything to do with SOE, and he did not do that. He did not do that.
So, I have a video I'm gonna play for you, Maria. I'm gonna play it tomorrow. Where you hear Google Gaga? I said Google Gaga say, not going on now. Not going on now. And I'm going to call an SOE. Google Gaga run the thing. He that Google Gaga, I remember him taking for your advisor. And anything Google tell him do it.
Yeah, so Andrew,
yes.
Yeah, Andrew is Andrew has, but you know something to Wayne.
Don't it?
Yeah, you know something to Wayne. The norms that have withstood the test of time through many administrations. Andrew Holness has changed all of that.
Yeah.
So this is a different situation now where he is the Minister of Defense, as have all other prime ministers, but he has taken on a new role. He has taken on a new role as Minister of Defense, which he should not have taken on because he has ripped up the norms, thrown them out the door. So
All right,
he's
Maria.
behaving like he's not at the JDF, you know.
Let me see.
He's not he's not at the JDF, but
Yes.
he's operating like he is at the JDF. He's operating like he is in charge of the JDF. While in a sense he is in charge of the JDF, he's not at Upper Camp. But because it is coming out of his office, he as a Minister of Defense, he's micromanaging everything. He is micromanaging everything.
Yeah, but
so the norms are out the door. The norms are out the door.
Look, he must the people them house, but remember I'm council. Him have a council and mislead him. The helicopter and everything when buy them, I tell him what to do, you know. That's why I'm have them around him. And him just get up and say, I want this and I want that. That's not a joke me make.
But you know, the normal way of doing it, the normal way of doing it, Wayne.
Over there, don't tell the same council, tell him.
Yeah, but this is the normal way of doing it.
Did have any evidence? Them are misleading.
Yeah, but the normal way of doing it, you know, Andrew does nothing by norm. Even if you look at the parliament, nothing is done in a normal way anymore. And if everything is done by how Andrew feels on any given day, how his members of parliament, how his ministers of government feel on any given day. Because when you look at SOEs, he's supposed to consult the opposition before doing that. He doesn't consult them anymore. He just goes ahead and do what he wants to do. So Andrew Holness does not respect, doesn't have no respect for the norms in Jamaica as a Minister of Defense.
Yeah, but them do know. Them carry my court. Them carry my court because it's illegal. No, but when you call SOE for like the first 14 days still, you know, him can call it without them, but him gonna need them support for extend it. So we have to explain to the people them what I understand. Because them know me I born Andrew, I born him, but we have to say the right things. And we don't want them get it the wrong way because some of them, when I reading it, we go interpret it wrong. We not do that one because we not do tabloid. Okay? So I'm call it for the first 14 days. And then him go to the and then him draw card on the opposition because you know in the Senate him want even one vote for extend it and them not do it. Then him come and bonfire upon them. But me I tell you say, for him come up and like him sit down and say, hear me, me I buy some helicopter, him no know. When him do, him talk to Rattigan and him talk to Google and them mislead him because them tell him what to do. And anything where them say, him do it.
All right, here
and then make up him council, by the way, you know.
Yeah,
here we are
going to do. We are going to move on because the people them I said that no them issues did not really reach them. The phone on enough people, and I don't hear nobody. The phone it's not ringing, so we're going to end the show if we're not getting the phone calls because I have another topic, and the other topic is Integrity Commission. But believe me, I'm going to walk you through it. We're going to take here we go. All right, the mango. But to go through the caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, blessed love, greetings to one and all. You know.
Yes, sir.
I just want to bless up man them for the good work where go on through 2023 because it's a source of inspiration. In every aspect of Jamaican life, woman abroad. But we have one pressing issue where we need.
Yes. What's that pressing issue?
This man is causing mayhem in a Jamaican society as far as I can see right now. Because everything that he put out there is misleading. And he's playing politics with crime. And we can have that society that we need to curb crime. Mm-hmm. So this man, we have to put some pressure on him. We have to go. I don't see him position as tenable. It's untenable in my estimation right now.
Okay.
Because they have some pressing need we need to talk about, such as the guy that we did in the Prime Minister lawyer house. That are one. The coke fine, 2. SSL3, and issues of like some murder we're committing in the country where we don't get a solution, the end result, and them thing there.
Okay.
So, we just want, know how now go about dealing with him in the 2024. Because some fire have to turn on him,
Well,
just like Google Gaga and the rest.
Right. Well,
That's all me have to say
yeah.
tonight.
All right. Thanks, my virgin. Go back and listen to the program because we come up with some things, and I hope you join the protest out in the UK there, because we have some things planned. All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello? Hello? Hey, I want to notice something though. I want to notice that my system work like a charm today.
Yes.
No problem, because me call and tell them say me I got change system and me go on bad, and them actually send somebody. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Yes. Hello. 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 Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Go. Hello. Hello. Good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Good night. Wonderful panel, wonderful show. Love it.
Thank you, sir. Where are you calling from, by the way?
Jamaica.
Yes, we're in Jamaica. Just give me the county. You don't have to give me the.
Clarendon.
Clarendon. Okay, parish. Okay, all right. Go ahead. Talk to us. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind? Ratty, aka Sherlock Holmes. Big up. This question is for Ratty still, But before I get to the question, I just want to say, I love what you guys are doing. I'm a freedom fighter myself here. And so what I really want to know more about is that, what, you pronounce it, Legitimacy Act?
Yes.
Yeah, man, we need some more update on that, because I think that is like a commission inquiry and commission. That is the real integrity commission. You know what I mean? That's gonna really get these guys in shackles and handcuffs. Yeah, we want some update on that.
Okay.
But yeah, and I love what you do it, right? I'm not a dissenter, but my thing is that I'm listening to you earlier, right? Right, Sherlock, and you said something about blocking the dissenters. Person who dissent from your views. A man might come on and you think and write something opposing your views, yeah? In my personal opinion, I don't think you should block them, because you're going against freedom of speech and you're defending freedom of speech. And in my personal opinion, I don't think it's a good look. What you have to say about that?
All right. Hang up on. Let me give my answer. All right.
Please hear you. Lock your box cover. We have a social media yourself. Kick out of here.
Good night. Go ahead.
Yeah, good night. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, man from Moose Country, Massachusetts, as usual.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay. I was kind of hoping that Captain Francis would still have been on the panel. I don't see him up there. But one, I'm going to express a little bit of concern in the form of a question, and then I'll make a little statement.
Well, hold on one second. Captain Francis is back, He's back. So if you have a question for me.
All right. First of all, let me say big respects to here. You all are a team making a big difference. And the phone calls are flying left, right, and center from naysayers, supporters, and all alike. Fortunately, the supporters are far outdoing the naysayers. My question is right now. Last week, what's his name? Xavier Will?
Yes.
Came and spoke on an issue of 50 AR-15s allegedly arriving on the island, blundered, and I use the word blunder in the worst kind of way, by the security forces. If we have the best crime fighters in the world, There's no way that boat should not have been taken out. You get my point?
Yeah, I do.
No way. No way. Because when we are here overseas and hearing that boat cruising in Morgan Harbor, remember Kingston Harbor is a closed harbor. And for that boat to make its way to Morgan Harbor, make its way to Elsha, and all the way to Old Harbor, and all the way to Rocky Point, it's telling us that we are woefully short when it comes to a perfectly operating security apparatus. My question here is, have we heard anything more on this issue where it is alleged that 50 AR-15s actually landed in the country and that many rounds?
All right. I'll give you a quick answer.
I have one little thing to add so I can get off of the line.
Okay.
My next question is, on the heels of this, seeing that now we are facing an issue where it is uncertain which way governance is heading with regards to which way the government is aiming, knowing that we're hearing that there are 6 parliamentarians who should be dealt with under the law and we're not hearing it. Isn't this a major source and time for concern as to the internal security of Jamaica? Hearing these 50 guns and seeing the ways it's shaping up, like we're hearing the word dictatorship being spun. We're seeing a kind of security apparatus with the SOEs, only like Israel and the Gaza. Not even Iraq, I see this kind of stuff are going.
All right.
Let me get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let me ask 2 questions. The first one is no. We haven't heard anything regarding any updates. And the second one also is you with me?
Because it is not a cause for concern. It is not a cause for concern.
Oh, it is a cause for concern. Yeah, I agree with you. But we're not hearing anything. You're asking it in conjunction with the 6 and all this and saying, have we heard anything? What's going on? And no, we see the government is when people talk about freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and so on and so forth. When you look at the media and you look at what's coming out of the media, and we're not seeing, at least on some of these issues, not all of them, but on some of these issues, we're not seeing what we ought to be getting in terms of response from the government.
That's a sad case, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's why this space is so important. This
I was
YouTube
just about to allude to that.
Okay.
It's this reason why this group, this team, this A team right now is so effective. And trust me, tremblings and rumblings are going on right around the place. And I say big respect to every one of you. Herb, Wayne, Daisy, Carlos, Ratty,
yes, my brother.
Francis.
All right.
Every one of you, because you know what? At the end of the day, we need Jamaica. Big up everybody.
All right.
Respect,
thanks a lot.
Francis.
Talk to you soon. Take care of yourself.
Thank you, my brother.
Just
say, oh, you're gonna.
Welcome, my boss. Big up yourself. Big up, man, in the wilderness. Yeah, man. More time for the work, man, and you, me. But me tune into, Big up the panel.
Bless, man.
The only place me can come and feel like there's a sense of work being done, Boy, I tell you, the local media not carry nothing on at all. Can you imagine we have 6 parliamentarians where we are supposedly under investigation and no media house, none of the major media house them don't want to know what's going on. You understand? And this is one of the only places we can come and feel like there is justice being done. You understand? Some of the time I bleed, some of the time I'm afraid for watching news. You understand?
Right.
I'm gonna say nothing I take place with corruption. Nothing at all now take place. I tell you my heart I bleed. I love the improvement and the progress on the guys I make,
All right.
Big up Lonesome, big up Jamaica, Carlos, Maria.
All right. Take care of yourself. Now we'll grab another call.
Yeah, respect.
All right, brother. Caller, welcome to Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Yes, brother. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
I'm from Kingston.
Yes, sir.
Texas, really. I'm in Texas now, but I'm a Kingstonian.
Yes, sir.
We just want to address the points that we are looking at, the corruption and the crime and all that. And
all right. I hate to do this to you, but can you condense the points you want to make?
The point I want to make is that there are 5 elements that keep these men in power. And unless we attack the 5 elements, they will always, because the system that they have will keep them in power forever. And if a quarter of the nation is living in poverty now, they use ghettos, garrisons, slums, poverty, and insecurity. And that's how they keep in power. So we have to tackle them 5 issues there so that we can make sure that the people are liberated. What they come to power with is the same quarter that they keep in poverty to win the votes.
All right.
So the 60% will not vote because they don't see nothing to vote for. We have to give the people a sensible alternative. They can vote for something.
All right. It's a good point.
Love, brother.
Talk to you soon. Take care. Be well. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from? Hello?
Hello, Rattigan. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Want to thank the panel. I want to thank Wayne Lonesome. Big up yourself, my general. Stop fire. Because if it's not for you, and you bring out a lot of people, we wouldn't be here. You've been on radio forever. We thank you for your service. We thank you for everything you had to treat them what you did last week. I thank you, Wayne. All these dumb politicians. Just give a comment and then get off to somebody else can talk. All these dumb politicians, what they do their nonsense, it's mere garbage. Keep burning the fire. Dr. Francis, thank you. We have hope again. The kids are going to see a better future. I listen to Ratino, and people used to take him for just so. Come in, go on, man, because you're Bangla, come. But we listen to Ratty, and Ratty, I warned them, and they didn't want to listen. Ratty, me don't want you to take no Google Gaga walk. I want you to stay right where you're dead. Because when you're outside of the country, you can see and you're telling, and we're begging, as Carlos said, we're begging to stop the corruption, stop, please. We look bad on the international stage. And they are going on like it's nothing. They're nonchalant. So thank you, Dr. Francis. We're ready for protest. Me a call from out of Massachusetts. We're set the date. Are we ready?
All right.
Beat them, Lonesome, beat them continually.
All right. Thank you so much. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Good night.
Good night, Reasons Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
Big up, man in the wilderness. Wow.
Bless man.
Yes, sir. Talk to me. We have a bunch of callers that come in. You have a point you want to make, or you have a question you want
to ask? Yeah. No, I just want to say something, man. Brother, I love the show. I love everything. I watch everything, and I just want to make it a note. Say, he's a everyday tuning guy, but I just want to make it a note. I just want to ask one question. Like, do you think, like, if Jamaica go back underneath the king since the queen dead and just hit the reset button, if everything would be like, like better? I don't understand. Like, I mean, I understand what you guys are going through, but I mean, I'm a Jamaican myself. I was born in Kingston, and I live in Florida right now. I'm a young guy, but I watch the program a lot. But I just think that we should just hit the reset button because it's so far gone, brothers, like sisters, Daisy and everybody. Like it's so far gone. You know what I mean? Like it's like what do we do at this point?
All right.
Like you don't have standing. Like I mean, what do we do?
All right. Well, I tell you what. If you go back, I don't know if you listen to the beginning of the program, but if you go back, you'll listen and you'll hear some of the things that we're planning to do. You'll hear some of the things that we've done and some of the things that we're planning to do. And we welcome your idea. If you have something that you think might be an improvement upon what we're doing, then please call us back and let us know, because it's inclusive. You know what I mean? But anyway, we have to run, let you know, because we have some other calls that come in. All right. So thank you for the call and big up yourself, brother. All right. Call up. Good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Hello.
Turn on your device, please. Please turn on your device.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
Yeah. I'm calling from Kingston here.
Yes, sir. You have a question or a comment?
Yeah.
All right.
The comment is, the government said you give 20-something billion to the MPs in Parliament the other day, right?
Your voice sounds raspy. Can't you?
Yeah. I'm deliberating, and I took it right to fix that. So why the PNP government don't say I'm not sitting there, I don't want it because you're giving it to criminals? and giving it to criminals money in criminal acts. Six illicit people are there who need to weed them out first. They're giving people money than under investigation. You understand?
Mm-hmm. All
so, right. PNP, they just stood up and take it. I mean, they should have just said to him, no, we don't want it. We're not sitting in parliament with this atrocity.
Oh, that's what you mean. Them should have boycott parliament then.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
You're 6 people out there illicit. They're not calling from them. You give everybody money.
Okay. All right, that's yeah, that's one way of looking at it. But anyway, I thank you for your call, and you need to take care of your voice, man. Sound like you're under the weather.
You guys don't kill themselves here. Burn the fire with you guys.
All right. Look, take care of yourself. All right. Coming back next week, and we'll talk.
I agree with him, brother. I agree with him, brother. Side with him, brother. On that.
Let me just before we take our next call, let me just answer the gentleman from Clarendon, because anybody who calls in and have a question, them deserve an answer. Hold on a second. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Please hold. The gentleman, hold on a second. Hold on. The gentleman made a point that we're blocking people, and that is against the freedom to speak, right? Well, look, here's the thing. You have a right to speak. That's true. But remember, you're calling into the show, and it's not like it's not like you're going into a public place, and even if you go in a public place and you have the right to speak, you can't shout fire in a crowded theater. That's a classic example. So why we don't want somebody come over in our theater and shout fire, because it's going to cause confusion. Because we don't have any fire over here. We burn fire, but we don't have no fire over here as such. So we can't have the people come in and then just create dissension and confusion, because that is a tactic that we know that they meaning people who are opposed to us, that they'll come and they'll use. We have no objections of somebody coming in here and saying, look, guys, I disagree with you because, and then state their reason. That's fine. But if you come over here and you start curse, then we're going to get rid of you. And if you come over here and you start saying inflammatory things, we're going to get rid of you. But otherwise, feel free to come on and talk. And people know me. I'm fairly comfortable with people raising, different viewpoints, even different from mine. I'm fine with that, because I'm open to learning. And I don't believe I know I don't have the answer to everything or all the things I'm talking about. And people have corrected me on many occasions. I welcome being corrected. I don't welcome being insulted. And that's where we are. Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good night. Calling from Canada.
Yes, sir.
So what I want to find, much as I know, I know in the field of accounts, I know any amount of US dollars in any financial institution, it has to be accounted for.
Yes, sir.
So since we have missing so much money in SSL, is it that the US government have some level of interest some time later from now, even with this inconsistent level of investigation, what's going on with so much US dollar missing another currency as such?
So you're saying US dollars are missing and there's no accountability?
Yeah, but based on what they're saying, what I'm basically saying, each financial institution has to give a total haulage of the total USDF or any foreign currency reported to BOJ.
Right.
Or any reporting agency. So since that amount of US dollars would have been missing,
yes,
and it's US currency, it's not Jamaican currency,
yes,
then would the US government have some level of interest to find out where that vast amount of money gone to see if there's corruption or money laundering?
All right, I'll tell you what.
Wrongdoing?
I'll tell you what, that's a good question. Let me throw it out to the panel. Sit tight and wait for the answer, all right?
Yeah, cool.
All right. Carlos, what do you say about that?
Why not? Why not? I believe the US. I believe this investigation now run good enough. In the heart of hearts, I believe the investigation now run good. That's all that. The SSL investigation now run good. Me not see the head a roll. Me not see them man. I'm going to put the man in that deal for this. So SSL, they're not really, to me, SSL not really investigated yet. I mean, no number and no figure and not where I come from this administration. That is just me.
All right.
You know something like that.
Hello, good night, sir.
No, hold
How
on,
are
caller.
you?
Hold on a second. All right. Lonesome, what you have to say about that, where the gentleman said about the US dollars missing and whether or not the US government should have an interest in it. He's talking about SSL.
All right. So the US have interest in the money worldwide. Because when you watch documentary the US, can they make sure you don't counterfeit the money and think, I'm matter of fact, the secret agent. Or them they just work and watch the president. But them work on even the money and all these things to enough people don't even know. Worldwide, me I talk about. So when you have the money like SSL and a US sitting there, them have an interest. Them not gonna talk to the government, you know, but them do for them own investigation privately because I feel them money that, you know.
So you're saying then that they should have an interest. They
them have an interest, and them are because anyway. Remember, you know, you may see them. Because, you remember we study these things. So what them do in other country because you have some people print up US, you know, and them can afford to make bogus money touch pan for them thing. You understand, Arati? Well, you have the idea, you know about what me I talk about. Yeah. So you know, US have an interest in a war going down there because it bank in a US. Them use US. So you know, say US have an interest in that. And them now talk to the government about that neither, you know. Them a watch it, man. Them watch it.
All right.
Yes.
Your caller, go ahead, please.
Good night, sir. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. But we hear a lot of noise in the background, man. Where they dance?
I want to talk about my subject for tonight. Sir, let me ask you a question very quickly. I want to talk about something very. Hold on.
Can't hear you, sir. Hello.
I good call it, you know.
Caller, welcome to Reasons, Rattigan. Good night.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah. Good night.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, sir. You have a question or a comment, sir?
Yeah, good night.
Please turn down your device.
Yeah. Yeah, man, more for big up the panel, you know. Big up yourself and alone, so. Big up all of mine, them, you see.
Yeah, man.
But just want to say, seeing that we as Jamaican, we can get a permit to protest. While you're lining up that thing, that we have something where we are organized down here, so as we as Jamaican, when time the protests are going, if I even turn on the light, turn on the blinker, wear some form of color or something to get involved in the whole protest when that take place, because you see, so them have a dictatorship down here. The last time I got downtown with the march with UIC, them lock him up and lock up a couple more youth. So we're not free for those certain things down here. So seems as it be, when you give they go ahead, just indicate what we can do. By we, you know, I gather, because they might come with them long gun and all of them things. You see me? I now hold up the thing.
All right.
But we just put it forward and you just.
Yeah, well, something like that. We want it done organic. So if you have some people down there who can set it up, then we can coordinate. So that when we do our thing up here, then Uno do something down there. Whether it's on a boycott a business or I mean a government office or whatever it is that you plan to do. But that's a good idea. So come back next week and make we exchange some thoughts on that. Hold on one second. All right, take care of yourself. Take care. All right, go ahead, Carlos. Hold on.
I just want the people of Jamaica know where I think about that, like Rattigan said, it's got to be organically. Because we don't have some about phone. We have to come out on our own. It's time Jamaicans go out on their own now. You know why we stay so Jamaica? We never go out on our own. We get paid if we go out and go campaign. We get paid if we go out. We get paid if we go to conference. We get people to go vote. When did we ever make up a mind? So whoever in Jamaica plan to do this, remember, no political. Come out their own initiative. Remember that, because that's what we're doing right here.
All right. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Blessings. I'm calling from England.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Greetings, my brother, to each and everyone.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Same to you.
I just have a question I would like to ask. If it's possible, the Integrity Commission can hold on to the 6-member name when them find it, Mark Golden going in power, in bring it forward. Because I think with Andrew Holness and his wife sitting there, they're gonna sit on it until them do like what him do and then come sing Can't Trouble Zion.
Okay.
So
all right.
Is it possible that can happen?
All right. Listen, thank you for the call. Thanks for the support. And I'm gonna take another call, but we're gonna answer. Listen to it for the answer, all right?
Questions, please.
All right. I'm gonna take another. Okay, all right. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Good night. Good night, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. You?
I'm calling from Garden. I'm good so far. I'm calling from Garden Hill District, St. Catherine, Point Hill.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk subject very quickly. What's on my mind tonight? Sir, let's ask you a question that is controversial. How does sex education affecting our teenage youths in schools? How does it affect the school curriculum?
All right. Quickly, I'm going to give you an answer. Tune in about 2 weeks. We're going to have an educator on, and this is a subject that she's going to be addressing. So I don't want to steal her thunder. I don't want to go ahead of her, because especially since she's the expert. So call back in about 2 weeks. And you
Sir, I'm not gonna go as yet. I'm going to talk about something else quickly, please.
Please go ahead.
Too much crime and violence in this country and too much corruption. Why too much thieves have to be in Jamaica? When people ready them go into a bank and steal, how could a thief steal money like that into a bank? Them can arrest and charge that person.
That's a question?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, hang up. I'm gonna give you the answer. All right. I'll call you right. Just listen down for the answer. All right. All right, let me turn this off for a second. All right.
Before you move on there, Rattigan, somebody texted me and said, what the Jamaicans can do in support of whatever we plan to do in terms of marching overseas is to knock pot covers. Because if individual homes do it and it just picks up and goes along. So that can do it in terms, you can flick the lights, whatever, but you can also, knock pot covers, whatever, that sort of thing. And it will have an impact. So that is a support system.
Yeah. Regarding the gentleman who just called asking why is it that people go to banks and stick up and rob and all of these things, sir, I don't know the answer. What I would suggest you do is listen to the program on a regular basis, because we have experts come on, and questions like the question you just posed, they answer them in a way that I could never answer them, because I'm not an expert as to why people go into a bank and hold up a bank and all of that stuff. So, and you've called before. I know you're a devoted listener. Continue to be, and tune in about 2 weeks. We're going to have the sex education piece with the classroom or whatever. We're going to have somebody to discuss that, and then the other piece regarding the crime, we're going to have somebody else. So just hold tight. You're ahead of us. Yeah, that idea about banging the pots in a show of solidarity, I think that would work. That would work. Anything else anybody want to say? Oh, Kevin.
No, man.
You know something, sorry, 1 minute, wait. I'm listening to a lot of these questions being asked by the callers and, points being raised. But the General Diaspora Council I haven't heard anything from them addressing some of these major issues that these people are talking about. So what purpose do they really serve? Because these are serious issues. I don't hear anything about the illicit six, and then we're on the cusp of election. I don't hear anything about the Prime Minister not his statutory declarations yet to be verified. Him not signing the code of conduct, his ministers not signing the code of conduct. I don't hear anything about the $800 million project that his wife is putting up. I don't hear anything about Cornwall Regional, as Wayne call it, Beryllium Regional, that cost overrun down there. None of those things you don't hear about. Yet they have time to be bitching about this letter. I mean, there are other more serious things to talk about. Yes, them talking about it has magnified it and has brought more issues to the fore and have brought more people into the conversation. That's what they're pushing back on it has done. But where are the issues that I've just mentioned, plus the others that people have been talking about? Why have they not said anything about those issues? It doesn't concern them? Are they not concerned? Or is for them it's like it doesn't bother them? So why should they care?
I just want to say that
there's some serious issues, and we're going to discuss them. Let me just take this call. Caller, go ahead, please.
Hello, good night.
Good night, sir. I'm going to have to hurry you. You have a question or a statement?
Yeah, I just want to base observation based on some information that you guys have divulged. I just want to say this. Ms. Daisy mentioned that they bought 4 helicopters? And
not
this shows where the priority in terms of security is with the government.
Right.
I just want to make this point quickly.
All right.
Say, for instance, we have noticed that some of the incidents in Jamaica have been captured by CCTV. And all that money that was used to purchase all of those helicopters, suppose we have just digitalized, like say Kingston, the city of Kingston, and make those connections to police stations and so. Can you imagine the impact that would make and the difference in terms of capturing some of these events?
Yeah,
so we can see that the priority of the government is not in terms of to helping the security team, and that is my observation.
All
the
right.
priority of the government is just not right.
We agree with you.
Okay, and thanks for the information.
No problem. Take care of yourself. Be well. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello? 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 Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, hear me, Ratty?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, we are called from Texas.
Yeah, man, talk to me.
Yeah, we want to talk about the corruption thing. A long time it has gone.
Yeah, man.
It has gone from Century National Commercial Bank. Them take come up all the 500,000.
Okay.
I'm on name down Crown for it.
All right.
So a long time the JLP are teach people money.
All right.
So that more I know. Kim and Cam go Miami. Whenever you hear about nothing about it. My father did and we don't get the money still.
All right. Well, then we expect to see if we protest anywhere near your neck of the woods, we expect to see you out there. All right.
All right. Yeah.
Take care of yourself, brother. Big up. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Good night. Hello. Hello. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Hello. All right, folks, we'll turn off the phone right now because Maria raised some issues, and I think we have to deal with them. And most of you, some of you have asked about some of these things, the issues she's raised, and I'm sure some of you waiting to call, you're going to ask about some of the same issues. Let's talk about the illicit six. Let me make it clear to everybody that the names of the 6 politicians, well, the reports for the six or for the 6 politicians on the investigation by the Integrity Commission. Listen, the reports have not been provided to the Parliament. So therefore, there is nothing for Parliament to table. What happened is simply this. Early this year, as part of their annual report, which they're required to submit to Parliament because Parliament has oversight responsibilities over the Integrity Commission, they indicated that they had 6 parliamentarians and 28 civil servants under investigation. That's what they said in their annual report. As a result of that, there was miscommunication. There was confusion. And some people throughout the course of months coming to where we are now, people are under the misconception that Parliament has the names and they're refusing to make them public. That's not true. The names are still the names and the reports of investigation and the report concerning the corruption prosecutor's decision, they're still over at the Integrity Commission. So if you're going to blame anybody for not releasing the names, I am here to tell you that you should blame the Integrity Commission. Parliament cannot table what they don't have. One of the things I have lots of complaints about the Integrity Commission. One of them is this. You come out and you say in the annual report, oh, we're investigating 6 parliamentarians, 28 civil servants. But when the reports that you sent to us so far, they put this notice out saying we have submitted 4 reports to be tabled. They don't say anything about the 4 reports. They should say we're submitting 4 reports concerning 4 parliamentarians or 4 civil servants to be tabled so that people know what is in the hands of Parliament. Because if they just say we have 4 reports, immediately people start thinking, oh, this must be 4 out of the 6. Right? And then this idea, Debbie, about gag order, the gag order is only effective during the investigation. Once the investigation is over, they can talk about it. But they're afraid. They're afraid. And I don't know why. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. People, if you want Rattigan to get a job, although somebody say I should just stay where I am. If you want me to get that job, if you feel sorry for me, well, no, don't feel sorry for me because I'm okay. But if you feel sorry for the people of Jamaica, and you really want to see some work done in terms of corruption investigation and prosecution against the politicians, lobby for me get the job as executive director for the Integrity Commission. And you see how real investigations are conducted in an expeditious and thorough fashion. Do that for me, and you see something else. So that's where we are with that. But the 6 parliamentarians that we're anxiously waiting to hear about, the names are not over there. No. The Integrity Commission's annual report is going to be due early next year. I think after the first quarter, somewhere around. It's due, I think it's like the end of March, early April, but then they have an extension. They have another like 60 days or so. I don't remember. But we need to find out we need to wait and see what they're going to say in that report, or to see if they're going to turn in the report of investigation along with the corruption prosecutor's decision to the Parliament before the annual report. We need to see if they're going to do it before the end of March. But let me just make it clear that the 6 that we're talking about, the names are not over in Parliament. Similarly, we keep asking them for a crime plan. And I keep telling people, just Google Plan Secure Jamaica. That is the crime plan. Don't expect them to come out and say, here is a crime plan, because they've given us Plan Secure Jamaica. And they've been talking about Plan Secure Jamaica since 2016, people. Just go back, just Google it and read, and you'll see that is the crime plan. They're not going to give you something named a crime plan. Just believe me on that. And in fact, if you don't believe me, just go back and look at the Let's Connect town hall meeting that was conducted last month, where the Prime Minister raised it again. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, my favorite minister, Kamina Johnson-Smith, she went into greater detail about that particular plan, even though it's not her, it's not her bailiwick. Her bailiwick is not national security, but she took the opportunity to talk about Plan Secure Jamaica. So just Google Plan Secure Jamaica, and that is the crime plan. Herb, you have something you want to say? Herb, you're muted.
Was there a re-election among the Global Diaspora Council this year? Because their initial appointment was for 3 years, and they were appointed in 2020. Have you heard anything about re-elections? And we're in the last day of the year right now. These council members are elected for 3-year terms to give them time to achieve deliverables agreed upon during their tenure. We don't even know what the deliverables are. The council reflects the inclusive, expansive, and collaborative nature of the Jamaican diaspora. So how comes we don't know what the deliverables are? How comes we haven't heard about any re-elections?
You mean for the
Global Jamaica
Diaspora Council?
Yeah. 3 years.
I've been saying it's an organization that doesn't appear to have any legitimacy to it. It's run by the government, no matter what they say. And people just go back and look at their terms of reference. So I'm not surprised by anything that you're telling me now, Herb, that they're doing or not doing. The thing about it is that for the first time, people are spilling the beans on them now. People are coming out and say, wait a minute, let's look at this organization. And then we're finding out that the organization it's not what it's, they put this thing out and people think, oh man, they must be legitimate, and they're condemning Dr. Francis. But they don't have the authority to criticize Dr. Francis, because what Dr. Francis is shedding light on are issues that they should shed light on for a long time. All right. When was the last time you see the Prime Minister come here and you see him get on Let's Connect, right? And you hear the diaspora people ask him the tough questions like, Mr. Prime Minister, why is it that your statutory declarations have not been certified, sir? What's going on? When they ask him questions about, hey, what about the 6? Do you know about the 6? Hey, what do you think about conflict of interest with your wife getting permits from agencies within your ministry or within your portfolio? We don't hear them talking about, what about the promises you made in 2016 that have been unfulfilled? What about the promises you made in 2020 that have been unfulfilled? What about some of the contrasting things that you've said and the contradictory things you've said? Nobody's asking him that, because, and this goes to show that they don't represent us. They represent an elite group of people who are enamored by power and influence, and they just want to be at the side of power and influence. That's all they want to do. They want to take selfies with them. They want to go to the fancy events that, by the way, the money's paying for those events, they're coming from hard working taxpayers, right? They're not coming out of them pocket to pay for that, right? So I'm not surprised by anything going on. So, Dr. Francis.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. Let me generate some interest in your future here.
Yes.
Know that you have been lambasted, and you've been ridiculed, right? They've said some vituperative things about you. Where do you go from here?
You know, I am I'm constant as the Northern Star. I guess that's not. I shouldn't even quote that because I see Julius Caesar said that, but
I know that from, yeah, I know that from.
exactly. Yeah, but I don't want to be, I mean, because you know what happened to him. But the point I'm making is that I just want to make something clear. They had a election last year for the Global Diaspora Council last year. Okay, I just want to let you know that. That's how Peter Gracie and Tolo McNeil came in. Okay, now, but in regards to me though, I see myself doing exactly what I am doing, advocating for Jamaica, advocating for the diaspora. I think the diaspora should be on its own. I do not think that the diaspora should be a slave to Jamaica or vice versa. I think that we should work symbiotically. I think that if we work together, we'll be a greater nation and a greater set of people. I've seen it happen in India. I've seen it happen in Israel. I've seen it happen. I know people don't want to hear that name, but I see it happen in so many different countries, right? And the diasporas are so effective. It's only they knew how to work with the diaspora and serve, serve our country at the same time. So I look at myself serving Jamaica in terms of personally, not necessarily from a governmental level or any other level. Will continue to write, I'll continue to activate, and I'll continue to help poor folks. And we're helping right now in Jamaica. Nobody really knows because sometimes, they will use your fat to fry someone else. And that is so sad. Jamaica has some weird stuff. You talk about somebody and they will call you bad mind and so on and so forth. Yet you ask them, what is the meaning of the word covetous? They don't know. Yet, they talk about it all the time. We need a sense of sobriety. We need a sense of unity as we're showing right now on this platform. Everyone, if you touch me, I touch the other guy, or the other lady. You understand me? We need that. We need that back. We used to have it, Jamaica for the Jamaicans. I don't believe in separating cultures. I mean, separating people by race, etc. and so on. No, I don't. I do believe that we are out of many one people. I think we should keep it that way. And I do believe it has worked well for us, music or culture and the way we live. Let me tell you something. I just have to say someplace. I remember when I was teaching, I would walk into the classroom and I would say the very first thing I'd say, oh, I have an accent, because I was teaching speech at the university mainly. One of the things I taught was speech. And the students in there would say, no, sir, you don't have an accent. I mean, we never even thought about it. I would look at them and straight in their eyes and say, you're all liars. You know I have an accent, but guess what? You have one, but mine is more sexier. You see, after I said that, everybody in the room was in was captive. My class was always full because of for-profits, and I remember that, and they still follow me. They still chase me. I mean, I have 2,700 people on LinkedIn. I've never spoken to many of them, and they just still come in and. But the point is that you have to just work with each other, and I know if we do that, we are working. You know what I mean? Everything's not going to agree with. And, Daisy made a point. Maria done, earlier on said, it is so important to use this as a momentum. We said it. All of us said it. Wayne said it. You said it. Jamaican Carlos. So where do I go? I am just following the man from above. Wherever direction. I only ask. I never ask for money. I ask for wisdom and understanding. If I can get a little of that and I can spread it around, I'm good. And that's a very long answer, but that's my answer.
All right, good. People, we need to like up the program. Like up the program.
Yes, and subscribe. Most importantly,
subscribe and donate to the one.
Donate. Yes, that thing is in the corner. Yes, absolutely, donate. Yes.
Yeah. Because
and it wouldn't be when you come in, you must tell them like what the preacher said. Listen to me. That wasn't enough money today, I need a little bit more because the roof has to fix and this has to fix. You understand me? If you use it like a preacher, something, Ratty, you can't beg. I tell you that long time. You don't know how to beg. Maria, I Lonesome, help him out for me. Tell him how to go. Man. But yes, man, tell him people.
Man, Dr. Francis.
Yes.
What we want to do right now, because when we're talking, I'm more substance more than anything else.
Yeah, man.
We're talking back down. And we know, first of all, We no recognize that 30 there. From government go pick them, we no recognize them. We have how much million out there, so what me I go recognize them. But me keep a show me have more. Me can't go from my phone, me have more people than who vote for them. So me not recognize them. Okay? And next thing now, we have to just line up the protests, and we deal with it. We deal with Capitol Hill and just move full force. Ignore them, block them. Because government are fret about the money where them are collect the donor funds. And that's about them, you know. I say to mash them up. You see that make it even worse, and then them come and put up your face right and call my name. A full force. Because let me tell you, soft talk turn it away anger. When you come now, you can't run as strong. And you want to be a bully when you run. Then you gonna get full force. That may be leaving. So to follow them up with them want put out. We are disassociate with self.
Yeah,
we associate with number 4 in the first place. So we not disassociation for yourself.
Yeah, we
business about to know. We don't want to hear about to know. When we do things with us late. So Dr. Francis, the day we line up soon. If I just little after the new year, even if Sunday, little after the new year, we're ready. That we can line up the people.
Trust me. Hey, trust me, we are ready. We are ready to go, and with those things have been planned, and we're going to execute them regardless of what.
Me have to send out to some people and ask me the time and place and everything.
We will by Monday. I think by Monday or Tuesday we should have timings ready for you.
Okay.
By Monday or Tuesday. So let me just make it. Hold on, one thing. There's a guy. 2 people called from Massachusetts. Let's big them up because one of them was in the military with me. The first guy there, we call him medic. But I'm just saying to you guys, if people from all those places can call and be so enthused. And I'm then sending me, every time I get knocked off, is somebody sending me a message. But I'm fixing that tomorrow because, you know, I let me tell you something, guys. What we're doing is God's work, and I know that. So move forward. That's what I say. Okay, good.
We a while ago. How is it about distance themselves from where we never know them?
we don't want them.
You're right.
Yes.
Who said they're distancing themselves from us?
Not them. Them write a letter. Not that them letter say Rattigan. Them write a letter say them are distant themselves from the letter where you write and them not in a card with you. Or them are distance themselves. We don't know them and we don't want to know them. So we know we don't know them. So we are doing what we are doing.
Honestly, I know a few.
But I know them are this one, so this one them together. Right, you know, if you want to know them now. Yeah? Because them come together and write in a one card. We are speaking on one card. We no business about them. We not the diaspora. We make up the diaspora. We spend our own money. We open our own door and do our own things. Them two out other. We not work with nobody. We work with government. We supposed to be the watch lion. Okay? And hold them accountable. Them want donor funds, we are going to stop it. Them two out other. Them forget investigated too. And make sure they're not illegal because here Herb read it out and Ratty read it out and the same thing. I ask them. If we not standing, if we not standing, we're not kind of dark, you know. We're not kind of dark. We don't talk. Yes, Ratty.
Yeah, some people come in and them say, well, somebody that say, well, we know represent the diaspora. Someone want to know if we don't represent the diaspora, who represents the diaspora?
Who is we? Who is us? Where we live?
Well, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Why are they saying that? Do they know who represents?
No, we don't want to talk to them who say it neither. Where we live?
I'd love to know that.
No, but what we know, you know, this it name distraction, my brother.
That's why no. That's why the person who caused a distraction is gone.
Thank you. Because yes.
I guarantee you, if you ask a person right now and say, okay, who is your representative on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council? Them no know. So it's a distraction. Them come over here for come.
Of course. We don't want to hear from them.
No. Herb, we don't hear from you for a while. Jump in, say something.
Well, what I'm looking at the celebration Dr. Cunningham had, Doc, and it says the elected representative to the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council for the Southern region announced the names of 60 Jamaicans in the regions who were honored for their work in the community. Do you know much about the 60 that were honored?
What's the name? When were they honored?
Well, he has your name in the midst of it. That's why I was asking.
That was some time ago, man. That was a couple of years ago.
But what was the nature of their work? Do you know?
No, they honored me because of my work in the as president of the Jamaica Men of Florida, I think.
Okay, but the other people, do you remember what their prominence was?
No, those people were like people who did work in the area of southern Florida, especially in Broward.
But hold on. The work that they did, was it connected to the organization, or the organization was just recognizing them for work that they did?
Recognizing them for work that they did.
So that don't know nothing. Anybody can come up with a certificate and give somebody something and say,
I got some people to man going after them marks. Maybe it's about them.
That's the only real thing I've seen Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is saying that they've done.
That was Alan Cunningham, the previous guy. So that has nothing to do right now. The right now guy is Peter Gracie.
And he has not done anything.
No. Hold on. Peter Gracie is a very busy council. He has formed a council of his own, another council under him, and he's recruited a number of persons. So be quite honest with you. But I'm telling you that you know, Peter Gracie they had to call him, and he can tell me I'm not, and tell him said don't say anything, because he is not the type of person who would keep his mouth. You understand me? He's an upstanding guy, and I know him. Okay.
So what kind of work are they doing?
Well, no, I'm telling you, I can't tell you about everybody else, but I think Tolom Neal and him. I hear.
Peter Gracie. Peter Gracie
is around the place, forming committees, working in the area of whether for mental health or for crime or anything. And in fact, he asked me to assist in that region, and so on and so. He's really very busy. To be quite, he's one of the busiest I've seen in terms of Global Diaspora Council. And remember, I was a member myself, not of the council, but as the advisor. Similar thing, yeah.
Rupert, Dr. Francis, do me a favor. When next time you talk to Mr. Gracie, ask him if the organization is registered.
I can ask him, of course. I'll ask him. That's no problem.
Ask him if it's registered.
Oh, absolutely. But do you want my answer?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think anybody thought about that. Anybody. Even the lawyers who passed through us, and I'm not calling any names. I don't think anybody thought about that.
I've been sounding that bell for over a year. I've been telling you.
I know that, and I'm saying to you, I've not said it before, but but I'm telling you now on the public space that I don't think anyone addressed that issue. I heard it raised once some time ago, and it was dismissed. Okay, but I think it's something that they must look at now. And by the way, let me just clarify one thing. I know of officers I served with who now works in the office of the Prime Minister, Jamaica Defense Force. So maybe that's what they're doing there. And I do believe that Rear Admiral Gorman, who's a woman in JDF, she is in charge. But everything they do has to go through OPM, I am sure, almost.
I just clarify one thing for you, though. You ever hear about martial law?
Yes.
You know about martial law?
Yes.
It's happening in Africa right now, where you have civilian government, and sometimes Andrew one like him smarter than everybody else,
Yes.
The reason why I'm freeing up this soldier them on him, because if you have a martial law, they're going to take it over from you. That's why, remember, a soldier not tell civilian government everything. I know that as a fact. So you have a martial law. When it now run good, it's going in Africa now.
Oh yeah.
Them overthrow government and take it over when it's right. So what Andrew do, pay some man right and draw them side of him. Because remember, them on go advise you. Andrew's not a soldier. Never train as a soldier, nor police. So when you run your thing, them and do thing, one good thing you can do, go through the administration and your advice. Well, we do this, that I want back some budget, I forgive your budget. But They will overthrow
very
you.
obvious.
From going like him smart, I draw for some man side of him.
Exactly.
Because if you have a martial law, yeah, and people get overthrown.
But
bet up now about, you know.
Yeah, but he has a problem though. He has a problem.
Yes.
Those people don't cut no squam within Jamaica. Those any of those soldiers, they don't. They are not popular enough to do something like that. You have to be very popular to do something like that.
I know, but no God tell you that's why him friend them up, him draw the one them and friend them up. And that may I tell some people say, although you might say this man at this, we have civilian around. It happen in Africa right now, straight. A man say, me not like how you run the country. Me just take it over from you. So when them get, you know, see Google Gaga get too much million for now work. You know, see the other one get, he was a general when no one, then put him in the office and give him much money. Because when you go just brief him, he is not a soldier. He is not a police. He is a prime minister. And we see prime minister and president get overthrown.
Well,
especially in a third world country.
No,
like him smart, we are seeing. He must have play smart. We are watching. Yes.
Let me just be clear that we're not advocate the overthrow.
No, we're not doing it, you know, but I'm going to tell him. So when them said that and that, that's why I ask what is martial. Because I know about them things, you know. But I never want to say these things. Because sometimes you don't want to put nothing on us, you know. Because we see it in a third world country, nothing, you know. You understand? See, but me notice him draw for them man they in the army and put side them and I give them big money.
Yeah. What we say is what we've seen is a militarization of the society. When I say society, it means all the critical.
And he make sure at them and I feed them. It's like you have lion and you pet him. Can me buy it you know? But you make sure pet him, man.
Yeah. Mocha was led by a military guy. Well, on alone, some Mocha was led by a military guy, and then you had a guy in the assigned, a military man assigned to the JCF who was in charge of a crime initiative, which I found interesting. Then they move the current police commissioner from the JDF to become the first and I think the only national security advisor, where you know you ask yourself, when really do right this up? Can feel right this up? Him feel. Yeah, and then him say, okay, we're put in charge of the police then. And him feel. And on top of that, them increase him wages.
To 26 million from 13.5.
Yeah, I never seen anything like this. Never seen anything like this. Carlos, when I hear from you for a while, say something, and then more I hear from Maria.
But they pay attention to our going by them big periods if you're not talking to the judges, to them big man around, to the politicians, like the whole country and the buyout and the gathering of the food and the prime minister office and the SOEs, and we don't know the money I go and what part thing must smell right, Ratty, things have to go change. So this letter right here, the love letter, is a good way to start going into next year, my gentle people. Trust me.
Oh, Ratted, you know what? We never do the year in review.
So that guy, we'll do it tomorrow because we're going far and we'll start tomorrow. We'll go tomorrow.
Yeah, we can do the year in review tomorrow. But Maria.
I'm listening to all of this and I'm thinking to myself that the only thing that everybody has been focused on, not this group, those who are pushing back, is investments coming to Jamaica. Investments, you're going to mesh up our investments. And they have not spoken about the accounting of, you know, what monies have already been there. So that is one of the things that we need to talk about. Why focus on the investments? And what about the investments that are already there?
Okay. Well, the thing about investments is that, like the prime minister, he said the other day, what's it? He wasn't using prosperity. He was saying peace and was it productivity, something like that. He said, and then when he brought them down, right, as some people say, the granular level, the common denominator to him was in crime, because he was saying crime affects peace and crime affects productivity, but we don't hear anything about prosperity. I guess he's thrown that model out the window because it's definitely not working. Because even though they'll tell you that 4 point whatever percent, the unemployment rate is 4.5. You just ask people, how are you making out? Or, what's going on with your economy? Forget about the country's economy. And the idea that, the stock market is doing well, that not translate to the regular guy on the street. Him don't know where that not have no relevance to him, because that now put food on him table, that now, so, and these are the things that them come with. But folks, don't lose track of the fact that we're talking about corruption, we're talking about crime, we're talking about service delivery, we're talking about how you protect your borders, we're talking about standing. If you can sue anybody, these are the issues that we should be talking about with our politicians. But they've rebuffed our efforts over the years and over the months and over the weeks. And so now it's action time. We're not talking anymore. We're taking action. So the embassy in DC, there's a planned protest for that. You can just tell her that no, we don't have a date. We'll give them the date, We'll give them the date. And not only that, when we apply, when we get the permit, the police will give them the date anyway. So it's not a secret. We can't hide that. So they'll get that. And the one up in New York, the consulate, be prepared for something to up there, because I tell you right now, in my honest opinion, and I've watched all three official Jamaica government representatives in the US, because we have some honorary people. I'm not counting those people. I'm talking about the ones being paid by the Jamaican government. The one down in Florida, Mayor, that guy is the hardest working one out of all of them. Believe me when I tell you, that guy is the most accessible, the most intelligent, the most hardworking. I mean, every time you look, he's out in the community trying to do something. So I want, if he's listening, or his family members, if they're listening, or his friends, just make him know that when we come and we start protesting in front of his office, it's nothing personal. It's business. It's the Jamaican people's business. It's nothing personal, because, I can have lunch with him. And in fact, we have some mutual friends. And I've spoken to him before. So it's not a problem. So we just want him to know he's the hardest working one. The other two, they're loafers. Hardest working one, but he's going to get some blowback. And by the way, here's something that we should consider. That letter, that love letter, as Carlos calls it, that love letter from Dr. Francis, I know right now it's causing some serious discussions, because one of the things that, if I were the Prime Minister or the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, or the Ambassador, here is something I would be asking the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council members. How come we never know about this? How come we never see this when I come? That we could have prevented this. And especially since it's coming from a known person. It's coming from Dr. Francis. It's not coming from Joe Blow from some place when nobody, poor dunk, when nobody don't know. It'll come from him. So the question I'll be asking is, how is the hell did Dr. Francis get to write a letter like this? He's known to the community and nobody knew about this. Nobody said anything. And now we have to now deal with all of this mess. That's a problem. But we know some of them now work. We know them not doing any work. Michelle might be doing some work, and who else? And the one down in Georgia, the Florida, that one. But other than that, nobody else not doing any work. So we're going to ram things up, people. We're going to close up shop in another 13 minutes, not taking any more phone calls. Tomorrow night, we'll be doing a year in review, and the renegade who not afraid, man in the wilderness, he'll be chairing his regularly scheduled town hall meeting, and beer fire, not even beer fire go burn over there tomorrow. Especially since now, them go wake up a sleeping giant, because them go call up him name and they see him get Rattigan.
You know, it's some of you serious from night, yeah. Wait, man.
Yeah, and to somebody say, the Prime Minister should get him jail bag ready. Well, I wouldn't go that far right now. Don't frighten him. Don't frighten him, because, when the jail bag time come, we want to surprise him. So don't frighten him. We just want to surprise him. Yeah. Let him go and do him, mother. And I tell you what, every single time him come now, him hear about the Magnitsky Act, every time him come to America right now, him more fret. Every time him come to America, I'm going fret. If I'm able to go back. You watch. And Herb, we have to talk to our friend there, down in Washington. Our guys with the journal, the one with the links, them with the Magnitsky Act. Yeah, we have to talk to him about it because we have to get something going so that, if we can do it when the Prime Minister comes the next time, if them can bag him, then that would be great. But we don't know if we can get it done in time. But we're going to work on something like that.
Yeah, I think it's since they're calling us out, seem like they get serious. They're ready to fight. So okay, so you want to fight? All right, we're going to throw down. It's that simple. We're going to throw down. We say Jamaican call us. The ball fight.
We now turn back. Forward level. There's no choice. We have no choice.
Yep.
No choice. And we load up.
Lion. Go ahead, Carlos. Sorry.
Put on the pass, win for come off of this and see win the them show us. So you're up, because we ain't hot enough. We you can't go bed with this weight. You have to go burn some fire.
Wait tomorrow morning. If you call my name, you don't know so worries or be worries. You must say Bug Life can never call me name. Never crush him. Bug Life and call that name.
Well, I know, Maria. Wait till tomorrow you tell Lonesome man, so the man call up him name and things like that. The man come on the program and find it. I want him find out the man just is a different person,
when I found out, I said to myself, when I heard, I'm like, no, he didn't hear, and I'm like, maybe you don't hear either because I don't hear anything from either of you. Not a text message, not a line, not a letter, not a 50-cent stamp to me. So I'm like, no, but that was out of line because something, he has a platform that he can use to edify the people, and he, instead of doing that, he went into the gutter, and that's rather unfortunate.
So we're talking about the government now who run the country and the taxpayers' money, and them are come off a Ratty and I come off and draw me. Bug Life, it coming like twist tough tongue them that tell you I'm stay. Again time that tell you I'm stay. The Ratty tell you, man. You know what you know Bug Life? You know say me not play with you, man. Not play. Yeah? Minister misinformation and disinformation. You don't know my style. Him lead the people, mislead the people them too, because let me tell you this, you have to fact check your thing and have it factual. Him come and him say, Children Hospital, JLP build the most hospital because Children Hospital bust a man to build it. Can you imagine? It's the army barracks, it's the army hospital and them just scheme now 62, then turn over, 63, them put Boston name on it. Boston don't do nothing. And him don't even know that. And him, them have for them media man. Bug Life sick. Then him say crime go up on them thing, and the people he gone up. And I'm gonna give facts. Bug Life, people can't listen to Bug Life.
Oh, hold on a second. Well, one of the things somebody says that him said my case against my favorite minister that it got thrown out.
It was thrown out, yeah. Yeah, he said it was thrown out.
That's why you're going so.
Yeah, you see what happened is that again, people. That's what I'm saying. It's disingenuous. And in some instances, he's a flat-out liar, right? And I've used a word to describe him tonight that I've never used to describe anyone on this program. I call him a jackass. In fact, I'm glad his name. Let me name again. Hold on there. I'm going to show you something. Hold on there. Let me name Minister Morgan, right? Morgan. Hold on, give me a second there. Robert Morgan. This is the man who. Okay, here it is. Hold on. Not showing us. Find something out for sure. In August 16th of last year, at 10:23 in the morning, I got a message from somebody who said, "Good morning, sir. This is Robert Nesta Morgan." Right? And he and I, we had a running conversation, 16th, 17th, and so on and so forth. And do you know why we had that conversation? We had that conversation because the minister told me, and I want him to come and deny this. He told me that he's asking me kindly to stop talking about Kamina Johnson Smith, if I could just calm down a bit. He called me trying to get me to stop talking about this minister who violated the laws of Jamaica and administrative regulations, who lied in her affidavit, saying that she never get no benefit and she never get no gift, right? And he called me trying to tell me, and he used to take my call. And you know what happened? I said to him, and I won't, Lonesome, I won't, because if I tell Lonesome this, Lonesome, I'm gonna live on my bridge. I mean, I want to live on my bridge.
No, you have to tell me where you come off at.
No. But my mind said, Minister Mark, you need to talk to this man. You need to, because apparently it was, there were discussions going on. And he called me, tried to get me not to proceed. And then I said to him, look, Minister Morgan, I'll be frank with you. Out of principle, I can't do that. I can't take your word and just drop everything that I'm doing against her, because I said to him, she's as guilty as sin. I said that to him. I said, she's as guilty as sin because I have the documentation. Me no hear from him since then. I've invited him. At one point, I was inviting him every week to come on the program. Every week. And you know what? I stopped inviting him, but I send him the notification, the promo. Every single week, I send him the promo. He got the promo today. So him can't talk to me because him come try write me and tell me must kind of calm down. And you say no, the person who gave him my number said that I'm a nice guy and that I'm approachable and him can talk to me and maybe we can work this out. And I said to him, there's nothing to work out, sir. This woman is guilty as there you go, Carlos. I said to him, she's as guilty as sin. I can't stop doing me do. But this is how them approach people, right? So him and now him will come now and him will go talk this nonsense. He will come talk this nonsense. And we must realize is that the case not over. The case not over. The case is on appeal, and we have a very strong appeal. Very strong appeal. And Minister Morgan, I know you're watching, or your minions, they're watching. Remember this, sir. He who laughs last laughs best. Lonesome.
Say.
Wait, no, Lonesome. Rattigan. Remember, ISAT got a stay of his thing. So ISAT is back in business. Big mistake.
that is a monkey wrench in them spokes. Them can't deal with that.
Let me tell you now, I'm finished telling you now. Say Bug Life. Him, the one where them carry go down up in a Saint Anne now. And some other one when them did a run. Chim go within skullduggery. And him make Ardesha losing. Ardesha for winning and them come up with that. That's why you see him have that position where him can't move, Skullduggery, Can't really Ardesha win, Ardesha win that. And him when him skullduggery change up and them do what them do. That guy, Bug Life. Him remember that. You understand? See? And we till tomorrow, man. I got dry him out. Because I said, Bug Life, when you come personally, where I say, you are all accountable. A nice thing, I love this. Remember music, I like it, man. I love it, man. I'll deal with you tomorrow, man. Yeah, man.
Right. Yeah, we always shut down shop now, but so we could just go around the horn and get some final comments before we close out. I could start with Dr. Francis. And Dr. Francis, I want to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us, because I know you have family commitments, personal commitments, professional commitments, but you've decided that this issue is so important. You had to spend the time with us, and for that, sir, I extend my deep appreciation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you all. I just want to tell you, I was just reading some Nationwide had put out something, and somebody, written something, and some people had gone on it and wrote on there. Facebook and all that. And one person says he must think like that because he looks like Lambert Brown. Lord have mercy. And nobody can disrespect on that I'm much better looking than Lambert Brown. Come on, give me a break. I know I'm getting old, but you know. But I found it funny. Sorry, Lambert. You know, but I guess you're not too bad. If you look like me, you're good, brother. But there were some other comments that from people who, when I ran in Clarendon and all that sort of thing, they look like they're going around and targeting these things and trying to give an impression. There were some good ones reported. People are just right down the middle and what have you. Some people thought that I'm doing this because I want some accolades or so on and so forth. Listen to me. It is always good to be noticed and recognized, but this is not my opinion. This is not my work alone. Some very good people, very wonderful people worked with me in this, and they know who they are. And I cannot forget that every time I call some of my colleagues and so on and so forth. So it's not my ideas alone. However, yes, we work together, and that's what we need to do as Jamaicans. I hope that many persons out there hear this. That this is not about me, and this is about you. What we did tonight, I've learned a lot from you guys out there and what you're doing as well. I plan to do a little bit of the YouTubing myself one of these days. If I get around to it, as Tina says, I went to I'm under the pressure, under the gun, and sometimes I don't get to see. But let me tell you, I'm cool out. I want to thank you. I think we did the right thing this evening. I think it was a great show. And I know that they're going to understand. I want to encourage who is listening to go out there and these posts that they're having. The only way they're going to know your might and that you're serious is when you go and there and you send even one little response. You're talking foolishness or what have you, because they are being paid to do this. These people are social media giants. That's how they got that name. Okay? And he never leaves his computer behind. Okay, never leaves it. So you're listening to me, boss man. That is the truth, and you know it. And so we have to fight fire with fire. The fact of the matter is that we believe in Jamaica. I believe in Jamaica, and I know all of us do, and we want the best for Jamaica. And regardless of who is in power, that's the case. And I will never change my viewpoint. And so thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for having me as part of it. I look forward to more sessions and learning more as we go along. And I will press along with your guidance and assistance. Thank you very much. This lone lady woman in the middle, Marie, thank you very much for coming on. UK guys, all the way, thank you. Cheers.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Francis.
Thank you.
All right, Carlos.
Thanks and praise to the panel, the people in the comment section, Herb, Maria, Ratty, Brother Rupert. They come meet us. They deserve a little break. Let me know your head hot right. We load. Because I said we load some. You saw this I come from. We load some started the fight. It was like a little dot. You know, when you start the fight, people think how nice you make. You know, and one day man say, you're up, you're up, wake me up. I'm grab a 2 by 4 and run out the door. I'm there sitting. So because that I'm here one out just up on the lonely road, that's way. But the lonesome road, the lonely man in the wilderness. I mean, then we get on people saying, what is it gonna do? What are you talking gonna do? And I'm sure it's the talking what we are doing. Make we know all these people. We only have to be something why these people are pop. Many people say will inspire me. No people are gonna tell you who inspire them, but we don't know, just pop up on the scene. So you gotta learn somewhere and be attracted somewhere. So thank God for the job, Wayne. We not trying to know my feel. Let me say that right up in the paper the other morning. That come from a far away, Wayne. I can see it right now. There's light at the end of the tunnel. You don't mind looking at the distance, my brother. But there's light. Because when you start talking something unprecedented, they never say nothing like this. They must say, where did my boy come from? All so fierce, all so rude. I'm disrespecting the Prime Minister, but it's a talk straight like this. We're tired of corruption, criminal if you go to prison. They never hear nothing like this because them things say, yes, sir, yes, boss, no boss, yes, Mr. Sir. And that them used to people talk to politicians. So me say I go and write us a now. I'm like Brother Rupert. Me can go bed look better tonight. It's a wonderful feeling, and everything is coming together. And thank you, Rattigan, to have me on the platform. We could end this thing out again, and it's a wonderful feeling. And thanks everybody. I say it's a wonderful love in my heart to be here. Comment section, we are nothing without you. Me said it on my platform, and I say it so. Comment section, we are nothing without you. Remember that, and I say it again. Comment section, we are nothing without you. You guys are the rock, the bedrock. Thank you. Respect.
All right. Maria?
Well said, Carlos and Sir Francis. Good job on the work that you are doing and will continue to do. But I'm reminded of a line in the scripture that says, "He who began a good work in me will be faithful to complete it." So if we remain steadfast, faith will win out all the time. And to Wayne, my brother, well, all of them are my brothers from another mother, but Wayne and I talk literally every day, every single day. And I have watched Wayne on many, many programs, going back to Ian Boyd. So to those who want to challenge his credibility, or to those who want to stand up to Wayne, I'm going to say to you, small axe falls big trees. So if you don't know what you're saying and you don't know what you're doing, you better ask somebody. And Sir Herb, thanks for all the information that you have shared to empower and encourage those who don't know. And to those who are in organizations that they don't know how to operate it, ask questions. Ask questions. And Rattigan, this is a hill that you're climbing, but we stand with you, we stand behind you. And as you go up, we're pushing you up. So it makes the climb a little easier for you. And what I'd love for everybody to understand is this is not about politics, not about PNP, JLP, UIC, NDM, no P. It's about the Jamaican people. You cannot see the suffering in Jamaica and not be concerned. You cannot see politicians wealthy beyond your wildest imaginations, and the people that elect them to represent them are worse off for it and not say something. Crime is out of control. Ask the question, why? Can something be done about it? Yes. You hear about monies being spent, but you don't see any results. You don't see the proof of the money being spent, yet it is finished. So we have to care. We have to care. And everybody's child is somebody's child. We're all God's children. And for every child who goes hungry in Jamaica, we should all care, because that could be our child. God goes you, goes I. And so I say to all and to everybody in the chat, God bless all of you. You are my friends, my sisters, my brothers, my comrades in arms. And the struggle continues, but victory will be ours.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
Ratty, let me say before. Hey, Herb and Ratty, I just want to tell you, me kind of the line there blacked out. What me I say right now is that the game changed when you and Herb come on the scene, you know. You guys are big addition to what we're doing right here. I want you guys to know that. Even though we are come from down the south, the game changed when Herb and Ratty came on the scene. Thank you, gentlemen. Enough love. Respect.
Herb T.
Well, thanks a lot, Jamaican callers. Let me tell you, my first encounter with social media was by accident. I'm just scanning the Jamaican thing and I come across a Wayne Lonesome show. And I hear this detective telling Wayne how his life was in danger, how he's working undercover and his own people trying to give him up. I'm saying, what the hell am I hearing? you know. And I called a friend of mine in Jamaica and I said, why is it if you are in the business of policing, you're a detective, I would just sit down and listen to Wayne Lonesome show and I'll get all the crooks that exist in Jamaica because JCF full of them, right? And he says, he amazed me when he answered me and said, yes, I watch Wayne Lonesome, right? So I knew then that Wayne's show was very significant in the annals. And then I started listening to other people, Sir P and the rest of them. But I don't see Sir P talking a whole lot about the government. Maybe because he was in the JDF and he has that old line loyalty that don't quit. And there's some other guys out there that, quite frankly, win the copycat off of you know. And I am privileged to meet Jamaican Carlos. You know, I was privileged to hear from Maria, and I said, "Wow, well, there's Jamaica's future prime minister right there. She just need to leave New York and go down there and get our own district."
My brother, how are you?
Of course, with
know,
Ratty and the captain, our
hold on a second.
common connection was the Diaspora Task Force. And going to Jamaica in 2016, and I saw Ratty down there, I knew he was trying to be
You're
the
coming.
police commissioner. But I did not realize once we were able to gel together, the power that we could exude over things. Once we all got together, that we can
I call you right back, Jason,
safely
until
say
about 5 minutes.
that we represent the
Right?
diaspora.
5 minutes.
Right? I'm looking in the Gleaner Company Voice over in the UK, and I'm trying to find this guy Nathaniel Peart, right? To see what work has he been doing in the UK. I can't find him anywhere. The only mention of the Jamaica Diaspora Council in the paper there is that they are looking for members. So it behooves him to get active because apparently he's not doing anything that they can cover. You know, at least you see us coming out, saying things, doing things, and we're getting all this attention. And we have to do something with it. I agree. But that's to come. That's the next chapters to be written. And I'm sure our fearless leader, our FBI special agent in charge, will come up with some of his shenanigans brought in from the FBI that we can get on the train and hang on for dear life. And Doc, you know, I see some confidence have come back to you. I thought we were losing you for a while. So anything you do now will just no longer shock us, but reinforce what we need to do next. And we need the global, global. We need the One Jamaica Legal Fund to be replenished, and that we need to take some key people to court and force their hand. I'm not into the GLP PNP exchange. I don't want to be there. I want my independence. I want to be able to speak. So I appreciate it, gentlemen. And I pray that everything will be fine with the next local government and the next national elections. Because I don't want to see Jamaica fall into the category of a South American country that keep changing governments by undermining each other and by killing the population. So I appreciate you all, and most of all, I cannot get over my comment section here and the ideas that people exude from there. So thank you, comment section. Thanks a lot, Bill.
All right. Let me just say that since everybody started talking about how we've met, let me just say that I had no idea. A year and a half ago, I had no idea I'd be here. I had no aspirations to do this. Right? In fact, I'll tell you that back in 20, I think it's, and he's watching now. I think it's 2011, 2012. The Jamaican government asked me to apply for the position of police commissioner, right? And there's a certain gentleman who was in charge of something called mapping the diaspora, and they were looking for people in the diaspora that they felt could come back and make a contribution in light of Vision 2030. And so they asked me to. So some people have the idea that this is something that I craved and I wanted. I was very happy being in charge of the FBI office in Southern Africa, all right? And until this happened. And then, I retired, started practicing law. I like I said, when I left Jamaica, I couldn't vote, wasn't registered, and I had no interest in Jamaican politics. None. 2016, I met Doc and I met Herb in Jamaica. And that started a beautiful friendship, a brotherhood, in fact. And it continued. And I retired from the FBI in 2017. No interest. One day I was just scrolling, just going through, YouTube or whatever. Came across this gentleman, Wayne Lonesome, and talking about some guy who built a big house in Jamaica and the Fed sent somebody down out in Montego Bay. And I got hooked on this program. So I started watching it and I was like, whoa, I've never seen anything like this. Right? And then it went from that to somebody told me about Carlos's program. And I said, you need to watch a brother Yaman. So started watching Carlos. It was only a little more than a year ago that I said, hey, you know what? I started getting involved with, and again, from watching Lonesome, I started saying, look, there's so many things going on in Jamaica, so many things wrong with Jamaica, that I need to get a program and just see how that will work out. This is just a little over a year ago. I think it was last year, September or something like that. And here it is, right? Through the mercy and the grace of God, I'm here with 5 talented people, people whom I look up to every single day. Let me just say Happy New Year when it comes to all of you. And I want to thank each and every one of you analysts for going on this ride with me. Marie has been a breath of fresh air. She brings a perspective to this thing that as men, we don't see it, There's a side that she brings that we have to appreciate. We have to acknowledge it. I mean, I just love this woman's smile. I mean, I just love seeing her. Every time I come on the program on a Sunday, I say, "Where Maria there?"
You have me blushing. You have me blushing, Rattigan.
Oh, it's true. It's true. And also herb tea. Lately we say herb tea. People say start drink some herb tea because herb tea. Herb used to be very, very quiet. And what a lot of people don't know is that when you say herb and quiet and things like that, and some of you might think that sometimes he's sleeping. He's not. He's doing the research. But you guys can't see it because he puts it inside chat, the chat where only the panelists can see. And so he's made us smarter because he's given us, sometimes I'm going down a hole where, it's a dead end and he'll just send me some stuff. I'll look at it and okay, I'm fine. And I find my way. So don't underestimate, well, I'm sure you don't. But those of you who didn't think about it, never underestimate. Ernest and I, we have some things in common, and I won't share them on the platform because some of them are secret. Some of them are top secret. But take it that Herb and I, we share a lot in common. And let me see what Oh, the whole purpose of this is to hold government accountable. I never came into this for power. I never came into this for prestige or a position. I came into it because people started reaching out to me. I started and watching Lonesome's program, and I saw the need for voices to speak on behalf of the voiceless and the marginalized, and felt, based on where I came from, my background, people made sacrifices for me. People who didn't have anything made sacrifices for me. And the least I can do is try to give back. And if I can only give back by providing a voice and causing change, then it will be well worth it. And so I thank all of you as supporters, keeping me in line, because sometimes I get wayward, and I welcome, like Wayne would say, good cop, bad cop. I'm the good cop, you know. So you guys, you keep me in line, and I truly appreciate that. The One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, please do not forget to support it, because it is through this avenue that it's one of the avenues that we're using to hold government accountable, but it's a very effective avenue, because it has 5 prongs to it. And the government is quaking in its boots, simply because they know that the days of talking, those days are over. Regarding the Global Jamaica.
Before you go, Rattigan, Wayne. We haven't heard from Wayne.
Oh, no. Sorry. No.
Okay.
I'll get to it.
Okay.
But, now I'll give him the last word, because I'm going to introduce theme program for tomorrow. Yeah. So the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Let me say, the gentleman that you mentioned, Pete. Where was this man during the Windrush scandal? We never heard from this man. And we never heard from the Diaspora Council during the Windrush scandal.
Right. And somebody told me in the chat, Google him. Of course, I've Googled him. I see where he's talking about starting things, and he's sat on boards and stuff. But what I'm looking at is accomplishments in community. And that's why I go to The Voice, is the biggest black newspaper in Britain. And that's why I go to The Voice. Maybe there's another one that can carry his accomplishment, but I didn't see anything. So if anybody has suggestions out there, put it in the chat, and I'll go check it out.
And also, we've seen nothing from the diaspora regarding poor service delivery from PICA. We hear people complaining about passports all over the globe with Jamaican, to get their Jamaican passports. Where's this diaspora council in terms of unblocking some of the, are removing some of the obstacles so that people can get their passport in a timely fashion? We haven't heard anything from them. So as far as I'm concerned, they're useless. Despite giving out awards, that means nothing to me. And they're probably illegal. We're going to look into that. And folks, please don't forget, you have to relax with the Rebel tonight at midnight. All right? Tonight.
I see Maria get excited, boy. She must listen to that.
Tonight I'll be playing reggae. It will be government blues. All right? We'll be playing songs criticizing and critiquing the government. So join me tonight at midnight until 2 a.m. And then last but not least is what's the Happy New Year, mapping the diaspora, blah blah blah. And so the last thing is this: keep in mind that our community, it's not designed like the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, that bogus organization, where it's hierarchical, where you have the junior minister sitting on top. Our organization is a flat structure. So, for example, if Lonesome is not around, let's say he's traveling or whatever, any one of us can run a program for him, or anyone can run a program for Carlos or Maria, Herb, or me. So just because if I should be absent, it doesn't mean that you won't hear anything about what's going on. You will get the news, because the structure is flat, and that's very troubling for anybody trying to disrupt us. Because you know how it is. You take out the leadership and the organization will collapse. But here, there's no leadership, because we're all leaders. We're all leaders.
Of course.
And so I leave you with that, and I'll turn it over to Lonesome to end the program because I want him to talk about his program tomorrow night. So,
Yeah,
sir,
man.
I don't think, in keeping with the spirit that the leadership is flat, the floor is yours, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the people them know so well, you know, from the 80s, you know, so me, after my crash, you know, you have to sit back and relax and them thing. That means a man full of trade and skill and them thing. So 88 Gilbert, before that, can me have some youth advice them? Do things. Can me always do things to get to youth. And to me not answer to the dance and the freaks and the punks. Me have my own thinking from morning. You know, and then you use that police to come and get to and bully you. Like how them take me off for Ostap one time, you know. Me a DJ, me have record out, you know. I mean the man them have fixed the house stop, you know, na Gilbert, you know, after Gilbert, you know. And the police them come ask about goat over yard. Remember if you come about people around there, so and you come see me at work on house stop. I mean if you ask them if them have any goat over there, wish I'm a brother goat, you know. And them think they have any goat over there. And then them talk to face the thing and you know Ratty, me go talk and the man them say come down. Then them recognize me. I recognize the next shoot, we do some combination tune and them say, give me a tune. And we give them a tune, them go look for them. Go Essential, go look for them and, you know, GP. And you know what them do? Them, when them done, them say, you, that them pan, my brother, my nephew father, and pan the youth and say, when you go down there, Jeep and pine for me, I say, you, go look for them. So you know what I have to do now, run, leave what me I do. Leave the woman all stop, nothing going on yet, you know. Just a play. And then go down a Duke Street, go down a Sandra Alcott, down the lawyer, because she did have a case when we crashed, you know. And make them call up a central now and, you know, about their check out, man, and get them out. So through that, now you have to be an advocate. Then roll up back in the 90s where you see me I do them thing. They have Ian Boy, you have this, you have that. Now we gain more strength now through music, you know. So then can't give me no chat. So, you know, you have to do human rights activist work. I'm have to stand up for the youth then. Always I do that. Put on back talent show for them, carry them panagia, carry them to the paper, produce them now, come and start my own label, you know. And I push them to, you know. You understand? So we have do these things decades. Till when them kill my brother 98. The sick brother. You know, me up on the radio, burn them and thing, and them threaten me, say them are kill me. You can't have bad cap say you can kill me when you kill me sick brother. You know, them that say madman and tell lie. So you know, say that our cause me now for advocate against them kind of little things. They say, you know, say me turn it up, don't it? But back in the days now, them used to muzzle you. So you can't talk anything on TV and radio. Come here, you sit up on them TV and radio enough, you know. So here comes social media now when we get my own platform. Now, you know, so them can't hold me now. And then we go in stature. I remember we travel the world now and everything, you know. And me not leave enemy behind. Some of the side of them I am the win. Every parish, me travel all over the place. All them all go around me. So when I see the man in the wilderness and they might have see me and move them way, I can't go around me. Because sometimes they might talk me in a ratty. Sometimes they might call me name and them don't know say, who them things is that for. I'm a friend. I'm a family. So them call me name. I don't know, you know notice the other day in a Nata Bay, you see a politician walking a slippers alone after him come out helicopter. I could have took him with a pin, a command pin. Me just say video him. You know, see me have a video with him. Him walk right side of me. Because me have eye everywhere. That's why it's bad when you see Bug Life get up now and call your name and call my name. You understand? Can you know so we are all government accountable and poor people where do this sorority. We not do it for no figure look fame, we have fame already. We not just look for my colleagues, them and my family, Tootsie Bird, them, Greg Razak gone, Dennis Brown gone, Frankie Paul gone. Look how much more of them about here. I mean, and the man that will honest this, you know. And them start the business and them move it. Scully and Bonnie gone home, Sugar Mine not gone home. But we just boy, you have how much of them they are same way. So remember, you know, we not hype. We just say we have changed the scope and we set a Jamaica because it can't stay set end up like what 80. You can't afford to make the country run like this. And dictatorship and all kind of things. It's not gonna work as long as we're there. And when you put the whole of them together, them that make one not even not feeding, you know. Yeah? When you put the diaspora together, would them talk about Rupert Francis, now have not standing, or them talk them foolishness and them can't talk for them. Listen me. We command more people and more respect than the world. well, then get 3,000 votes. The whole of them combined. You understand? So sometimes you have to fling down your weight like a giant to make them know, say, hey, remember saying about no, a human rights activist we could do, you know, don't play with me around here. We not so light as we look. Yeah? Last year too, you notice me have a young man when I put pan up there about him and me take him off. Who know him, don't it? Me give him a vice. And me give him the vice and I see the one of them use him, you know. When them watching me, I say, hey, Carlos, me say to them, when the door rush, the messenger, take the message. Remember, me put people on road. Me not hold back nobody. I don't hold back people. Cause the one of them are born him. And me I said, don't rush the messenger, you know. No, give me that chat. Take the message. I put it on the road.
Listen to that. Yeah, man.
Good. So me as a man now, when me there, I keep it real and honest. And you know, the rich and you can't rich and have your thing and me and you good, you know. Cause me have enough friends who have them thing. But when them rich and greedy and mash up the country and stand up in the neck of the poor and needy, me and them can't be friends. We can't, you know, a police tell me one time, and not long ago, I say everybody have a price. Not everybody. Ron said name the Justice League, we don't have the price. You can't come with the price. So if the government may attack, same way again, if only one go put a 5 million US in our account or put in the legal funds, you can't come 5 million US. And we tell people you put, but we want to know, oh, you get it, you know, you get it. If a SSL you get it out or what. Because we're going to take it. We're going to build up things to people. We're going to pay use it, pay a liar for fight him same way. So if you want to make sure you tell him that Rattigan not going to make a donation. But we're going to fight him same way. We not change. So you cannot buy us out. We not stay that way there. And by the way, Dr. Rupert Campbell, them start a smear campaign with you. So them have started, me just send you something, Ratty, Maria, me fi send Carlos it and thing, look on it. Them started smear campaign round him already. Yeah? I tell you, he was the hitman for Yapsana or something and killing off people and burn down place. This is how them steer. Them revengeful bad. Them, me I tell him. So them he might see more and that come out with him. Him for just hold tight and just look out feet. Because you see how them stay, that's why I couldn't move with a man like that. I couldn't move with a Ratty. And a Carlos and a Maria and Herb. And if me say something, them take me and push me out like this. Because them want white-mail me. Me not say blackmail, you know, we are black man. White-mail. Them want white-mail me. That bad. Why them never push out this long time? Me not go with it. Eh? No, them see it fit now for run it. And the first me see them do this. So them go to the lowest of the low. Them start pushing out. You see when them push out, Ratty? Me said it. You read it?
Yeah, I read it.
And you see when them push out with him? Me send to you see it, Maria? You see it, Herb?
That not gonna work, you know. Come with there.
Yes, I saw it.
Yeah, you send it out because what them do now, them start this now at the camp.
You know, nobody know Yapsam. And this younger generation today, they see Rupert today. They don't see Rupert back then. Everybody does stupid things when they're younger. And they know that. Even the 40-odd and 50-odd-year-olds know that. So,
but you see when them push out like this, you know, they are pushing back to the 1980. And if them say, boy, they are pushing out because people can read it. They might say, well, they are hitman for Siaga and work for Yapsang. So they might push out even Siaga and Yapsang too. So they might push out them party when them push him out. Me not tell you, so they not no sense. Because Yapsang a part of them party. So if you push him out and say him this, at the minister, you push him out, at the minister, them are the politician, them you push him out for the same Jamaica Labour Party. So if you push him out, them no good. It make it worse, them no good. So make them continue push it out. Because them have time to something in a Ratty. Me not tell you, say they not no brain. You think about it. If them are push him out and them push out Siaga and Yapsan, if just prove a point, say him a work for them and him was a hitman for them. You push out the party. Want to stop the foolishness. Stop it. One letter make them do this in a Ratty.
One letter.
Them all destroy them one party for one letter. And it's not the first time them do this. Because the other day, Bola and them Carlos, the other day, Queen E said to Bruce Colin, you were to talk about my leader, Andrew Wallace. You was a failure. And as a prime minister, you was a double failure. He was a member of the cabinet in 2007 to 2011. Said if Bruce was a double failure, the people them just say, yeah, the truth him was a double failure. Because him said something about Andrew Wallace. This is how them stay, them push out even them party and sink it because you say something. Eh? You tell me if them have sense, Ratty. Give back the floor to you.
All right. Yeah. I'm not just them will come after all of us. Because I see somebody also call me former FBI freak once, and them don't know my story at all. So only me can tell my story. Them can't tell my story. And no, them can't tell my story. And what happened is that so that's what I said, and that's what I'm gonna tell Rupert. I said, listen, keep focused. Don't worry about the distractions, because all of them going to come up with all kinds of stories. And my story is public. If anybody want to know my story, them just go down to the courthouse down at DC District Court and just ask them for the filing, Rattigan versus the Attorney General. The whole story there. We don't have nothing to hide, right? And also, them are talk about all of this nonsense and their feel and things like that. The stuff them are talk about happening on the incidents with them are talk about happened sometime 2001, 2000, between 2000 and 2003.
Why are you Rattigan? Stop. No. Why are you explaining all of this? To who?
No, hold on a second. No, hold on. I'll show you something. I said that happened in 2003. Here we are, 2017. I'm still there. I'm focused.
No, 2003. This is 2023.
Right,
20 years ago. No, so we have moved on. We have moved on. Don't let anybody take you back there. No, brother. No, my brother.
Just again, an example. I say these are the things that they will come with. They will go back and they will get a half story 50 years ago and make up something. So what we have to do is just stay focused and just forget about the distractions. Like me say, I don't have no side mirror. I don't have no rear view mirror. I just have a windshield. And so I'm moving. And you know you get into them when you start to them things, because we never used to see this before. Because when, like I said, if Rupert Letter didn't have the part about the protest and the part about the talking to the Congress people about the donor funds and the donor thing, if he had just said, hey, here are my issues, I want to meet with you, you would never hear from them again. Never hear from them again. So what we need to do, and we're doing it, is just to keep a single-minded focus, just straight ahead, forget about all of the distractions. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow when we can deal with.
Man. I remember just answer a youth, maybe him just want to talk because he might talk for the drunker. Where him say about Wayne. Now last week them say you did there sell drugs at England. So me that sell drugs look now, my son at 30 yard, my son them at 30 yard. I'm a grow, me a real family man. So if you think about when my son born, me not them that born at England. So when you have a line or a rape a little 13-year-old girl and come and say, me never even there England in the 90s. Me never put my foot in England in the 90s. So that no me, and by the way, if you sell ice cream a big stand, everybody know.
Wayne, you are Wayne. You don't need to explain anything to anybody. They have nothing to contribute.
You take it from now. Are you to rape a 13-year-old with where people them put out and thing? But kill man. When I have him on tape, where the police them are trained with him, where you him a sperm bank. Sperm bank, you know.
Wayne, you have nothing to prove to anybody. Anybody is coming to criticize you.
Wayne, when you put up this, I make you look bad. Okay? All right, done with you. Yeah, man.
They are just distractions. They have nothing serious to contribute. You have to just, like you always say, flush them. No, don't identify them.
Youth band from so long, from the early 90s. What the man there do you so? You have proof of the man there you so? You have to move. You have to move.
Yeah, they don't serve any purpose. They serve no purpose.
Yes.
No purpose.
And who attack himself jokes at you, you know? Himself jokes.
You know, the only thing I have to tell them is that whatever now come with against Lonesome, Maria, Herb, Carlos, me, and Rupert Francis, I hope it's something where the authorities are going to be up far. I hope I tell them say we do where we deserve prison sentence because guess what? At this so we take it gone, you know.
Good.
We are call now for them lock up them people. There. So if we not come with something where say them gonna lock we up, we not worry about it and we not afraid, you know, because we are called now for the arrest, the prosecution, and the conviction of certain people living in Jamaica right now. That's what we are called for.
And that's so with the brother.
But you know, Rattigan, there's a saying, that giraffes never go down to the level of turtles. Because if a giraffe lowers its head to the level of a turtle, it will die. You know why? The giraffe's brain is so big to hold its neck up there. We are giraffes. We don't go down to the levels of turtles.
And let me just
sometimes when them try to do a pot shot because them fool now. We do music from when and them hear what me do. And remember me never eat certain food. From like 30 days me not eat even rice. And you say Lonesome book back. Then you must see me in a picture, you must see me and me that must hold on something.
I hope you're not coming up for my Wayne. I hope you're not coming Wayne, I hope you're not coming up for my DJ rice, okay? My DJ bad rice.
No, but I'm not gonna eat him rice neither.
Okay, good.
Not eat rice, yeah. You eat swim around and eat some food, some banana, some sitting. You know? Cause my food that you know. You see it? One away, you know. Yeah, man.
Let me just go ahead.
We have this conversation. When them come out and say, when the same brother there, when we in boss, come on him show and say, I'm a help boss. Say that me take $10,000. Me talk to him, me say, Wayne, look out for the attack. They're coming. This is attack number 1. Attack is coming. Guess where it's coming from? Say me, people, it better than they say me take the money from the PNP, you know. People, it better than they say me take the money from the PNP. When they say me take money from the labor right, just to damage my credibility among my people. And you want to know what people believe that? Thousands of people. Me tell Wayne, say Wayne, watch it. They are coming. Next thing me look, is the next labor right blogger. They found Wayne credibility again. Try to mess with people's head, but guess what?
You beat him, man.
Can't stop this.
Beat him, man.
All right, let me just.
But we're good. We're good. We're good. We still have fight. See that?
Brown put something in the chat. Yeah, Teresa, whatever assistance you can provide, let's talk. You know, and let me end the program with this. If you think you are too small to make a difference, you haven't spent the night with a mosquito. Good night, everybody. Catch up with you tomorrow.
Good night, gentlemen. Have a good night. God bless. Okay, bye.
I'm like a dog now. Let me tell the people that I'm going to eat this around. I look for some food later. Not to sign out, you know. Ratty, this time you have to sign out. Ratty, na sign out, you know.
Yeah, but sign out this time, you know. Some food and show a picture of food. Good night, folks.